Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into licences to harm native animals. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians, on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal people and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst, I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness to inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Hi, I'm Evan Quartermain, Director of Programs at Humane World for Animals Australia. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Nicola Bynon. I'm the Campaign Director at Humane World for Animals in Australia, and I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I am Renee Charalambous, the Program Manager for Wildlife Policy at Humane World for Animals Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Did you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
We do, thank you, Chair.
Great.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. We welcome the opportunity to give evidence today. As I said, my name is Nicola Bynon. I'm the Director of Campaigns at Humane World for Animals in Australia. And with me today are Dr. Charalambous, our Programme Manager for Wildlife Policy, and Mr. Evan Quartermain, our Director of Programmes. Renee leads our policy work on this issue and has overseen our detailed analysis of the Licences to Harm framework in New South Wales, drawing on licensing data, compliance information, animal welfare and conservation evidence to identify systemic gaps and reform priorities. Evan leads our disaster response work, our small grants programme for wildlife carers, and coordinates the Wildlife Land Trust, which is a national network of over 900 private landholders protecting wildlife habitat on their properties, including more than 400 landholders across New South Wales. Together, our roles span both policy and on-ground wildlife protection. Humane World for Animals has worked for 70 years globally to reduce animal suffering. In Australia, we've extensive experience in biodiversity law reform, threatened species protection, and wildlife management policy at both state and federal levels. And a core focus of our work is promoting coexistence between people and wildlife, finding solutions to conflicts, and reducing reliance on lethal control as a default response to these problems. We're appearing today because the licensed killing of native animals in New South Wales has reached a scale and a level of normalisation that demands serious scrutiny. Under the Biodiversity Conservation Act, native animals are meant to be protected. In practice, that protection is routinely set aside through licences to harm, which authorise the killing of wildlife on private land, often with limited transparency, minimal oversight, and weak animal welfare safeguards. The scale is significant and escalating. In 2023, more than 234,000 native animals were authorised to be killed under licences to harm. That rose to over 296,000 in 2024, and in 2025 to over 485,000. But the problem is not just the numbers, it's how the system operates. Licences are intended to be a last resort, yet applicants are generally not required to prove damage, demonstrate that non-lethal methods have been tried, or provide independent evidence to support their claims. There is little consideration of cumulative impacts, dependent young, or population level effects for most species. Repeat permits are issued, suggesting this is an ongoing management tool rather than a measure of last resort. There's also a significant transparency gap. While the public can see how many animals are authorised to be killed, there is no reliable, independently verified data on how many animals are actually killed, injured, or orphaned. And compliance monitoring is limited. Enforcement action is rare, and meaningful public accountability is largely absent. From an animal welfare perspective, this raises serious concerns. Shooting and trapping carry inherent risks of suffering, particularly in the absence of mandatory competency standards, species identification training, or independent oversight. Predictable secondary impacts, including the orphaning of dependent young, are not systematically tracked or mitigated, and the consequences often fall to volunteer wildlife carers. I must stress that our campaign on this issue is not about dismissing the challenges faced by landholders. It's about finding solutions that are often more effective and durable for landholders. It's about ensuring that killing native wildlife is not treated as routine or convenient. If lethal control is permitted, it must be genuinely exceptional, evidence-based, humane, and accountable, with non-lethal alternatives invested in, trialled, promoted, and prioritised. With the Biodiversity Conservation Act under review this year, this inquiry presents a critical opportunity to strengthen safeguards, improve transparency, and move New South Wales towards a wildlife governance system that better reflects contemporary science, community expectations, and basic standards of animal welfare. We've also tabled some documents for the committee to have a read of, which includes a comprehensive national report that we did into wildlife licensing across the country, so you can compare different jurisdictions. We welcome your questions and opportunities to expand on these issues. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to let our witnesses know today as well, we've got a few of our committee members online. So the TV's in front of you. I think you can see Peter Primrose at the moment waving, but there may be other members that will ask you questions today online as well. I might just start with asking a few questions myself. Thank you. Obviously, you've looked quite extensively into this licences to harm system in New South Wales. I'm just wanting to get a bit of an insight into what the oversight into the system's like. Some of the submissions that we received sort of described this as almost like a rubber stamping exercise where there's very little to no safeguards in place, so that when people are actually applying for one of these licences, it's almost guaranteed that they will get it. I just wanted to know why you think that this whole system needs to change, and is that a real problem? Are we seeing a rubber stamping system at the moment?
I might take this one. Yes, it does very much seem like it is a rubber stamp kind of system. For context, it's useful to know that into 2024, of 2,254 licences, 3 were refused. So that kind of gives a bit of context into how many are being approved. In terms of the transparency of the system, there's very little information publicly available about any complaints, any investigations, any breaches, any enforcement outcomes. We don't have any public reporting on licensing conditions, compliance actions, or welfare outcomes. So it doesn't seem like there's much overview in the system.
Oversight. Yeah. And do we know what the reasons around those 3 refusals, or is that part of the missing information?
Part of the missing information.
Thank you. So a lot of these licences are supposed to be part of legitimate threat to property or to cause economic hardship. In practice, do we sort of not really have that information to be able to ascertain whether some of these licences are being granted outside of those reasons?
Yes, correct. So when somebody applies for a licence, there's no proof of damage, for example, that they have to submit alongside that licence. So it is hard to know what exactly is the reason that lethal control is being opted for in that case.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that a significant number of licences to harm are actually coming from urban or peri-urban areas? I suspect some of the belief will be that they're mostly coming from farmers or rural landholders. Do we know what that division is? And are there quite a lot of them actually coming from urban or peri-urban?
It is very spread. There are licences issued in both urban and non-urban areas. For context, I do know that the top 3 suburbs for licences issued are Mudgee, Bathurst and Queanbeyan.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I also wanted to ask you that we've heard some concerns. We've got actually a witness after you coming from a commercial industry that is killing wildlife, for kangaroos as part of a commercial industry. Can you explain the difference to us between these licences to harm, licences that are given out, and the commercial industries and the licences that they hold?
Yes, so these licences, the licences to harm, are separate from any kangaroos killed under the New South Wales Commercial Kangaroo Management Program. So these animals authorised for killing are explicitly for landholder conflict and not for any commercial industry.
And what sort of landholder conflict are we looking at, or is that information we don't have?
It is information that we don't have, but it would stem from perceived conflict between them and their animals or their property.
Okay, so it could be anything from a wombat digging a hole and concerns that the children will fall into a hole and harm themselves, potentially to birds making too much noise or defecating too much in a particular space.
Yeah, from our understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Those just to add to that, the impacts are very varied depending on the species that is under consideration, whether it's a possum, a kangaroo, a magpie, for example. But we are seeing some of those, typically the justifications in urban landscapes are those sorts of nuisances reasons. So for noise, for example, whereas in rural landscapes, the perceived conflict is usually with a commercial reason. So it may be that kangaroos are eating the same grass as somebody's sheep, for example, or it may be that a wombat has dug underneath a fence. Those are typically the sorts of impacts that we're seeing that would then see someone request a license to kill the animal.
Thank you. And I mean, this is a very broad question, but and particularly having heard that answer, but I'm just wondering, what are the other alternatives that are out there? I assume that again it would be quite different when you're looking at rural landscapes compared to the more urban, if you're talking about noise issues and things like that. But how would the system need to change so that it's not a rubber stamping process, but that some of these other alternatives were considered, and what are they?
Yeah, I think pointing back to what Renee was saying earlier, I mean, wombats is kind of a very core example, I think, in terms of the point of damage typically being digging under a fence, which may cause problems for a producer and their animals. The issue is that the killing of that wombat that may have done that damage is treating the animal itself as the conflict and not addressing the actual problem, which is a landscape access issue. So there are alternative things that can be done, such as the installation of wombat gates, which are sort of weighted swinging gates that can be installed into fences, which will allow, if it's put on a path that a wombat is travelling through, the wombat can move through the fence. The damage hasn't occurred. That conflict point has then been negated without needing the animal to be killed. Because we see often that, and the story of these licences is that they are repeated. We've seen it across years, across decades. There is a lot of killing going out there, and it's not addressing the problem. The licences are still increasing all the time, so we really need to look at it not being an issue of there are animals in the landscape, we need to eradicate them. It's how can we coexist with them? And that is a very varied thing, how you do that, depending on the species and the impacts that they're causing. But a much more focus on that point of conflict and alternative ways to manage that are really required, because reaching for the gun, which is what happens in many cases here, is just seeing the problem perpetuate and a lot of animal suffering occur along the way.
So are you finding that, say, let's go back to the example of the wombat is shot, that's dealt with the issue temporarily. Do you find another wombat will eventually move in, or if birds are shot in an urban area, that other birds will move into that tree and the problem just continues?
Yes, absolutely. That's the nature of any sort of territorial animal, is that they are trying to find their place in the landscape, and just because you have killed one wombat doesn't mean that there won't be another wombat on the way. So if you're dealing with the actual point of conflict in the fence and coexisting in that space, then you are providing a permanent solution to the issue that you are having, rather than repeat killing, not addressing that.
If I can give another excellent example of where the conflict has been mitigated with a really successful non-lethal solution that worked for landholders, it was the issue of flying fox shooting. New South Wales had a subsidy program for landholders to net their fruit crops, which was a much more successful strategy for dealing with the problem of flying fox predation on the fruit than continually going out every night shooting them, which was proving futile. So that was a program which led to the end of licences for flying fox shooting, and satisfied landholders whose crops were protected not just from the flying foxes but also other damaging issues. So that's what we're about with our campaign, is trying to find those solutions that are more durable, more effective for landholders, but also benefit animal welfare.
Thank you. And so ideally you'd like to see a system where, depending on which species of animal it is, what the issue is that the landholder is having, that potentially the government would have resources available potentially for somebody to look at an alternative, and then, before they would actually get any kind of licence to actually kill that animal.
Yeah, that's what we're recommending. Currently the system's very permissive and it's allowing business as usual, and the numbers are increasing. What we'd like to see with the Biodiversity Conservation Act reforms this year is more rigour put into the system to incentivise the trialling of non-lethal strategies. And yes, we'd like to see more government support for the trial and development of those strategies to find those better solutions for landholders. But if the licensing system makes it a legal requirement for the decision maker to be satisfied that the landholder has A, proved damage, B, has trialled alternative measures before resorting to a licence to harm the animal, those would be legal requirements that would just help incentivise a reduction in the scale of the killing, and also incentivise that innovation and research and development into non-lethal measures. And just to let you know that we ourselves are doing what we can to do R&D on non-lethal measures. With the wombat gates, we've got a trial with a number of landholders in the Southern Highlands. At the moment, we're working with the University of Western Sydney and the Wombat Preservation Society and the landholders to trial those wombat gates to demonstrate in the landscape that they can be successful and mitigate fence damage. So we'd like to see more of that R&D happening, but with government support.
Wonderful. And one more question, and you might want to take this one on notice, which would be fine. I'm just wondering, I know that there are some species on the list and some species that aren't on the list to be able to apply for a licence to harm. I'm wondering if that's updated, if there's any species that you believe should be removed from ever being able to apply to be killed, and if so, which species and why you think that they should no longer be on that list. Again, happy for you to take that on notice and provide that to us later.
A preliminary response, but we could respond further on notice. Our policy position is not supportive of the lethal control of native wildlife. However, we hope that we understand that this is something that's not going to change overnight. So we're looking for a transition in the system to incentivise non-lethal ways to deal with these problems. But with the wombat gates, I hope that we could fairly quickly get to a situation where there would be no more licensing of harm to wombats. So that could be one example, but we'll come back to you with further thought on that. We could also take on notice an answer to a question you had earlier about the geographic distribution of the licensing.
That would be really useful.
Because Dr. Cheryl Ambers has done an analysis of the different suburbs where the licences are being applied for, so we can provide that information.
Fantastic, that would be really useful. Thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. On page 4, when you've addressed term A, with regard to, and my question is, what minimum data should New South Wales be publishing for every licence to ensure public confidence? Because you've said that there's limited transparency and verification associated with reporting outcomes. So I wonder what you would think would be, say, the minimum that should be reported for, the public.
Absolutely. Definitely something that we think that needs to be published alongside just the mandatory total number authorised, which is what's currently published, not how many have been actually killed, but authorised. We would like to see the number actually killed, of course, be published. Any dependent young that are a product of that licensed killing, any specific licensing conditions, what methods were approved for killing, any reasons for approval or refusal, and if non-lethal methods were trialled first, and what methods.
And so, in your view, what would you say would be the most significant welfare safeguards that are missing from the current framework?
There is pretty much no oversight in the system as it is. So there's no way to prove that an animal has been killed humanely. So that's one of the biggest ones. We don't know if animals are being killed humanely, whether there is any ongoing suffering, and to that, whether there's any young that have been orphaned and are therefore going to die a very slow, painful death as well.
And you mentioned there, with regard to non-lethal alternatives, what and this might you might not be able to answer this question because it would depend on what species. So, but I'll ask it, and then you can tell. So, what do you think, or which non-lethal alternatives are most immediately scalable in New South Wales, and what do you think is holding back their adoption?
There's the thing that's holding back the adoption is the automatic assumption or just default reliance on lethal control. I think that's very embedded in Australian culture, unfortunately. The type of method used is very much going to depend on the species itself. And that is something that we would just absolutely love to see landholders be supported on. So something that tangible that they can take away that's supplied by the New South Wales government to kind of help them through the species specifically that they have conflict with. But yeah, it's going to be very dependent on that. In terms of the things that are achievable, as Nicola was saying. I think, wombat gates are very cheap, very effective. They just slot straight into the fence where there's already damage created.
Yeah.
And that's the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot.
So perhaps there could be a reframing. Instead of like getting a license to harm, we should be looking at should it be framed as a last resort in legislation, so that if you're going, you can say, "Oh, what are the alternatives?" And then if there aren't any alternatives, then you go to that, not as the first point of call.
Absolutely. We very much believe that should be the attitude that's taken, is lethal control should always be the last resort, because as Evan was saying before as well, it is not the animal's fault they're existing in the environment which they already existed in, and we're trying to live around them. And oftentimes when you do resort to lethal control, it's not actually solving the issue. It's on top of that too, you're likely to have some, ecological damage if the only response you're having is lethal control.
Okay.
And it is government policy for it to be last resort, but because there's not enough rigour in the actual legislation, we're seeing in practice that it's not a last resort situation, it's the default. So we're asking for more steps to be built into the legal requirements.
Yeah, so what have you, like a checklist, or I don't know what that would look like, but...
It could be matters that the decision maker has to be satisfied of. Whereas currently the legislation is framed in such a way it's very much up to the individual discretion of the decision maker without that sort of level of criteria.
Okay.
It is. I think there's a great opportunity for comprehensive engagement with people who are having conflict issues to have a professional plan developed about non-lethal management coexistence tools that they may be able to apply instead of lethal control. Because I think back to your point on what are the most significant welfare risks, I think one of them is purely the scale at which these licenses are being distributed. Authorisations, last year to kill more than 485,000 animals. We're talking 1,300 native animals every single day, typically being shot. And when you're dealing with that level of killing, persistent, constant killing, there is always a margin for error where there's going to be a bad welfare outcome. And when we're dealing with nearly 500,000 animals every year, then we're dealing with significant suffering and significant room for things to go wrong. So bringing that number back as low as we can get it is going to be a huge welfare improvement factor.
Another measure that could help tackle that is requiring competency tests for shooters and also species identification tests for shooters, just to improve the level of skill that's the licensees are required to have. It would, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Bob Namber.
Thanks, Chair. Look, you may not have an answer to this, but in 2021, as I understand it, the Victorian Government reformed the Authority to Control Wildlife System. Part of that was to establish a sort of standard practice for officers to determine the level of risk as part of the assessment process in terms of the application. Is there a sort of risk-based assessment that goes on in New South Wales that you're aware of?
Not to my knowledge.
We might have to take that one on notice, and we can look at the Victorian situation and the New South Wales situation.
Okay. If we were reviewing the sort of general approach to assessment of licences to kill, what sort of welfare, ecological or risk-based triggers do you think should apply before lethal control is authorised under a licence?
I think there are some circumstances where we need to look at this level of killing and this lethal control as just another pressure that is on biodiversity and ecological health in the landscape at the moment. A lot of these major impacts, including climate change, habitat destruction, increasing disaster impacts on animals, for example, are things that are that we can tackle, but are sometimes hardships to turn around, whereas this killing is something that we can directly control. So I think we need to look at this licensed killing as part of a bigger picture, and recognising that biodiversity is in trouble in New South Wales and across Australia, and that this is perhaps the most direct impact that we can have control over and reduce. So I think there needs to be some ecological thresholds around times of disaster and additional impacts that may be occurring on wild animals, which could mean that it's less appropriate to be issuing licences or allowing ongoing killing after a major bushfire, for example. As I understand, there's not currently any change to the licensing framework that takes into consideration those potentially massive impacts that are happening external to the licensing arrangement.
Are you aware of other jurisdictions that apply a sort of ecological impact lens and cumulative impact lens to, an application process?
No, not that we're aware of. I think across in our licence to kill report, we did look at all jurisdictions in Australia, and it's a similarly low bar or lack of consideration across the board.
Right.
If you look at page 27 of our licence to kill report, we compare the different jurisdictions and their performance on different criteria. So that might be quite interesting for committee members.
I'll do that. Presumably, I'll find the answer there, but I may as well ask you now. Are there other jurisdictions that legally require non-lethal methods to be explored and documented before a licence to kill is granted?
I'm having a quick look.
We can take that, of course, on notice, but when I've done my analysis of different states and territories, no.
Right.
But we'll take that on notice as well and double check.
Some jurisdictions are better than others at different criteria. There's no one jurisdiction that is really a standout in terms of best practice. But yeah, some are slightly better than others at different things.
In terms of the hierarchy of priorities from your perspective in New South Wales, having that sort of overarching view of different jurisdictions, what's the biggest animal welfare gap that we currently have in New South Wales with respect to our licensing arrangements?
We have a few top recommendations. So proof of damage, requirement to have trialled and exhausted non-lethal methods would be significant. Another recommendation, which relates more to the POCTA legislation, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals legislation, which I understand is also scheduled for review this year. There's a defence under POCTA related to necessary harm, and in this situation I think it's very that defence is very discretionary, and it's not well defined to the point that it's fairly meaningless. So that is another area, the defences under POCTA that relates to this licensing could also be looked at and tightened. The requirements for shooter proficiency and species identification would also go some way, and I think above all, more support from the government for developing the non-lethal alternatives.
Just one more question from me, Chair, and pass on. Just in terms of the proof of damage component of this, my understanding was that was looked at in the Victorian review to have a sort of threshold of proof of damage prior to a licence being granted, but that wasn't a reform that was accepted, just in terms of front-footing the reasons why. Do you have any visibility on why that wasn't a reform that was accepted in Victoria?
Now, we've talked to the Victorians about their legislation, and that it's acknowledged that the reform steps that they took were fairly modest, and they're also reviewing their Wildlife Act hopefully this year, and we're hoping that there will be further reforms, but we can go back and take on notice what their reasoning was for not taking that particular reform at that time.
That'd be useful. Do you know, do assessment officers attend properties as part of their application process to actually go and look at, damage or potential economic harm? Or is that a regular thing?
I don't think it's a regular thing. Again, it's something we haven't got good visibility on because of the lack of transparency in the system, but our knowledge is that it doesn't happen very often. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, of the 2,254 licences granted in 2024, for context, 112 site inspections occurred. So it's can be done, but it's not done very often.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Robert Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. In your submission, you talk about humane killing. What's your definition of humane killing in the circumstances where it's required?
I think at a bare minimum, it would.
Could you? I'm a little bit deaf. Could you talk up? Maybe
You can pull the microphone closer to you.
pull it
They
closer to
move.
you. Yeah, that's it. You don't have to get down.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
I think humane killing ultimately needs to be a quick, painful death.
Painless.
My apologies, painless death. Quick, painless death. So
So
no
in-
ongoing suffering.
So in terms of, say, an eastern grey kangaroo, regardless of its size, where would you shoot it?
I'm not a professional shooter, so I can't answer that specifically, but to my knowledge, it's in the head.
In the head. Okay. You talk about, in your submission, shooting under controlled conditions. What's the definition of controlled conditions?
I think from memory of our submission, we're concerned that the shooting is taking place in the real world rather than in controlled conditions. Therefore, it makes it more challenging for the shooter because the animal's on the move, or it might be nighttime. Perhaps that's what we was getting at.
Controlled conditions in the real world. So how does that? I don't understand that answer. I mean, if all shooting's conducted in the real world.
I'm not.
It goes to say that it's challenging in the real world, and that's why we've made our recommendation for trained shooters to carry out that lethal control if and when it does happen, rather than someone without that adequate training, because the real world conditions are very different to going to a shooting range where things are much more controlled.
So you're saying that a farmer should not be allowed to shoot over population of grey kangaroos on their property?
That's not what. No, we haven't directly said that.
Well, what are you saying?
That it should be the last resort. So they should.
But we're not talking about I'll come to other resorts, other opportunities further in. But if you get to the stage where you say you need to shoot them, you're saying that, if I read you correctly, that a farmer should go out and hire a professional shooter, or should be trained up to the level of being a professional shooter so that he can control excess animals on his own property. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Correct.
That's what we've recommended.
So how does a farmer supposed to be able to afford the costs of a professional shooter coming onto their property? I mean, who's going to pay for that?
That's where we would like to see support for landholders from the New South Wales government.
So the New South Wales government should pay for it. Is that what you're saying?
I think that would certainly be ideal for support for landholders to deal with these problems in a more humane way.
And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. Talking about non-lethal methods, if a farmer has an excess of, and this happens very often, whether it's eastern greys or western greys, an excess number of animals on their farm, how would you control them in non-lethal ways?
Yeah, there are plenty of ways. Two that I can speak to are exclusion fencing around priority areas such as crops, any lambing paddocks or sensitive pasture, rather than broad perimeter fencing. Another option is managing water availability by limiting access to dams and troughs in high conflict paddocks,
So,
for example.
if your property backs onto a national park, in many cases they do, are you saying that there should be exclusion fencing put up at the boundary of that national park to keep the animals out?
Not necessarily, but I think it's important to note here that there needs to be increased funding to research the best ways. We know anecdotally there are plenty of ways that landholders do manage these perceived conflicts, but there needs to be more support given into researching these methods and figuring out what is going to be the best for these landholders.
Well, again, I say, who will pay for these solutions?
The New South Wales government, I think it's imperative that that's prioritised.
In relation to controls generally, should the overall populations in an area be considered in relation to control methods or indeed controlling at all? Should it be the overall population density within a region, or should the individual farmers and the burden they're bearing in relation to excess numbers of, say, grey kangaroos should be the primary consideration? Which should it be? Because you do talk about biodiversity. You may have a large population of kangaroos on one property but not on the other. What's the consideration? Who gets first dibs? Is it the overall biosecurity, or is it the individual property owner who's trying to manage his assets and produce a crop, for example?
So, as it stands at the moment, this licensing framework is not considering population level impacts at all, and it's not seeking to manage the number of animals in the landscape either. It's really meant to be dealing with the conflict, and that conflict can change whether 10 kangaroos could have the same impact as 100 kangaroos depending on how you're managing them. And in some cases it can be those, you mentioned one property may have lots and one not so much. There's some measures such as ensuring there's kangaroo gates like the wombat gates, which means that they can move throughout the landscape and not necessarily get stuck on one place or the other. So it's less about how many animals are there, it's more about what is the impact they are having and how can we reduce that. Because at the moment, shooting the kangaroos is not reducing that impact, because we're seeing again and again that hundreds of thousands of them are being shot every single year, and that's perpetuating.
Do you think national parks should conduct control programs on their own estate?
I can't see the relevance to how that would interact with this licensing.
So it's not relevant
regime.
that kangaroos and other animals come from the national park onto the better feeding availability on private adjacent properties?
No, we don't.
You don't see the relevance in that?
We don't think national parks should be controlling native wildlife in national parks. National parks are designed to protect native wildlife.
National parks are designed to protect wildlife so they can come onto private property to eat the grass, etc., on those private properties. That's your position, is it? And that somehow or rather the private property owner should be stopped from controlling those numbers.
No, the private property owner should be supported in dealing with the impact in a non-lethal way, if possible.
So who should pay for that?
Again, that we think that they should be supported by the New South Wales government to install potential coexistence measures rather than just being allowed to kill, because the killing isn't working.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Have I got any questions from any members online? We've just got 2 more minutes. Peter, you're okay. Emily? I might throw one more in then, just because we've got 2 minutes left. I'm just wondering if you'd be supportive of kill limits being introduced. So, we've talked a little bit, and the Honourable Rob Borzak was talking a little bit about the numbers of animals, and Evan, you spoke a little bit about, when there's bushfires, for example, and we've already lost a huge number of native animals in those situations. Is there a benefit as well of being able to have an absolute maximum number that somebody could ever apply for a particular species to make sure that those licences from National Parks and Wildlife Service aren't just sort of being handed out in bulk?
Yeah, I think that could help reduce the numbers, because at the moment there appears to be no upwards cap as we're seeing with these increasing numbers over the last 3 years. So that could be a way of bringing the allowances down in terms with more broad public expectations, because I think that the general member of the public may not be aware of the massive scale that this is occurring on. So that needs to be a factor too, because these animals that are being killed are a public matter. This is wildlife, and this is part of the state of New South Wales. It's not just a nuisance to a private landholder who might want to kill it because it's eating some of their grass. They are animals with value that have the right to live in these landscapes, and we need to be setting expectations that not an unlimited number of them can be killed.
Can I just add on that? There's no verification of how many are actually killed as well. So regardless of absolute kill limits, the amount that's being authorised at the moment could in reality be far higher. And that comes to the primary issue that landholders are not being supported in the first place with how to coexist. And that is the root of the problem. So even if you did have absolute kill limits, who's to say if that is being exceeded?
If I can add as well that the dependent young as well would need to be factored into any of those figures. Currently they're not factored in, but they are clearly an additional casualty. So those numbers would need to be considered. And I would also, while I think limits could be helpful, particularly from a conservation perspective, it would need to be done at the local population level and consider local ecology rather than just be statewide limits. And then from an animal welfare perspective, I think the onus is really on reducing the scale of the killing, because that reduces the scale of the animal suffering.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your time today and all the information that you've been able to provide us. There was a few questions taken on notice, and the members may have further questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you after today about those questions. And thank you again for your evidence and the time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next witness, and thank you for giving evidence today. Can I ask you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you. My name is Neil Finch. I'm the Executive Officer of the Australian Wild Game Industry Council, and I'll swear an affirmation today.
Great. Please.
So I solemnly and sincerely truly declare and affirm that the evidence that I am now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as best as I understand it.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to give the committee?
I do.
Great.
I do. Thank you for allowing me to appear today. I've flown down from Queensland for this hearing. I have to leave straight away for a flight shortly after this, so I can't hear the other witnesses. And if I touch my phone, it's because I have hearing issues and I'll be adjusting my hearing aids. I'm not being disrespectful. I've spent the last 30 years of my life as a professional wildlife biologist. I have a particular passion and an interest in the areas of large-scale wildlife management. I'm deeply concerned that there are people who comment about large-scale wildlife management who share a passion and an interest. They're incredibly well intended, but they're also misguided. And I would like the committee, if they may, to share 60 seconds with me to imagine a national park, a very large national park in Australia, a national park that's on the Great Dividing Range, so it has lots of trees, millions of trees, many millions of trees. My undergraduate was in environmental science and natural resource management, and this is my concern. The issue facing that national park, one of the many, is fire. And in order to manage fire, if you were to focus all your human endeavours, all your government resources, and you were to send individual people out to individually rake around the base of a tree to make sure that they have a knapsack and a fire rake standing by to care for that tree, you'll lose that national park and the values that it contains. And it concerns me that in Australia today and around the world, there are people commenting on the two licences that I'm here to talk about today, which is the commercial harvesting of macropods. Sorry, where I come from in Queensland, we call them macropods because that encompasses the wallaroos as well. Kangaroo management in New South Wales. The issue with kangaroo management is that it occurs on a very large scale. We're talking millions of animals. I heard the previous speakers be concerned about thousands. My concern is the welfare of millions of animals. And I'm concerned that a very small number of people, potentially thousands, who devote their time and effort and their passion and their resources to caring for individual animals, feel that they somehow have an understanding of the welfare of millions of animals over a very large scale. Thank you for humouring me and allowing me to share that with you. I hope that my answers today to your questions can benefit this committee.
Thank you. I might jump in with just a couple myself to begin with. Just in regards to start off, just in regards to the commercial kangaroo licensing framework, and you mentioned the commercial licence in your opening statement. I understand there's the professional kangaroo harvester licence and the landholder kangaroo harvester licence, and they're both part of that commercial kangaroo harvest management plan. So they're outside of this inquiry. This inquiry is quite limited in our terms of reference. We're really only looking at the licences to harm native animals. How would it, I'm just wondering how would a change in the licences to harm native animals, which is just for private landholders, how would that impact the commercial industry, I suppose, if there was changes in the licences to individual landholders?
My understanding is that the two licences that I'm here to talk about today are considered under New South Wales legislation licences to harm native animals. I specifically requested clarification on that point before making a submission to this Animal Welfare Committee, and I was invited down here today to talk to those. So I'm hopeful that my answers relating to those two licences are indeed relevant to this committee and the licences to harm native animals.
And which are the two specific licences that you're wanting to talk about?
Professional kangaroo harvester licence and landholder kangaroo harvester licence.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, I can check around your correspondence, but the terms of reference are really more about the landholder licences to harm. So still happy to talk about that, and I still think that I'm sure we can find some usefulness for your time, and I'm sure that your expertise will still be important, and I do have a few questions which I think you can help with. My understanding is that the commercial industry uses something called carcass tagging, and I'm wondering if you can talk us through what carcass tagging is and the importance of it.
Absolutely. Hopefully you're aware, having read my submission, that the kangaroo management program in Australia is actually a global leader in management of large-scale herbivore issues. This is not unique to Australia. Licences to harm native animals, damage mitigation permits, they're called in my state. This is not unique. This is a global issue, and it's caused because we have such an excellent agricultural industry globally. Feeds billions of people. And while some native animals may suffer because of landscape changes, other animals benefit. So your specific question is around the tagging. In the 1970s, the Commonwealth Government has oversight over the export of kangaroo all wildlife products, ceased the commercial harvesting of kangaroos in Australia for 3 years, whilst it sought that the states demonstrated that the populations were abundant and that all animals harvested could be traced and verified. So every individual kangaroo that is harvested for commercial purposes has a single-use, tamper-proof, individually numbered tag that is put on the animal after evisceration, and it stays on that animal until the skin is removed at the processing plant or at the tannery. What this allows, because every tag is reported and the species of the animal that it was put on and the sex of the animal it was put on, it allows the commercial industry to track every individual animal that enters the commercial industry. And that allows the government oversight at both state and Commonwealth level to demonstrate to the world that indeed the kangaroo harvest in Australia, the commercial kangaroo harvest in Australia, is not only sustainable but demonstrably sustainable. And it's something that our other first world nations do not do with their harvesting.
And would you like to see that oversight carried over into the landholder licence to kill system?
I don't want to answer questions on licences that do not pertain specifically to commercial harvesting of kangaroos today.
Okay, that's going to be very difficult because that is what the inquiry is about. I might put some questions around that on notice. If you don't want to respond to them, that's up
ask
to
the
you.
questions if I feel they're within my area of expertise, and bear in mind I'm representing the Australian Wild Game Industry Council,
Yes.
so I do not wish to answer for other organisations.
Okay. I also wanted to ask you about, I noticed in your submission you expressed strong support for the inclusion of a dedicated First Nations representative, particularly on the New South Wales Kangaroo Management Advisory Panel. Can you talk us through about some of the advantages of having First Nation representatives giving feedback into this system, particularly around kangaroos and wildlife killing generally?
My understanding is that the Kangaroo Management Program is indeed seeking First Nation representation in their advisory board. I work across Australia and I work directly with First Nations people involved in this industry at all levels. They work as harvesters, they work as box operators, they work as government employees, they work as processors in the industry. I think it's very important that their views, their opinions, and the people directly involved in this industry who identify as First Nation are heard and have input into the management of these animals. I also think it's important that First Nations people across Australia, whether they live on country, whether they live in a small town, or whether they live in one of Australia's capital cities, have access to culturally appropriate food for them. And the only way that can be achieved on a scale is through a commercial industry.
I also wanted to ask you, you talk a lot in your submission about high training competencies that are required in regards to shooting. Can you tell us a bit about why it's important to have people that are trained and highly competent?
We're selling a product and we're selling it to the world. In the 1960s we were criticised for selling that product and the ways that we did it. In the 1970s we established the current program as it continues today. It's continued to improve in many ways that I could go into, but essentially the training of the harvesters in Australia is the highest level of training required anywhere in the world. Our harvesters require several licences in order to become a licensed harvester. So before they become a commercial kangaroo harvester, they have to have a driver's licence, they have to have a firearms licence, they have to undergo TAFE training. In New South Wales, they have extra levels of training that is specific to the New South Wales program, which I applaud. They then have to do regular accuracy testing. I heard the previous speakers be concerned about the shooting of native animals. Well, I can assure that speaker and anyone listening today that the commercial harvesters cause an instantaneous death to the kangaroos that enter the commercial trade, and that nowhere in the world will you find a code of practice or a standard operating procedure that requires highly abundant wildlife under a management program mandated to be shot in the brain. And if you are aware of one, I urge you, anyone listening or hearing this, to contact me and inform me of what that code of practice or standard operating procedure is. Because I've been travelling the world and talking to people in this space, and they're shocked to hear just how high a level of competency, training, proficiency and transparency, regulation and reporting that the commercial kangaroo industry in Australia undergoes.
And so you're quite supportive of, that need to report, that need to ensure animal welfare.
We've been doing it for decades, many decades. We lead the world in this space.
And you talked about, that competency is about selling a product. Is it also about animal welfare?
Absolutely. I'm very proud of this industry and its animal welfare standards. I know that may shock some people who are passionate about animal welfare and feel that they understand animal welfare. I spent 13 years counting kangaroos out of helicopters and aeroplanes across the eastern states of Australia. I have a better understanding of the scale and the complexity of wildlife management over an area larger than Europe. I don't know how to answer that better than to say I'm deeply concerned about animal welfare and I'm very proud of my industry's standards on animal welfare.
And just to be clear with you, the reason I'm asking these questions is because the last witnesses were talking about the fact that there is no competency training, no oversight, no data reporting, none of these things that we've been talking about in the landholder licenses to harm system. And so hearing, from your industry what is or isn't working can be useful for recommendations within this inquiry to say what should be happening in this other licensing system that we're looking into.
No, I won't be drawn into making comparisons.
I'm not asking you to make a comment.
I would
I'm
like this committee
to
identify just the high standards that we have and to put that on public record.
I'm not trying to take you down any specific road here. What I'm trying to do, because you seem to be getting upset, is I was trying to explain to you where my questions were coming from and why I was asking those specific questions. Mr. Barrett, you're online. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wonder, thank you so much for coming along. How do they give quotas for these numbers, for these tags each year? How often do we meet the quotas that are established?
Rarely. The average harvest based on the quota is around 20 to 25% across Australia. That can fluctuate at a local level within a state or a harvest region, but the harvest generally goes nowhere near meeting the quotas.
And how are those quotas established?
The quotas established through some very well established research and science that has been proven over and over again, that populations are estimated for the purposes of setting a sustainable quota. The harvest limits of 17% and 15%, which are applied here in New South Wales, are demonstrated to be highly sustainable. You can remove that number of animals without damaging the overall population and sustainability of those populations if you harvest at those levels.
And so that quota they work out that won't make a difference if you remove that amount of the population. We're only hitting 15, 20% of that. 20, 25% of that each year.
Depends on the area, but that is correct. The commercial industry does not damage the underlying populations and sustainability of those populations across the harvest areas.
And are you aware if the landholder quotas come into that as well?
I'm not deeply proficient with the intricacies of the New South Wales program as far as landholders are going. I can take a question on notice though if you wish.
What do you think would be the outcomes if we weren't managing kangaroo populations?
The welfare outcomes for the kangaroos would be disastrous. Every one of these animals die. In fact, every native animal dies. In fact, one rare fact in biology is that everything living will die. Ceasing the commercial harvest and those who would to end the commercial harvest will not save one animal's life. So the welfare outcomes for these animals, if they're not managed on a large scale by the millions over very large areas, is that their numbers will build up, and this is demonstrated time and time again, and those animals will die, and they will die a horrific death whose welfare is far worse than an instantaneous shot to the brain.
I wonder if it's still okay, Chair. How do the parameters around these harvesting, these controls in New South Wales compare to other jurisdictions? You've already mentioned they're far above anywhere else in the world. What about within Australia? How does New South Wales compare?
Look, all the mainland states who have a commercial harvest program meet the same general high standards. They are based on population estimates on the scale of the problem. The quotas are set based on the same population modelling and understanding of the ecology and biology of these animals. The overriding programs are part of an overriding management program for the Australian and state governments. It's well understood why harvesting works, especially if it was to allow to meet quota. Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, all, and Tasmania where commercial harvesting occurs, all meet the very high standards of the National Code of Practice for shooting kangaroos and wallabies for commercial purposes. It's a global leader, and I'm very proud of representing an industry that works to that standard.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before I throw to Bob Namber, just to remind members that the inquiry isn't into commercial licences. We're not considering whether we change the commercial licences in any way. So we're just looking into the licences to kill native animals with landholders. But I'll throw to the Honourable Bob Namber.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just to reiterate that point, that we are looking at non-commercial licences, but I am interested in your evidence in terms of what goes on in the commercial sector as to, with respect to what lessons we can apply to the non-commercial industry. You've certainly provided some good evidence that we can reflect on with respect to professional shooters and competency training in animal welfare that takes place in the commercial industry. One of the regulatory gaps that's been identified in the non-commercial space is the gaps with respect to monitoring and compliance with regulations. I'm just interested, could you step through what takes place in the commercial space? There may be things that are relevant that we can apply in the non-commercial space. There may not be, but I'm just interested to know what monitoring and compliance takes place in your space.
Yeah, look, in the commercial industry, every harvester must report every animal that they have shot for commercial purposes. They record it to species level and by sex, and in the region.
At a species level.
Species, the individual species that is harvested, the sex of the animal that is harvested. The commercial operators obviously record the weight as well of these animals, although that's not a regulatory condition in New South Wales as I understand it. I could be wrong on that. So that's reported throughout the harvest period, and all that information is then provided in an annual report by the New South Wales Government, and it's easily accessible to download from the department's website.
Is it habitual for there to be spot audits or anything like that with licences?
Look, I'm not deeply familiar with the compliance program in New South Wales, but my understanding of the what I read in the annual reports is that yes, throughout the state there are compliance officers who do inspect buying sites, they inspect processing works, and they'll opportunistically inspect harvesters where they encounter them.
Okay. Would that be based on data that they've received? So how would they focus their compliance activities, and what priorities do regulators apply in the commercial space?
I spent years managing the Queensland program, so I can answer that in terms of a government officer. Absolutely, compliance officers rely on evidence that's provided to them, and then they certainly will investigate to the best of their ability and the resources and time they have available to follow up. And from personal experience, I would say a lot of the serious or significant compliance concerns that come in are often based on evidence provided by other people that we then follow up. So absolutely.
So good good compliance is predicated on good data and good evidence coming through.
Yeah, all good compliance is based on good evidence and good data, especially if you wish to prosecute or enforce the legislation. You cannot provide a penalty infringement notice or take someone to court without very good data and evidence. So someone might say, so-and-so is doing something and I don't like it. That's not sufficient evidence.
I suppose the problem in the non-commercial space is a lot of the monitoring is really self-declared. So it's the people with the licences then self-report the kills, the processes that took place prior to the lethal means. But in the commercial space, a lot of it is mandated in terms of what you need to report back,
Correct.
the numbers, the weight, the sex,
Correct.
the species.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I'm not about to comment on how landowners operating.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to. I'm just interested to see how the two different sectors are differentiated, I suppose. Just with respect to New South Wales compliance and monitoring, would you mind taking that on notice, just whatever you can give
I
the
think it would
committee?
be more appropriate for the department to answer questions about their compliance program than the industry reporting about our experiences with the compliance programs, if that's fair.
Yep, that's fair. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Rob Borzak, did you have questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Thank you, Chair. You talk about harvesting, commercial harvesting, and we're being told that it's not really part of the terms of reference for this inquiry, but is it true that the commercial harvesting actually occurs on private property?
Overwhelmingly in New South Wales, my understanding is it's on private property. Certainly in Queensland, it only occurs on private property. I've recently discovered that in South Australia, commercial harvesting occurs on national parks, which was, in having come from Queensland where it doesn't occur on national parks, that was very interesting to my understanding is it doesn't occur on national parks in New South Wales.
Yeah, I think New South Wales is only on private property.
I believe so.
So therefore the interaction between the commercial and the private is really important to the industry, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's fundamentally a relationship between those who grow our food and those who grow our wildlife.
How do you rate the level of difficulty for shooters attaining their shooting qualifications?
There's a lot of hurdles involved. A lot of professional commercial kangaroo harvesters take as a point of pride that they've undergone the education that they have to achieve the qualifications that they have. And it's certainly around the world a higher level of proficiency, training and education that would be required for any other commercial harvesting program.
And do you have an understanding of how much that might cost someone to get qualified and how long it would take?
Look, I believe it's in the order of thousands in order to attain all the licences that are required. The shooting test is, I think, $600-700 to sit in New South Wales. The shooting
$1,600.
$600 to $700, I believe, to sit the shooting test alone, and that has to be sat every 5 years. I don't know the value of completing the TAFE course in New South Wales, but I believe it's $600 in Queensland. But you have to undertake two TAFE courses, one for safe meat handling processes and one for compliance with the state wildlife legislation.
And so this really is setting you up for a small business arrangement, really, isn't it?
Our commercial harvesters are absolutely small business operators, absolutely.
So by definition, they have to have a vehicle that's properly outfitted?
They have a vehicle which is overwhelmingly, these days, a Land Cruiser in the value of $100,000. They have a number of rifles that will be anywhere from $600 to $6,000 each. They'll have optic equipment that also could range from $600 to $6,000. They have a whole heap of other ancillary gear that they must own and maintain. And kangaroo harvesting is very hard on equipment. So their running costs are expensive.
And those running costs are predominantly done and incurred for harvesting on private land. That's what you're talking about.
Absolutely. In New South Wales, to the best of my understanding, it all occurs on private property.
Do you think that farmers should be qualified up to that same professional level to control animals on their own properties?
I think that would be absurd suggestion. I'm not going to speak on behalf of farmers, but I interact with the farming community at all levels, and I have done for many decades, most of my life. And highly abundant wildlife doesn't know if it's native or if it's introduced.
I mean,
it really doesn't know if it's a pig or a kangaroo. If it's highly abundant and it needs management on a private property, and it's the landholder's property and they're trying to feed a lot of people and continue a business, they've got a job to do. There's no way that a farmer can be expected to uphold the level of proficiency that a commercial kangaroo harvester has.
and shooting macropods in the head has other benefits as well. Do you want to outline those, other than purely humane?
So the National Code of Practice is predicated on a humane outcome for the kangaroos that are shot, which is why it is an instantaneous death by a shot to the brain. However, it has significant meat handling benefits because that head is removed in the field. Therefore, there is no projectile components left within the carcass of the body, and the maximum amount of meat and the whole skin can be recovered and commercially utilised. So it maximises the commercial return from the animal that's harvested.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you so much for coming to New South Wales and giving your time today. We really appreciate how far you've come to give evidence today. I do believe that there were some questions on notice taken, but there might be further questions that committee members will have too as well. So the Secretariat will be in contact in regards to those questions and to let you know how long you've, hopefully we can get some answers back from you. So thank you again for your evidence today.
Thank you for your time.
All online. So that was a last minute change. Oh, right. Yes. Thank you. Yes, that happens a lot. Wonderful. Thank you. And welcome to our next witnesses. Hopefully you can, all three of you can hear us. I'd like to begin by asking each witness to state their name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. Could I please start with Ms Tara Ward?
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Tara Ward and I'm the volunteer managing solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Could we go to Dr Arnott next?
Liz Arnott, Chief Veterinarian at RSPCA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr Simpson?
Hi, my name is Dr. Simpson. I'm the Veterinary Project and Policy Officer at the RSPCA New South Wales, and I'll do an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. And does the Animal Defenders Office have an opening statement that they'd like to give?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Animal Defenders Office shares the concerns of many contributors to this inquiry on almost every aspect of the licence to kill regime currently in place in New South Wales. The regime encourages killing as a first resort and for a very wide range of native animals. By way of example, we note that in its submission, the New South Wales Government offered examples of where licences are granted for non-lethal purposes, but they were either annual events such as New Year's Eve, involving one species one night a year, or to do with disturbing vegetation or woodlands. There were no real examples of routine land management licences that were non-lethal. An industry submission referred to 3 research projects into alternative methods of control, yet 2 of them were about lethal methods and the third remains a mystery as the link didn't work. From a regulatory perspective, we need to be wary of assertions or generalisations such as native animals are protected under biodiversity conservation law in New South Wales, or that killing wildlife is humane because there are codes and conditions. When you look at the evidence, these statements are at the very least unsupported, if not simply untrue. There are giant leaps of faith. Ideas or rules do not automatically become facts. We can only talk about achieving animal welfare care, which the killing industry claims to be doing, when we have monitoring and compliance data. Yet those making these assertions provide no monitoring or enforcement information, no compliance data, no data about dependent young impacted by the shooting of their mothers, or the assessment or funding of non-lethal alternatives. They do not acknowledge the inadequacies of lethal control methods in reducing populations or associated damage, something that even the codes of practice and standard operating procedures themselves acknowledge. Consultation with key stakeholders is also virtually non-existent. Key stakeholders include First Nations people, wildlife carers and neighbours of land where shooting is proposed. There is no point in making key decisions to allow landholders to harm wildlife, and only after that purporting to consult with these stakeholders around issues where there is no potential to inform or shape key decisions, policies and processes. Finally, this inquiry is an excellent opportunity for New South Wales to take the lead on research, trials and adoption of alternative wildlife management strategies, just as it has done in the animal research space with the Non-Animal Technologies Network, an initiative for which New South Wales is to be highly commended. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from the RSPCA?
No, there's not. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I might jump in with a question to the ADO, and I've got some follow-up questions on the same topic with the RSPCA as well. You noted in your submission, Ms Ward, that the Code of Practice for the Humane Destruction of Wombats by Shooting in New South Wales isn't publicly available and you couldn't get a copy of it, yet it's a standard licence condition for killing wombats. What does that say about how conditions of licences to harm are actually being upheld and enforced in practice?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think what it shows is, and that is a very disturbing aspect of this whole regime from a regulatory point of view, that the standard document, Code of Practice, allegedly containing the rules and guidance on how to kill in a sort of less inhumane way, doesn't even appear to exist. So as we noted in our submission, we found a potentially analogous document from South Australia, and for the purposes of our submission we assumed that that was the one that New South Wales was referring to, but it remains a fact that the New South Wales document is at the very least not readily publicly available. And so that does ask the question of well, if licenses have conditions that require compliance with a code, the existence of which is in doubt, then how can the compliance with that code be assessed? And moreover, what is guiding shooters in terms of sort of less inhumane ways of killing these animals?
Yes, thank you. And I noticed in the RSPCA submission that you'd made requests to access the relevant standard operating procedures over 2 months. I think in some way you were able to get 1 or 2 of them. But I mean, given an enforcement agency, and I understand you're both not from the enforcement section, but an agency like the RSPCA can't get access to the relevant SOPs. I mean, what does that say about compliance of welfare standards if these documents can't be accessed?
Thank you, Chair. I think it raises a significant concern. If I'm a licence holder and I do want to do the right thing, you know, I have no requirement to have any anatomical or behavioural knowledge on the species that I have got a licence to harm. I want to do the right thing. I try to find any sort of standard operating procedures or codes online. There's nothing that's easily accessible. And as I mentioned in our submission, I personally tried to reach out to the wildlife licensing contact that's listed on the website for this license, at least 3 times via email and by the phone number that's listed there, as well as I tried to contact individual officers, and I actually wasn't able to obtain anything additional to what is online, which is there's pretty much nothing online other than reference to the shooting of birds code of practice. So that presents a significant animal welfare concern for us.
Thank you. And I understand you were able to get access to some code or SOP. What was your assessment of the ones that you were able to access? Do they contain adequate animal welfare protections, or when you saw those, did you feel that they, at a minimum, needed to be reviewed and updated as well?
In short, at a minimum, they need to be reviewed. And the only one that we actually could access was the bird SOP that I referenced before. And actually, in the application of that SOP, it states that shooting should only be used in a strategic manner as part of a coordinated management program designed to achieve sustained effective control. So that's actually stated in the application of that SOP. However, these licenses are being granted not a part of a sustained management program. And what is there, it definitely needs to be reviewed, and there needs to be like many more additional SOPs developed for different species so that we can uphold some sort of animal welfare standards.
Thank you. And is your assumption that these SOPs that you couldn't access, that they just don't exist, that the codes and SOPs don't really exist, that couldn't be found or accessed, or that they exist somewhere but they're just not publicly available?
It's probably a question. It's probably a question for your government witness later in the hearings. I would note that the licence conditions require the licensee to ensure that the relevant code of practice is provided to the licence holder. So my assumption is that they do exist somewhere. As Dr. Simpson referred to, certainly on the PestSmart website, the shooting of pest birds code of practice exists, and I would never question the knowledge of the scientist who's produced that, but I would suggest that even she would suggest that since 2012 a review would be a requirement, but no other standard or code of practice other than that for the non-commercial use killing of kangaroos, which has some real inconsistencies with the commercial one. It has inconsistencies with another volunteer code of practice for shooting kangaroos. So it's completely inadequate, and I think being 18 years old is in desperate need of review, particularly when everyone's in furious agreement, and this is a quote from the standard operating procedure, that the humaneness of control technique depends on the skill and judgment of the shooter. So without any guidance available, we are in a very precarious position for animal welfare.
Thank you. Just continuing on questions to our two witnesses from the RSPCA. Your submission also raises concerns about the treatment of orphaned animals under the regime whose death don't currently have to be reported. Can you just expand on some of the concerns around the impact of the current regime is having on young dependent animals when one of these licenses is issued? And do you think that the system kind of meets community expectations around young and dependent animals?
No, in short. I guess one of the problems is that they are dependent young if they're harmed, and that's the condition that they are harmed if the mother is harmed. There's not adequate guidelines on how to harm them. There's also, people are reluctant to harm dependent young, and I think Liz will be able to speak to this for a particular example, actually. Liz?
Yeah, the question is, how would anyone know? Because, of course, this activity is conducted out of any observation, I think, of any regulator, and often out of the observation of witnesses undertaken in regional areas, often at night. So what's going on is hard to say, but I think what we do know, there was one study in 2016, and it was in the context of the commercial industry, but it's what we have available to us, that field observations demonstrated that there were real difficulties in dispatching with dependent young, and those were associated with, in the kangaroo context, they're foraging up to 200 metres away from the mother. It can be difficult to identify them. There are also attitudes around the harvester or the licence holder not wanting to harm young animals. And then obviously the technique, again, is entirely dependent on their skill as to the welfare outcome for that animal. So they have to have the knowledge and they have to have the experience to get that right. And so under these 14 observations of licence holders out in the field, there were 24 young at foot observed and only one successfully dispatched with. The others either were unsuccessful because it's a difficult thing to do, or they had determined that it was not required, or they simply didn't look for any young. So I think it just shows how difficult the scenario is, and so to put that in the hands of non-professionals with no oversight and apparently no training, I think that's not going to meet our expectations of how the welfare of these animals is protected.
And so what are some of the concerns that you have? Are there examples that you can give us where the dependent young have fallen victim to the fact that there isn't sort of adequate training available?
I have a personal example of being a vet out in the field, working with a wildlife rehabilitator who had, a couple of joeys that had been given to her by somebody who had shot their mother. So that's an example of, it's the code not being adhered to. And there are also examples of, because they don't want to shoot them and they don't know how to care for them, that they become dehydrated and malnourished, and that's animal suffering. And we find that unacceptable.
Thank you. Ms. Ward, one of the reform proposals was that landholders should be required to actually display a notice if they are seeking to obtain a licence to harm, and that there should be sort of a short objection period allowed for the community. Can you explain why that would be an important step or process to add, and what it would really achieve?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this kind of notification process is fairly standard when it comes to sort of regulatory processes, and it's just a sort of a way of incorporating different points of view, perspectives into the proposed actions that do have an impact on others. So that would be, of course, the stakeholders we've already referred to, First Nations people, neighbours in particular, wildlife carers, all these, or members of the local community. All these stakeholders are impacted by these actions, killing, harming native wildlife in the area, and it's only reasonable that these stakeholders are given an opportunity to comment. You would limit the period so that it doesn't unnecessarily drag out the process. So as I think we suggested, 7 days is a standard, short but standard period for consulting other stakeholders, giving them an opportunity to object to the proposed action that will have an impact on them.
Thank you. And you also describe the licence to harm application process as a bit of a box-ticking exercise, and we talked this morning with witnesses who agreed that it was a bit of a rubber stamping sort of exercise. I guess, and we're talking about animals that would otherwise be protected by an act. We're talking about native animals. What concerns do you have here from a legal standpoint in upholding animal protection laws if this is a rubber stamping or box ticking exercise in being able to access these licenses?
Well, we're talking about two different sort of legal regulatory sort of spaces, if we want, or frameworks. So on the one hand, we have the administrative process of a licence application regime. And if the threshold is so low that no evidence is required. So there are some, it is largely a box ticking exercise, the application, and the application form is online for everybody to see. I think we noted that there are 3 points of allowing free text in the where the applicant is to expand on control methods, but they could. There's no other way of assessing or evaluating what the applicant has put in their application. So no documentary evidence is required, no third-party report or audit or check. So no supporting documentation, which is fairly standard in application processes. The applicant can assert various things, but these assertions must be supported by documentary evidence. That's a totally reasonable expectation. That is not part of the current application process. So in other words, it's a very low threshold to get these licenses, very low. And if applications are refused, it would be very interesting to know on what basis. It seems you would have to work a lot harder to have your application refused than to have it granted. So when it comes to the sort of criminal space of enforcing animal protection laws, that's where we have the whole enforcement and compliance and monitoring problems, because if there's very little data to go on, how is any sort of enforcement agency, etc., to know where the actual point of harm is happening? So that's the point of kill. As I think has already been mentioned, this is often at night in remote locations. So there's a huge gap in the whole monitoring and compliance and therefore enforcement of animal welfare laws. We do have some laws that would apply animal cruelty offences, but they're simply not even going to get to first base if we don't even know where the killing or the harming is occurring.
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I was wondering what minimum training and competency standards do you think should apply to licence holders? And that could be an open question to either.
I think first there's an essential requirement to understand your obligations. So what are the laws? What are the standards that are set? I think second, there is a requirement to understand sufficient information about the species and to how to identify it. And I guess it's biology and habits, so that you understand when and where they're likely to have offspring, for example. You need to understand how to successfully harm them without causing suffering or distress. And if we're talking about lethal harm, then the way to administer that, often that is by firearms, is the most humane method. And so then you require a competency testing to make sure that you can do that. In the commercial kangaroo context, that's hitting a 75mm target at 100 metres 5 times in repetition. And that's tested repeatedly over 5 years. There's also within that system a requirement to do a TAFE-based knowledge assessment as well, to understand, again, the species and your obligations. So that provides some understanding of what is required to get this job done without causing unnecessary, unjustified harm.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that, I think Dr. Arnott has very eloquently explained the competency requirements for commercial shooting of kangaroos. So here we have an already existing framework where competency is required for shooting a type of animal, and yet the regulator says, well, with this, in this context, we require that competency testing, but in this other context, we're not going to require it. So that is just unjustifiable. I think we point out, and I'm sure others have, that the non-commercial shooting code, which I think was published in 2008, it itself said it needed to be reviewed in 5 years, which to my knowledge has not occurred. It defiantly says no competency testing regime will be required for non-professional shooters. And that's just unacceptable today. Also, we would point to again, much as we deplore the activity, but the shooting of ducks in Victoria, a comprehensive competency testing regime is in place for that activity, shooting birds, native birds in the wild. So there are existing precedents and examples of much higher competency requirements than currently applies to most of the killing of of native animals in the context that we're considering today.
Thank you. And just moving on from there, and we're talking about animal welfare, what data should be, because we need the evidence, or you've said with regard to, so what data should be routinely published to demonstrate humane outcomes?
May I just jump in with an answer that is a little bit tangential but related, and that is that if our objective with these licenses is to mitigate harm, I don't see much evidence that we're actually measuring that, to mitigate damage, as in the most common reason is conflict with pastoralists around competition for pasture and water. I don't see any evidence that that damage is being measured either before or after. So if, for example, the aims are around vegetation conservation, then we should have vegetation conservation and recovery targets. So I think the starting point is to understand what it is we're trying to achieve and somehow to be measuring that, because at the moment, as I understand it, landholders have a perception that kangaroos are perhaps adding to the grazing pressure in a way that's unacceptable in the circumstances of the climate, and that's fine. But then they're asked to estimate how many animals they would be required to destroy to achieve the outcome. Now, I don't know anyone who can calculate that accurately or without some sort of assistance and framework for doing that. So I think until we satisfy that issue, we're going to be in a situation where we're either destroying a number of animals that doesn't achieve the target, and so they died in vain, or a number of animals in excess of what was required, and in which case that's also a waste of life. So in terms of what needs to be reported, I think at a beginning, some sort of measure of what objective we have, and if that's around pasture or water, then we expect that is being evaluated. But I think Dr. Simpson would have additions in terms of other things that should be reported for transparency.
Oh, I just think at a bare minimum, it's a condition of the licence that the number of animals harmed, when they were harmed, where they were harmed, are reported after expiry of the licence. And so if that information's already been given, it should be freely available to the public. And I think, that would improve our understanding of the sort of impact of these licences. And then we could, ideally with that information, sort of prioritise research into potential target areas.
Thank you. So moving on from that then, how should, the effectiveness of lethal control, how should that be evaluated and reviewed, given what you've said in the previous answer? What would you propose there?
I think my proposal would be one that's taken from experts on this matter. greater than I. So there's some very good work by McLeod and Hackett that describes needing all the stakeholders to input on what their objectives are, because in reality we may have some that are in conflict or some paradoxes between, for example, the sustainable commercial harvesting and a desire to minimise ecological damage and a desire to have pastoralists able to make a living. And so somehow I think we have to come to an understanding of clear objectives around what they are, including animal welfare targets. So to me, that is a really important starting point about setting the objectives and then methods for measuring them. And I do believe some work has been done in this space, but I think there's a lot more to go.
And Miss, oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that this kind of insight and evaluation is imperative because, as I may have already mentioned, the codes of practice and the standard operating procedures themselves point out how ineffective shooting or destruction of these animals is. So it's not just sort of animal protection organisations are making claims. These are the very guidelines for landholders that themselves state how ineffective these methods are. So evaluation of the methods is essential. Also evaluation of what hasn't worked. So this is if it is the case that lethal control is a last resort, where is the analysis, the evaluation of the non-lethal methods that must have occurred in order for the killing to be the last resort? So we really need to be sort of evaluating in order to build this knowledge base of what works, what doesn't, on what species and in what locations, to be able to really sort of improve sort of standard procedures in this space.
Mm-hmm. I just have one more question, and it's to you, Ms. Ward. You were talking about monitoring, and sometimes when things happen, it isn't always a good time. So what would you say, what would independent, or what should it look like in practice?
Independent monitoring?
Yes.
Well, that's the question because we're dealing with activities that occur, as we've already noted, in such sort of difficult circumstances, remote, nighttime. So it does require some careful sort of policy work, but that is essential, and the killing shouldn't be happening until that it's worked out. We can't just shoot first and then worry about monitoring. Well, that's what we do, but we shouldn't be killing first and worrying about monitoring later. If that's the context in which the shooting is occurring, then monitoring should be that can't happen until we've worked out what the monitoring is. So that needs to be determined. We're not an enforcement agency, so I'm actually not in any sense an expert on this issue, and I would defer to my RSPCA colleagues, RSPCA being an enforcement agency. But at the very least, sort of notification of when the killing is to occur, so that killing can be observed at the point of kill, because that is where the harm is inflicted, and so it's details such as that would need to be thought through and planned in advance of the killing taking place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The Honourable Bob Nova.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the application process, it's been criticised roundly in a range of submissions and in your submission today that it is very laissez-faire, ostensibly just an application is sent in and it's a tick and flick exercise. Do you have a view about whether the process could, I suppose, turn into more of a risk-based assessment process where You look at the objective that you're trying to achieve through the application for the licence. You look at the species, you look at the method, you look at the location, you look at the scale, you look at the operator's competency. Is that a system that you think would be more substantive and more in the interests of animal welfare?
I think that sounds very sensible.
Yes, definitely. And for example, even just, so I think we need objective measurements and it needs to be, as you said, specific to the situation. But as an example of a simple way that it could improve it even slightly, in Queensland, the equivalent licence, they require some evidence of species identification knowledge. So they require them to actually upload a photo of the species that they're trying to harm at the time of application. And that's something that we don't have. So even something really as simple as that could improve the licensing system as it is.
Okay, so there'd be merit in a more risk-based approach. That'd make it a more substantive, rigorous process than what we currently have.
Yeah, so RSPCA's position is that it's necessary to manage populations of animals, but that it should be justified. So I interpret what you're saying is that there needs to be a process of justification, and that should be evidence based on the consequence and the likelihood of whatever harm occurring. And I couldn't agree more that sounds like a more robust system than what we're looking at today.
You may not be able to answer this, but by all means, if you're prepared to take it on notice, but are you aware of other jurisdictions, whether domestically or internationally, that have reformed how they regulate the control of their native animals?
Queensland recently, or more recently, updated the application process a little bit. Although, so for example, on secondary and tertiary applications for a licence to harm or the equivalent, the damage mitigation permit, they require actual hard proof that the damage is ongoing. So that's in the form of receipts of additional crop that's required, crop feed that's required, or fencing that's required. So again, just a little bit of extra evidence, hard evidence that there actually is ongoing damage to their properties. So that's one example.
Okay. If I could just turn and just follow up on the Honourable Aileen McDonald's questioning just around monitoring and compliance. Obviously, there's no correlation between an authorisation at the moment with licences and mortality. Short of, I suppose, mandating that requirement, it's all predicated on self-reporting at the moment. Is that right? So kills,
yes,
species, location, the time it's all done. So there's no mandatory requirement to report any of that. It's just off the back of the applicant.
There might be mandatory requirements to report, but I think it might be at the end of the licence period. So when the licence is set to expire or some period thereafter, licence holders are required to provide that kind of information. But of course, that's after the event. And so in terms of sort of meaningful data to facilitate monitoring or any kind of compliance or enforcement action or activity, I'd say it would be virtually useless.
I suppose the thing that confounds me just as a layperson in this space is to ensure that there's adequate compliance and enforcement, you probably need accurate and reliable data. So that's the first missing piece. But even if there were a mandatory requirement to report, I suppose, the number of kills rather than just the authorisations, again, you're relying on the bona fides and the good faith of the individual, aren't you? And then we've talked about the problem about the humaneness, I suppose, of the kill, because these things can often occur in remote locations and at night. I suppose I'm looking more at the RSPCA. In analogous situations, what does a good, substantive monitoring and compliance regulatory regime look like?
This one presents really significant problems for oversight because we're talking about 801,000 square kilometres of New South Wales. We're also talking about potential danger to compliance officers. There are firearms involved. So it is difficult. I think it becomes more straightforward in a more regulated professional industry. And I guess my insights on the commercial kangaroo system is that it's still difficult, but there are additional touch points to examine animals. There's some work considering whether it's appropriate to consider body-worn camera footage when undertaking these activities as evidence that it's being undertaken humanely. So this is a difficult one to solve, but as to Ms. Ward's comments, it's an important one to solve because we're talking about high-risk activity. And our experience is that reports of cruelty are hampered by credible evidence of who's responsible because of the circumstances it's occurring in.
At the bare minimum, though, you'd accept that better reporting in terms of the actual mortality rate, the number of kills, the locations, the species involved, might allow regulators to, I suppose, identify high-risk areas that they might want to, I suppose, focus compliance activities on down the track. Would that be a fair starting point?
Yeah, I think that would be the basis of a risk-based approach, and it would be interesting to understand from the government whether they have good compliance even with this reporting requirement to 7 days after your licence is finalised to provide that information. So we don't know whether that's occurring with any reliability, but it would be nice that it was transparent, and it would be important information to, as you say, focus your efforts on the highest risk areas.
Okay, thank you.
Before I go to Mr. Scott Barrett, Mr. Borzak, did you have questions?
I've got a couple, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll throw to you first. Thank you.
Just to the Animal Defender's Office, what evidence should be required of a farmer to be allowed to be granted a licence for a control program on their property?
Well, I think it would be a question that would go to anyone applying for a licence to kill or to harm, and that would be, I think that's out in the public domain already. But what damage is occurring, and crucially, what non-lethal methods have been tried.
So who would assess that? Are you saying the New South Wales government should assess that on a case-by-case basis for every licence?
Exactly. That would be the in the remit of the regulator.
So you're saying that the government should pay for an ongoing program of inspection prior to control?
That would be excellent.
I can see the New South Wales government would be really keen to do that, but let's carry on. You talk about in your submission that lethal control be phased out. What would replace it?
Well, this is where the onus is on the New South Wales government to really increase its efforts in the research and trial space. We need more research. We need the raw data. So that's where we want more data from licence holders in terms of even licence applicants. What non-lethal methods have you tried? What hasn't worked? Where and on what species. Without that kind of information, we're just never going to get to that point where we can work out what non-lethal methods do work, where and on what species and in what circumstances. So we really need to really improve the research and information in this on that exact issue to be able to answer that question. So that would be a process. No one's going to be able to do it overnight, but as a society, that's where we should be aiming to get to a point where, and many submissions have called for this, where we coexist and where we default to non-lethal methods that support the landholder, but also respect the sentience of the individual animals about whom we're talking.
Thank you. It's good that you do mention sentience. Do you consider the animal welfare outcomes of all species if control of overabundant species is not implemented?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
I said, do you consider the animal welfare outcomes for all species if control of overabundant species is not implemented?
Well, I can certainly, we consider the individual welfare outcomes in any situation.
So how does that relate to other species across the ecosystem? If you don't control, for example, overabundant grey kangaroos and they eat out the environment, what's left for wombats, for example? Do you consider that?
Well, that's such a hypothetical that
with respect, that's not hypothetical at all.
With respect, it is a hypothetical. I would want to see the science and the evidence basis for using terms such as overabundant. That's a highly loaded term, and also nature has its way of working things out. Also, we may need to stop.
There it is. There it is. Nature has a way of working things out.
Order.
In other words,
order. Thank you.
Starvation.
Order.
And
Thank you,
long,
Mr.
slow
Balzac.
death.
Will allow the witness to finish her answer.
I just wanted to finish by saying that most of the problems for all of these species that we're discussing is anthropogenic. It's the human impact on their habitat, the habitat fragmentation, habitat destruction, urban sprawl, climate change.
Drought.
We're the ones responsible. So taking pot shots at one species to try and help another species is not going to work if we continue with our human activities unchecked.
So we should sacrifice humans, should we?
It's not me just saying that. It's the codes of practice and it's the standard operating procedures that say explicitly, it's there for you to read, me to read, that these lethal control methods do not work.
Thank you. I'm going to go quickly to Mr. Scott Barrett, who's online, who just has a question, I believe.
Thank you. Question for you, Ms. Ward. Your suggestion earlier about giving people the ability to object to license or applications for license, acknowledging the shared benefits of having these the shared landscape. Should that then also come with sharing the burden of having these animals in the landscape, damage to infrastructure, loss of productivity, decreasing property values? Should that also be shared amongst others?
Oh, I'd say yes. This is a problem that we should all have some input into, that we all should own. We've created this problem, so we need to work together to work out the best way of resolving it, but without resorting as a first resort to lethal, harmful, cruel methods of that we inflict on other species. So I would say, in whatever way possible, get more people involved, more communities, more stakeholders. The problem now is that these stakeholders are not consulted at all. So they're kind of out of the whole conversation. So we need to bring more in, and at important points in the process. There's no point sort of downstream in the policy making and decision making processes when all the key decisions and policies have been made. We need to position stakeholders upstream so that they can have input into these important, really, really important issues that we're grappling with, as evidenced by this inquiry.
Financial input as well, as in paying farmers to for their loss of productivity?
Well, that's a complicated question, but I mean, and goes to the business model and of conducting that kind of commercial activity. So if that's part of what it takes, the costs involved in running that commercial activity, I mean, we would apply that kind of approach to all sort of commercial activities, commercial industries, I would have thought.
Okay. Conscious of the time, I better wrap it up, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses. We have run out of time. I believe there was a couple of questions taken on notice, but regardless, there may be further questions from committee members, which the Secretary will be in contact with you about. So thank you again so much for your evidence today and for attending today. The committee will now break for morning tea and return at 11:30.
11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into licences to harm native animals. And I welcome our next witnesses and thank them for giving their time to give evidence today. Could I start by asking each of my witnesses, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Mr. Young?
Okay. My name is Robert Young, very proud Gomeroi Gamilaroi and animal man. I currently reside on Bidjigal. I was born on Gadigal, and I don't really have a title. I'm just a brother.
Thank you. Could I get you to swear either an oath or an affirmation? I believe it may have been provided.
Yeah, I'll do the affirmation.
Thank you.
Do I got to say that?
Yeah, you've got to read it out. Thank you, sorry.
I solemnly, sincere and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold?
Hi, my name's Crystal Arnold, and I'm a Gundungurra woman. I grew up in Darawa, Wadi lands, and my teachers have been Yuin. I'm very connected to Yuin country, and my teachers, both the elders and also the trees and the animals there. I'm also a so-called academic. I have a PhD and I'm a lecturer at the University of Wollongong, but yeah, that's just the title that they give me.
Could I get you to give the oath or affirmation?
Sure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Smart?
Yeah, my name's Greg, and I'm an interesting person, and born in Yuin country, Yuin man, and culturally, it's a responsibility I take very serious. It's healing country and people. I've worked in the healing game all my life. Sadly, a lot of it hands-on with people. When I say sadly, because our destructive species is the biggest issue. Country, fine. So, when Daisy rang me, I didn't want to come to Sydney. But when she explained what it was about, I thought, this is getting close to the bottom line. How the hell can we expect to have healthy people without healthy country? If we don't put value around the birds, the animals, the water, plants, insects. I don't see any mention of that on this thing, but we're here something about harm native animals. Obviously it's already happens, and it's happened all the time. We all harm native animals. We might have even hit a butterfly coming up. We don't know. So it's an honour to be here, and following responsibilities that's been handed down from our collective elders, and it's a really great pleasure to be able to sort of find a bit of middle ground, and be particularly here with these three. Hang on, actually three, because that's my wife up the back there, but Bob and Crystal, who are truthful advocates. The reason why Bob sort of stopped a little bit there with the affirmation or oath is we already wear our affirmation and oath, the headband. We speak truth, think truth, hear truth. We do not lie. We don't even think a lie. So we know in Parliament and every other place, there's two ways of lying. One is by saying something, and one is by not saying what you should say. So, but thanks for the invite for sure. I'll do this little thing.
If you don't mind, thank you. I'm sorry to sort of push this sort of strange procedure on you.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty strange, isn't it? And anyway, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smart. Dr. Eldridge.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Tanya Eldridge. I'm here as a representative of Jurabi Budjan Advisory, or DBA for short, an Aboriginal business that focuses on policy review and advocacy. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement that Back to Country would like to make? It doesn't have to be a written statement, it could be general thoughts or concerns.
We each thought that we would have something to say. How long we got, briefly?
Well, it would be good to keep it fairly short. If you each want to speak, maybe about 2 minutes,
Okay.
just so we've got some time for the committee to ask questions.
And Crystal is first.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thanks. So I guess I thought I'd really talk to the word and language. We've been talking a lot about what words used can hold a certain, want for a better word, but energy around it, and understanding and meaning. And harm can be seen in many different ways. So from my understanding, harm, is separation. Harm, like, for example, a story of harm would be, if you took a native animal and you threw it in the water to harm it, you would see that ripple. Well, you would see the splash and you'd see the harm, but if you look really closely, you would see those ripples, and those ripples would go out and affect so many different beings, things, Gadu, the water, everything. So, and I think that there's so much more to see when you go into separation, and when you take one native animal out. It's like taking a thread of the great cloak of country. You take one and one and one, and eventually there'll be nothing to keep that country warm. And my son this morning, he said something. Well, Uncle Greg was like, "Oh, you should ask your son because he's young," and that comes straight from country, because our young people haven't had all of the training and I guess thinking, and they haven't had their mind brainwashed as such, as we were talking about before. So he said, he couldn't understand the question. He said, why are they separating native animals from people? I really thought about how true that is, because that separation is also harm, the harm that we're talking about here with the licenses. It's separating us from them. And I think about, we talk about buru, kangaroo, and my hair is no different to the hair on him, and my skin is no different to the soil on Mother Earth. And I think that separation that we human beings have in wider society is the damage and harm, that is being caused. So thank you. I'll pass it to you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'd actually like to acknowledge country before we start, and pay our respects to the lands we're meeting on today, to say thank you to the elders both past and present for protect and preserve and conserve in this beautiful country, salt water and fresh water that we drink, the beautiful trees, the small little animals to that big animal in the sky that flies around, and the spirits that are in those animals that are very, very important, that we connect to. And just to not only acknowledge the Gadigal, but the Wongal, the Gamaragal as well, the neighbouring clans, because all these mob connected on this beautiful little country that we're on here today. So on behalf of us, I'd like to acknowledge, and anyone else that's in here, that's Koori or Murray, acknowledge them as well, just to say thank you for your strength, for your resilience and your wisdom of keeping the culture strong here today. So my name's Bob Young. I do cultural education in many capacities, but one thing I learned about healing country would be the best thing. if we don't look after country, our next generation ain't going to survive. So that doesn't just come with the land itself, it comes with the animals. The animals are very significant. They're significant to us. We have totems. Everyone has a totem in our clans, tribes or families. People use different terminology. Talking about terminology, I don't like the word native, because when people first visited to this beautiful country, we were all called natives, and they still got that same wording. That wording's not a good word. I don't think anybody else would like to be known as a native, and I don't like to be known as a native, nor does my family. I can only speak on myself and my family. Maybe change that energy of the wording in some of the ways that the mob can connect to the words that you're using. Say, oh, these fellas are talking the way we talk, because we talk in different understanding. And I think being aware of that is a good thing. But when you start talking, like Unc said earlier, about the little ants up to the big wedge-tail eagle and the big gurul that comes up and down the waterways, songlines, these animals are so important, and the mentioning of harming, that could be harmed in so many different capacities. So what we need to do is, well, myself, I shouldn't say what we need to do, what I do is to look after country, connect the country and heal country. And if we all do it together and embrace one another, I reckon we could do it. Because if our old people could do it for over 60, 200,000 years, I can't see a reason why we can't do this and stop this division. So I appreciate being here today. I know I've only got a couple of minutes, but I'll talk forever. But it's an honour, and it's an honour for Uncle to give me an invite to come here and represent my elders. And yeah, I'm getting goosebumps now, so I'm gonna be quiet, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Smart, did you have anything to add?
Look, the things I've got to add is endless. This is an untold story. Uncle, I won't mention names because we had many significant elders, but one particular elder who he said to us, I've got the memory of the ancient legacies and the storylines and the teachings from this country, but I don't have the memory of the regeneration. And it confused a few of the fellas. And we spoke about it later. I said, no, look, things were never trashed to this extent. You didn't have to have a memory for regeneration if you cared for country right from the start. He said, down at Mystery, fish traps, explained us, give us knowledge around that. That water hole there was our drinking water. As kids, we wouldn't go in near that water. If we did, we'd get the stern voice. And not that we would, there would respect law. Didn't even come into the question. You didn't test it out. I see ads on television. People can go anywhere, race through the country. There's a dreaming I saw coming up. I call it nursing home dreaming, where people just go into lockdown, control the temperature. Here we are. I said to one of our cultural fellows yesterday, there'd be a lot of people in the city and in places that wouldn't even feel the raindrops on their skin. Yesterday I was outside all day in my boxer shorts. Rain, drizzle, picking things, look, plants and things. We were left with a disease, and our cultural teacher, one of them, said, when I leave this physical realm and go into the spirit world, I want to leave my family with a disease, and I don't want them to get over it. That when you go into a place where you communicate with people and the spirit is not right, don't just roll over and accept it. And we don't. So to me, it's very, very much about values. We have the totem, two key totem animals, Gongwan and Buru, emu and kangaroo on the coat of arms, of all things. They're some of the most killed things on the road. One of the totems I was given, the wombat. I don't like travelling. I see them all over the road. What they do, this is how the values work in this country. What does a person coming from another country think? They come and put a bit of a cross on them, maybe a bit of lime, and keep going. Now, what that does to young people, most people mightn't even notice that. Some people do and couldn't care less. And the third response is to see it and go, oh my God, that is really depressing. Really depressing. some days I find it hard to get out of bed. If it wasn't for people like these people here and others, I wouldn't bother. If it wasn't for the birds and animals, I said to Uncle Mac, I've got a lot of friends, and some of them are people, but most of them are the birds and animals. If the kids haven't got that, they're in big trouble. Because as soon as somebody gives them a hard time on some silly media or something like that, they're history. But if they realise they've got friends on country, I better look after them. So it's around values, and the way a lot of these things are pitched is that these things have no value. I knew that when they did the highway down home. I live near Berry. I said to the RMS people, how much is that big tree over there worth in compensation? He said, nothing. Forest red gum, big habitat tree, owls, galahs, rainbirds, possums, sugar gliders. It's worth nothing. Someone has a little bit of a shed, $10,000. They've got to knock that down. So it's really about values, and it really does my head in, having worked with country. I've always worked with plants and animals and people. You cannot have a healthy person without healthy country. You can't have a sick fish, take it out, give it a few breaths of fresh air and then put it back in the sick bowl. Fish are dying in the moment in the rivers. The mouths of the rivers are blocked up. Gadu drowning, Shellhaven, Noe, key rivers blocked at the Murray. Disgusting. Why don't we look at the storyline all the way back up? Where did that water come from? Look at what's happening. I was even asked on the radio, would I speak about some things after the fires? We done a ceremony at Brogo. I said, oh yeah. I said, because unless we acknowledge that the damage we do to the country is the basis for where all the violence comes from that goes on behind four walls, we're not going to make any progress. Men's role is looking after the country, caring for the country, so the women can be safe and settled. She said, oh, you couldn't say that on radio. I said, what? She said, you could not make that connection. This was on the ABC radio. I said, you're joking. So we haven't even started this journey of the regeneration. It's blocked by walls, aircon, it's in the word, aircon. We really, as the most destructive species, as our teachers say, that come last, we've got to connect with the elements in the same way as the wombat, birds, insects, anything. Not separate ourselves, but so this is a massive story. And when Daisy spoke to me, I thought, I don't want to go. When she told me about, this hasn't been told, hasn't been joined up anything. As soon as I asked Crystal, she said, oh, that sounds really important. Half a minute?
Second.
From Spirit. Same with Bob. Oh, I'd be honoured. He'd be honoured to come into this place. How strange, sitting on top of one of the first polluted waterways in this country that still flows under here, the tank stream down to Centennial Park, to Circular Quay. Put that water underground, forget it. They did it in London, they do it everywhere. We've got to look after our water. And you'll get maybe thousands and thousands of people lining the harbour to watch crackers go off. Who cares for the water? They said next year they hope that it's going to be bigger and better. I thought if it's bigger and better, it'll blow the bridge up. People love fire. I sat with the Israeli Prime Minister in my spirit or dream. I said, look, mate, unless you start looking after that so-called sacred river, the Jordan River that runs through all that tumultuous country. They used to call it the cradle of civilization. I said, I'd hate to be the baby. Unless you start looking after that water and make that the focal point, you will never stop annoying each other.
It's got nothing in it.
Thank you.
That's where we're coming from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eldridge, did you have an opening statement you'd like to give as well?
Yep. Yeah, thank you. So I'm here today as a representative of DBA, and while I'll be advocating for improved Aboriginal outcomes, I also want to put it out there that I make no claim of cultural authority over any Aboriginal people or claim to speak on behalf of country. I would like to pay my respects and acknowledge the traditional custodians of all the lands across New South Wales and, of course, Australia. So DBA has approached the parliamentary inquiry in terms of policy, analysis and advocacy of a practical problem. The current laws and systems today make it very difficult, confusing and sometimes risky for Aboriginal people to continue cultural practice such as hunting. Aboriginal people have cared for lands, country, water, plants and animals over countless generations, and that cultural practice is vital to the sustained biodiversity and community well-being. Under the Biodiversity Conservation Act and the National Parks Act in particular, these practices are not clearly recognised as a right. Instead, they tend to be positioned more as legal defences. Being a defence, this unfairly puts the onus on Aboriginal people when facing fines or prosecution. So this, the key issue with having defences rather than rights is that this creates fear and uncertainty. That can lead to people choosing not to continue cultural practice because they're not always sure what's allowed on what tenure. This can also force people to practice culture discreetly to avoid confrontation with other members of the community, let alone public authorities. You can see in numerous government plans and strategies across government websites the continued commitment to partnership, cultural inclusion and respect for Aboriginal leadership. However, the systems that underpin this make that virtually impossible, as systems are fragmented, inconsistent, changed depending on land tenure, and often built around commercial or landholder models rather than cultural use and Aboriginal outcomes. In particular, the Biodiversity Conservation Act, which positions Aboriginal right to harm native plants and animals as domestic purposes, yet this isn't clearly defined, so it creates confusion and a poor translation to the cultural practices that have been continued for thousands of generations. What we're here today to call for is clear recognition of Aboriginal cultural practice as a right, alignment between the Biodiversity Conservation Act, Park Act underpinning regulations and licensing system, establishment of Aboriginal governance in wildlife management, which was also touched on in the previous parliamentary inquiry into the health and well-being of kangaroos and other macropods, and also advocate for the trial of a cultural use tag system to co-design with Aboriginal people as a starting point for improved co-management and design. Thank you.
Thank you. I might start with a few questions myself, and then I'm sure other committee members will have some questions as well. Just a couple of questions to our representatives from Back to Country. So this inquiry really is looking at a system called a licence to harm a native animal, and I'll only use the word native in regards to the actual licence name. So this system allows a landholder to go online, to fill out an application essentially, to kill a kangaroo or a wombat. We heard, or a cockatoo, for example. We heard examples this morning that they may be able to apply for this licence because they're making too much noise, for example, or the wombat's digging a hole underneath a fence. And I can see the looks on your faces already, but I wanted to get your thoughts about this system and the ease at which a landholder can simply access a licence to kill these very precious animals.
I find that very frustrating that they've got to apply because the animals might be noisy. They might be digging a hole. Let's go back to moving into their landscape, their home. Because they make them birds, they're communicating with the rest of the country. They're letting people know. So the kookaburras wake us up when we're on camp. That's our alarm system. I've the audacity of people to say, how does this traditional animal decide to dig under my house? These fellas have been here for a very, very, very long time. How do you displace them or harm them because of their noise or digging? Like, everyone's really happy to use these as emblems and the coat of arms and all this deadly stuff like behind you there. But to them it's a nuisance. I find that very frustrating. I find that upsetting. How is that looking after country? How is that looking after the beautiful animals that live on country? How does that come in place? Like for someone to apply and ask if I can harm these or cull these animals, we have practices and we call it cultural learning. I worked in the parks for 15 years as well. I've worked in a lot of different capacities. I actually worked in the legal service with the Royal Commission, with the institutional response to child sexual abuse. So I've had a lot of knowledge around this continent. And just hearing that these fellas want, or people want to apply to do this type of stuff to these animals, it's crazy because we have these spiritual connections with these animals. And then to hear that these animals are declining, prior to anyone visiting this country, I say visiting, we never had endangered species. We never had extinct species because we managed the land and the plants, because we all had our totems to look after one another and they look after us. So I find that, yeah, if they don't like it, maybe they should move on. I don't think that's a good thing to say to an animal that's been doing it. Another thing too, unfortunately, with other invited species like the deers and the goats and the sheep and the camels and all that, they and the dogs and cats, they do really affect the traditional animals by their smell and their feces. So if these animals had their journeys to go and get their food, to look after their young ones, how are they going to keep doing that in generations when they've been doing it in generations? So having all this other stuff there as well, that's another bit of a issue, because these animals are larger. You look at our animals, they're mainly nocturnal, they have soft padded feet. And look at the introduced animals, they've got, what do they call them, horse hooves, and they're larger animals. So they're actually really controlling the land and taking everything from it but not giving nothing back. So I find that frustrating that people want to apply to, because a bird makes a noise. I've seen a lot on the news, these cockatoos. Why are them cockatoos there? Why do they turn up at that time of the year? Is that on their calendar season? We have 4 seasons. In our cultures, we have 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons. We don't walk about, we walk on country, on season. So the animals will do the same. That's important to understand that as well.
Thank you.
I'll go forever, but
That's right. I think Mr. Smart might have had something to add.
Yeah, look, to me, like, I actually see that it's a positive step because the animals are going to be killed, let's face it. Seen a number on our way up here. Seen a lot of rubbish on the road, desecrating. People know they shouldn't do that. It's not about education. It says dispose of thoughtfully. People go, oh yeah, I think I'll throw it out the window. They've thought about it. So we know all these things. People know what they're doing. That core thing of value and the life of all living things, we come up with a little colour scheme. Crystal is a great advocate for connection. She got the name. The crystal shows you all the light of all the rainbow colours. The life of all living things exists between the white and the white light and the dark. It's a simple thing. All living things. I've never seen a black person, never seen a white person. I've just seen people in between. Some shade, some very, very dark, some quite light. So the big breakthrough will come when people will say, oh Bob, you're someone who cares for country, so you can keep doing all that till you're just about exhausted. But that's your job. One of our great advocates, Richard Swain Kuma, he's been an advocate for endangered species, and that needs to be done because that needs to be the voice. But that's not my thing. That's already in public consciousness. My thing is about regeneration, bringing country back to life. My son works at Maloon Creek. They do water regeneration on the landscape, and making sure that no more animals or people, for that matter, join that endangered species list. Right? Too late after the event. It's too late when missiles are fired from Israel to Gaza. It's too late to say, hang on, let's look at the licences to kill, as Uncle Mac said, for 1967. we were just considered as part of the flora and fauna. And the licences to kill back then could have included, oh yeah, someone ate your sheep, you can kill. So this is a progression. People are actually looking at it. I can see, because I spoke to my mate yesterday who's on the Cobain Council. He's a farmer, but he's got cultural sensitivity. That I said to him, this is peak suicide season in the country on the farms. I understand farming background. I've always grown things. My father did too. And if you've got heat, if you've got dry, if you've got wind, if you've got searing temperatures, lack of water, try to produce food for people who are often ungrateful. That is a bloody big journey. And there's less and less people trying to produce the food for more and more consumers. The natural allies should and need to be, the old fellas knew this, the people who are producing the food in the current age, and the people who understand the song lines and how you can weave together the things that belong and that are ancient and the things that have come to belong and that can produce food now. Natural allies should be the people of the land who really feel take to heart that, and the people on the land who actually do as well. But it's about building up that connection.
One more question before I throw to others is the fact that we've also seen in some of these submissions that this whole process is currently in place without any First Nation consultation process whatsoever. What's your thoughts around that? Is that sort of maybe the first step in trying to, I know I'm aware that I'm asking you very big questions about this whole system, and it's sort of like, how do we sort of at least start to break that down to get to this bigger picture that you're talking about? Is one of the first steps to make sure that we've got that First Nations consultation through these through the stages now?
Yeah, I think that is an important start. I think like what Brother and Uncle have been talking about is actually, I think, understanding that country holds law. It holds all these things that have been written not in a way with letters and words, but they're written in the land itself. And I think that a start would really be to connect with our elders, because our elders hold that law too. They hold that knowledge. And so to start with custodians, cultural knowledge holders, I think is really important. But what I think is really important as well is that it's not still coming from that Western framing, the colonial framing of separation, and to understand that that country is a living being. And there are many different countries, many different spirit beings, many different living animals, trees or grandparents, and you have to be able to hear, feel and see that, and I think that does begin with being guided by elders, but I think it's bigger than that. Yeah.
Thank you. The Honourable Alien.
Can I just go on to that, as well?
Yeah, sure.
It's really important what Crystal was saying earlier about consulting with mob. It's always good to have a female and a male, whether they're elders as well. And then if you look at our little pattern here, we're all different cultural levels and all different ages. So when you see some mob, like if you go and listen to a lecturer and he's been doing it for 50 years, you pay top dollars to hear him talk. If you go to a fellow does it for 10 years, you're going to pay him less to hear his knowledge. Same with us. We don't have those qualifications on paper, it's up here. So when you get a chance to talk to mob to consult with, have a variety, because they're going to share a lot of their knowledge in different capacities through their cultural lenses. So in saying that, and look at it too, because if you want us to share our knowledge, we used to give a lot of this knowledge for free. You fellas getting paid here today, maybe give them an opportunity for rejuvenation or remuneration, whatever it's called. So that gives them, because if they're taking time out of their day when they could have been doing something else, and what I would really suggest, this thing called deep listening. If you can deep listen to what they say, it'll be better for yourself as well as country. And I'm talking country itself in general. You know, not just our different clans. But yeah, just take that into consideration, please.
There's one more little, which is a really important thing, because it's about breaking down stereotypes and finding point of connection. Two of our, well, I shouldn't say our Back to Country members, but they are members of Back to Country and cultural men, went to Europe to speak to some of the parliaments over there and people on Buru, and Pete Hewitt and Ricky Buchanan, and very, very responsible young men. And when that was coming up, we had a pretty big meeting. Uncle Barry couldn't go. He said, that's too far for me, and one of the other old fellas couldn't go. And one of the other men said, well, whoever we send, the older and blacker the better, because they'll listen. That wasn't going to happen. I was walking outside and said, no, that's not right. That's a stereotype. They'll be surprised when Ricky and Pete go over, as younger fellas, bang, truth tellers. We've got to be the voice and allow the voice for the future. That's what we asked Caleb. He's 13, just at the age where they're starting to. It's got to be done because there's too many suicides, too many. It's a simple thing.
That's important, thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald, thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering how should or how could cultural knowledge influence decisions or practices about native wildlife management? Like, how could we bring that into, decisions and policy making?
Do you want me to have a go? Working at the parks for like a decade and a half, we were always offering the Aboriginal staff members of New South Wales to rejuvenate the land by back burning or cool burning or fire stick burning. That really looked after animals, whether I used to say one animal didn't have foxtail, so they made it a lot more than the other animals. So a lot of our old fellas would look after country by burning it as well. And we always offered to burn country to take away houses getting burned and people being killed as well as the animals, by rejuvenating the land itself. I think, what was your question again? There was something else I was going to...
How could we, I guess, adopt or how could cultural practice influence what we're already doing in managing wildlife?
We'll keep consulting first and foremost. Get a lot of knowledge from all different mobs because we're all diverse. When they say Aboriginal, First Nation, Indigenous, that's an umbrella. I'm a Gomeroi, Gamilaroi and Ngunnawal man. Get them involved. Another thing too, I like the cultural practice, but we call it cultural learning.
Cultural learning. Because
we're always learning. We're never going to learn to the end of the day. So if we could have more of that, like the lady mentioned earlier about coming out to the parks or whatnot, give us that opportunity not to discredit it, to represent it, so we can get stronger and get more developed in our culture, because our culture was taken away. My dad got taken at 5, my mum got taken at 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, these things are still, that intergenerational trauma still carry on today. So having the consultation, having cultural learning in all different ways would bring us together to embrace one another, and we can work together instead of this division. I'm over this dividing.
And if I could drill down, and you mentioned cool burning, are there sort of cultural learning alternatives that government could be supporting in their land management or wildlife?
Of course,
management?
there's a lot of Aboriginal businesses out there that are going around the country in all different areas. When I say areas, I'm talking states, and they're teaching the next generations and the old fellas there what time of the year to burn. So like I mentioned earlier, we had different calendar seasons in different clans or tribes or families. So I'd probably encourage contacting some of them, consult with them and say, hey, would you be interested in supporting this community or this? Like, unfortunately down Yuln, that way back when that big fires down there, you know, that was horrendous. Stuff like that. Like, well, that's me anyway, so
I'm interested because you said like contacting. So at what point in the process should we be engaging with, say, traditional owners or the people that, say, elders or people that are in that practice?
I like that. So that's great. Talk to the mob first, feel how safe they are, but culturally safe they are with this business. So they might not have say for instance, they might have a conflict with this business. So when you contact them, they might say, look, we work with this mob, give them a call. And then that way they feel part of the conversation, they feel part of consultation, they feel part of the connection to all of this together as one.
And then my final question, and feel free to jump in all of that process, what does that meaningful consultation, what should it look like, say the outcome, or before licences are issued?
If I can jump in on that one. I'd suggest that consultation doesn't actually go far enough, that there should be Aboriginal governance from the ground up to first establish what Aboriginal led outcomes look like, what success looks like in terms of those cultural practices and what healthy country looks like. In terms of opportunity, there's loads of opportunity in terms of the government recently announced the creation of a new biodiversity heritage regulator. The role of that regulator is to look at licensing systems, to have clearer, more consistent regulation, to have that outcome focus to manage risk. Partnering with an Aboriginal governance group is the ideal intersection from the absolute starting point to understand what a new licensing system should look like, so that all of those considerations can be built in and woven through the whole system. And also, just to go back to the question from the chair on the ease of licence that a landholder can apply for. If you take that from the point of view of an Aboriginal person trying to get a hunting licence to, for example, harvest kangaroo, ease is not the right word to use. They need a driver's licence, they need the licence for a firearm, there's training under the National Code of Practice for humane shooting of kangaroos and wallabies, there's TAFE level training for food safety standards, then there's all the equipment that goes with it. You need your mobile chiller trucks and transport for those food safety standards. And of course, all those things should be in place, but they all create barriers and costs that make it very difficult for an Aboriginal person, even wanting to supply kangaroo for their community, to even get off the ground in the first instance. So in working with that new regulator and understanding what that new licensing system looks like, there needs to be understanding of all the costs and ability to fee exemptions, subsidised training to actually make this a genuine opportunity that Aboriginal people can design and also participate in a system that understands those caring for country outcomes.
Thank you.
See, once it gets to the fire, it's often too late.
Sorry?
Once it gets to the fire, those big fires, it's often too late.
Yeah.
And, the water is the basis of it all. That's what brings people and things and animals together. When it's very dry and there's tough times, famine, whether it's people or animals, the fire scatters people. Let it bomb off and people run for the hills. And firepower does the same, whether it's guns or missiles. Once you've chopped all the trees down, like they have done in the Middle East, you've got to get fire from somewhere else. So that's going to be a missile or a shotgun. The fire in Cobargo, we did a ceremony down there, big ceremony. It actually come through the town, straight up the creek. Now, when your creeks are burning, you're in trouble. No waterway in this country, no stream should be left unprotected. It's like having your veins just out in the open and no skin. It is terribly disgusting. So the water brings people together. This water here, probably, I don't think it would have come from the desalination thing, probably come from Warragamba Dam, probably come from where I grew up. See, Kangaroo Valley, where I come from, put a big dam down there, junction of the Shoalhaven and Kangaroo Rivers, pumped the water up to the Wingecarribee Reservoir, Wingecarribee River, Wallandilly River, the Pean River, Warragamba Dam.
Mr. Smart, we're just about run out of time. I want to ask a couple of questions if I can. I like the idea of knowing where the water came from. It's great. You're talking in your submission about a cultural tag system. How would you see this working in practice? And on what species are you talking about?
You know, really what Coomer, one of our other men, unless we make caring for country the basis of culture in this country.
Could I get you just to talking to your mic a little bit closer?
Unless we make caring for country
great.
the basis of culture in this country for everybody, then there'll be nothing left. And so you just advise people to get out and make friends with country and the water and the plants and start to build that association, and you'll have friendship there. And then you might think, gee whiz, I'll put something back for them. And then it might give a bit of hope for your kids. So I'm sick and tired of division. I wore the brown because partly because I had a wombat. Crystal got Crystal, all the different colours of the rainbow. Blue, Bob in the blue to represent the water and the sky. I'm on the brown because when all the coloured things in the country, the flowers, the pink, the yellow and everything breaks down, the colour of the soil by and large is brown. That's the connecting point. So whatever we're looking at, oh, that's just Aboriginal thing, that's just a Chinese thing, that's a Jewish, no way. I said to Uncle Baz, who couldn't be here, he's a great teacher, he's an ant specialist. I said, Uncle Barry, you can get all your sheiks and your rabbis and your priests and doctors around, but unless your focus could be even a little ant, you'll never resolve things while it's just trapped in the human realm.
Thank you.
Just quickly on that, Unc mentioned the fact that connecting the country, the best thing is respect it. Once it's gone, it's gone. And people really got to understand, if our old fellas looked after this land for us to survive on today, we've got to keep that legacy going today, whether it's the animals and the waterways. Water is life. If we don't look after that, good luck to our next generations.
I don't disagree with you, but to address the question, maybe Dr. Eldridge, you want to talk to that?
Yeah, cultural use tags was something that came up
I'll get you to talk into the mic, please.
Yep. Cultural use tags was something that came up in consultation with some communities out west. So it's the sort of thing that needs to be very much designed with communities, but in ways that it could possibly work. A logical starting point might be looking at kangaroos, and that there's already a commercial industry for kangaroo harvesting, but it would be working with Aboriginal people to understand what monitoring harvesting quotas look like, what the record system looks like, in that there's already a system that looks at, weight, date, property of origin, detail of species, which are all things that are important for Aboriginal cultural safety in harvesting kangaroos.
Does that process you envisage get around the issues of in the BC Act of domestic use definition?
Not entirely, because that defining it as domestic use brings in the questions about commercial use, in that, domestic's not properly defined, but you see similar clauses in a whole range of legislation, and as soon as it touches on cultural, community or domestic, whichever word you choose to use, it brings in that conflict of commerciality, where looking at it from a legal point of view, as soon as money's involved, it could be considered commercial. So an Aboriginal ranger group receiving a grant could be considered commercial. Mm-hmm. So it starts muddying those waters in a way that is just going to be detrimental to that improved Aboriginal outcome.
Would you see a cultural tag system actually being able to operate on national parks? And I know there aren't many co-managed national parks in New South Wales.
It could. Looking at Moodawinji out west, that's one of the parks that actually is looking at kangaroo harvesting as part of their work there. So as part of my submission, I also included a case study from COVID where there were several shooters going out, and I think it was a 4-5 hour drive, going out when the local shops in Wilcannia had closed, and using that kangaroo harvesting ability to make sure that there was food on the table for Aboriginal people when there really wasn't any other options.
So the clean food problems I see in your paper didn't actually give anyone any problems when that meat was delivered?
No, I mean, I'm definitely saying that, all the sort of food safety handling things should definitely be considered. It's just that we need all the systems in place so that, it can actually be achievably done, in that there's actually no kangaroo processor in New South Wales. So for an Aboriginal person to go down to the shop in Wilcannia, it can be a kangaroo harvested in Queensland, processed in Northern Territory, and then, brought back and sold for $30, when meanwhile, 2 properties down the road, the landholder can harvest a kangaroo on their property. There's no sense in that economy.
No, that's right. How do you see it applying to abalone and other shellfish?
I mean, I definitely advocate for community governance on that. So similar to understanding what the quota system looks like. I mean, with fishing, conversations about bag limits are always very difficult to resolve, in that, I mean, similar to a shopping trolley, if you've got a cultural event, then that bag limit needs to be accommodating however many people you've got going out, rather than a smaller family get-together. But again, there's also cultural protocols and all those knowledge systems in place to regulate that as well.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry, thank you. We have gone 5 minutes over time, but thank you all so much for your time. I've already got indications that there's going to be some questions on notice, and so I know that there are members that had further questions that they didn't get a chance to ask you, so you will get some further questions which the Secretariat will reach out to you about, but thank you again, all of you, so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might begin swearing in our next witnesses, and thank you for giving your time to give evidence today. I'll start with the witness that we have in the room. Could I ask you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Louise Ward, Programs Lead at 4 Paws Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I believe we have Miss Wilson online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Could I get you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure. I'm Katie Wilson. I'm the co-founder of Defend the Wild, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. And we've now got Ms. Livingstone. If you could do the same, if you could state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Alex Livingstone. I am the founding director of Defend the Wild, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does 4 Paws have an opening statement they'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. 4 Paws is a global animal welfare organisation working in 16 countries, including here in Australia. Our vision is a world where humans treat animals with respect, empathy and understanding. We recognise the important role native wildlife plays in New South Wales ecosystems, and we know the community expects strong welfare standards and real protection for these animals. 4 Paws is very concerned that the current licence to harm framework in New South Wales authorises large-scale, routine killing of native wildlife using methods that fall significantly short of contemporary animal welfare standards and community expectations. Most people would be horrified to learn of this large-scale killing of our native wildlife. In a modern, compassionate society, we should not accept the routine suffering and death of native animals as an inevitable part of land management. We believe the current status quo that often treats our native wildlife as a nuisance to be managed through killing rather than as a vital part of our ecosystem that deserves protection needs to be challenged. In 2025 alone, more than 485,000 native animals were authorised to be killed under the system. These figures do not account for non-target animals killed incidentally or for the dependent young who starve, freeze, or are predated after their mothers are shot, meaning the true scale of suffering is significantly higher than the already staggering numbers reported. Despite government statements that non-lethal options should be considered first, the system overwhelmingly relies on lethal methods, principally shooting, while non-lethal approaches appear in less than 1% of licences. This practice persists despite evidence from multiple inquiries that show unacceptably high wounding rates, significant misidentification of species, and systemic welfare failures associated with shooting. Recent Victorian inquiry evidence revealed wounding rates of 6 to 40% in native duck hunting, and the 2021 New South Wales kangaroo inquiry showed that up to 40% of kangaroos in the commercial industry do not die instantly from a single shot to the head. These failures consistently occur even where shooters receive training. Under New South Wales harm licences, however, there is no requirement for accredited humane kill training, no species identification competency testing, and this lack of rigorous assessment significantly increases the risk of both incorrect species being killed, including endangered species, and the increased suffering of individual animals. As an animal welfare organisation, Four Paws do not support lethal control as a standard management tool. Scientific evidence shows that lethal control is often ineffective and short-lived and creates an endless cycle of killing. We advocate for a transition away from a culture that defaults to lethal management towards science and evidence-based non-lethal systems. Where intervention is genuinely necessary, it should occur only as a last resort, supported by clear evidence, guided by contemporary animal welfare science, and carried out in the most humane way possible. It must also be backed by rigorous compliance, transparent reporting, and strong ethical and scientific oversight. Without these safeguards, licences risk becoming a convenient default rather than a genuine last resort. This inquiry offers a crucial opportunity for New South Wales to move away from outdated practices that lack transparency and towards a framework founded in animal welfare science and best practice. The community expects a system that protects wildlife, not one that enables their routine killing.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Defend the Wild?
Yes, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm here today representing Defend the Wild on Wurundjeri country in Victoria and Alex on Bundjalung country in northern New South Wales. I'd like to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to take part in this hearing today. Defend the Wild is a charity and advocacy initiative focused on protecting Australia's native animals and their habitats. We have a specific focus on coexistence with Australia's apex predators, most notably dingoes and crocodiles, while working more broadly to promote non-lethal management methods to live alongside all native species. We recognise the vitality of cultural custodians leading the management of culturally significant animals on country and work closely with traditional owner groups in our campaigning to advocate for culturally and ecologically appropriate wildlife policies to be enacted. I'm sure this room would understand that Australia's wildlife are foundational to the health and function of our wider ecosystems, and that every animal eligible for licence to harm permits play a part in this. To subject them to killing when non-lethal alternatives exist is short-sighted and unnecessary. Killing our wildlife undermines their ecological integrity and our responsibility to manage potential human-wildlife conflict ethically and intelligently. Australia is a world leader in mammal extinctions, a title that none of us should take pride in. If our nation is going to curb the frightening trajectory we are currently on, we need to prioritise the funding and scaling of coexistence measures to protect both landholder interests and our wildlife. Wildlife in New South Wales are already under unprecedented pressure from habitat destruction, the climate crisis, competition with livestock, urbanisation and more. To compound this pressure with lethal control permits is reckless. Defend the Wild does not support lethal control as an acceptable standard approach to manage wildlife. Permits are currently administered with little oversight and virtually no regulation, with no ability for the public to challenge approved permits or be given evidence that killing is even necessary. There are serious animal welfare concerns arising from the lack of transparency around permit approvals, the risk of further suffering to dependent animals, the absence of meaningful engagement with First Nations stakeholders, and the failure to meaningfully consider non-lethal options. Non-lethal alternatives to wildlife management are not only available, but are often more effective and sustainable. We see this inquiry as an opportunity for the New South Wales Government to lead the country in wildlife and biodiversity protection by putting non-lethal control at the forefront of wildlife management policy. Our proposed solutions include investing in non-lethal coexistence strategies to support landholders, habitat restoration, First Nations consultation, and community education. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before the committee today to speak for the benefit of native animals across the state and communities who value and care for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I'll jump in with a couple of quick questions. I wanted to start with Defend the Wild. And given the last panel that we just heard from, I know Defend the Wild works very closely with First Nations communities and Indigenous rangers. Can you talk a little bit about that work and how it could apply to the licence to harm system, but particularly how we can use First Nation-led management strategies to actually manage any human-wildlife conflict instead of jumping to licences to kill as a default solution?
Certainly, yeah. So in our work, we definitely collaborate with ranger groups that manage large stretches of land in Indigenous protected areas. It's a great honour to be able to collaborate with these communities. As we heard from the panel before, there is ecological knowledge that has been handed down for tens of thousands of years to understand the seasons, the cycles, the animals, and the fact that country is all connected. So I think the leaving out of Indigenous knowledge to manage country is short-sighted and only serves to damage country. Cultural custodians are people who have been connected to the land for a very, very long time. And yeah, that knowledge is invaluable with managing healthy ecosystems and keeping country healthy.
Do you think that we can find non-lethal alternatives? We've talked a little bit this morning about non-lethal alternatives, and there was a couple of examples given this morning from new research that's come out. But are there non-lethal alternatives that you can give any examples of that are sort of First Nations-led management strategies that could mitigate the need for these licences to harm?
I guess in terms of First Nations-led non-lethal strategies, I probably couldn't give any suggestions on that because often they are managing areas that are protected and ecologically focused. But if we're talking about non-lethal strategies for landholders, there certainly are non-lethal alternatives to killing wildlife as a default management strategy. For example, there is currently trials in New South Wales of the use of livestock guardian dogs to deter macropods from grazing paddocks. And the initial research is showing that where the guardian dogs are present, there is a fourfold reduction in the presence of kangaroos in those paddocks. That is an incredible piece of evidence to show that we don't need to use shooting and killing as a default to manage our wildlife. But unfortunately, it is an area that is completely underfunded. It needs support, and landholders need support as well. You often hear the story of a landholder who got a guardian animal, they put them out in a paddock and they didn't work. I mean, the reality is there is no support systems available to landholders to implement non-lethal alternatives effectively, and that is a big gap. We need to see there be funding to support landholders, and we need to see funding to actually scale non-lethal alternatives to a point where they can be implemented in a more cohesive way. So, yeah.
Thank you. If I could flick to Ms. Ward, some stakeholders have raised this idea that it's necessary to kill kangaroos due to excess numbers, potential impacts on biodiversity or even animal welfare. I'm wondering how you respond to those arguments.
So kangaroos are ecological engineers. They're keystone species. They've been living on the land for over 15 million years. I think that the argument that kangaroos go into these overpopulation cycles is often not backed up by evidence. And the idea that, are you asking about the idea that kangaroos are killed as a welfare?
Yes, so I think some of the arguments that have been put forward is that that kangaroos need to be killed for welfare reasons because there may not be enough food or something.
Kangaroos can manage their own population very successfully and have been doing that for millions of years. I think that sometimes the circumstances where there might be kangaroos that are in a situation where they might be overpopulated is due to issues like corridors being blocked off. Is to do with issues of habitat destruction, exclusion fencing, where kangaroos are able to live in a more natural environment. I don't believe this issue of boom and bust comes up, and there was a lot of evidence at the New South Wales Kangaroo Inquiry in 2021 from many experts that really challenged this notion and challenged the notion that kangaroos should be killed as a welfare option, and in particular the commercial industry that claims to kill kangaroos under a welfare argument. Kangaroos that are killed for the commercial industry are the bigger kangaroos. You actually can't kill kangaroos that are starving under the commercial license because you can't kill kangaroos under a certain weight. So I think the argument that it's somehow required to kill kangaroos as a welfare option is not really backed by science, and we don't do that for any other species. There's no other species that might suddenly be culled because of a drought or a situation like that. It's always kangaroos and not other native animals, and it's nature and a cycle of nature within our country that, kangaroos adapt to over 15 million years and play such a critical role in the ecology and such a critical contribution to biodiversity. And many landholders that might take a regenerative farming approach have more kangaroos on their land, and there's a benefit, an ecological benefit often to having kangaroos on land, on country.
Thank you. And before I throw to Mr. Scott Barrett, who's online, I've got a question for both organisations. The numbers of animals that we've heard being killed under these licences are quite shocking. Over 3,500 wombats and over 2,000 possums in 2023 alone. What do you think that the community more broadly would, how do you think that they would react to these large numbers of animals being killed and these licences really being handed out without any sort of transparency and oversight?
I think the community would generally be quite shocked to hear the scale that killing is happening, especially in New South Wales. We see trends going upwards in terms of permits are being approved. What I think is necessary to combat that is more transparency within the system. So we can see last year the Victorian government considered these permits, controlled wildlife permits, under their Wildlife Act review, and a few recommendations were made, including more transparency in these systems. And we even had last year as well on the, in Victoria, we had a motion passed in Parliament to consider that certain species be taken off the permit list. We also have individual population counts be suggested that we know that the Victorian government's considering at the moment. So if we can have New South Wales doing similar, I think that would be absolutely necessary to limit the scale of suffering.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Around the scale of the killing?
The scale of the killing and the community reaction.
Yeah, I think continually polls show, and we, 4Paws, just recently did a poll in Victoria, it wasn't New South Wales, that showed 90% of people expect the government to protect animals and expect legislation and frameworks that actually protect animals rather than harm them. So I think that, as I said in my opening statement, I think most people don't actually know about these licences to harm, and I think if it was more widely known, we would see a lot more public outrage at at these animals that are being routinely killed under the licences. And as everybody else has mentioned, the incredible pressure that native animals are under from climate change, from habitat loss, now we have, hundreds of thousands of animals every year being authorised to be killed by the government.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Barrett.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Ms. Ward, first, if I can, and then put similar questions to the Defend the Wild. But you talked about the landowners saying they have a need to clear these animals. Do you think there should be, the support for landholders for if they aren't going to remove these animals, damaged infrastructure, loss of productivity, decrease of their property value? Should landowners be compensated for not being able to remove the animals that are doing these damage?
It's, in terms of that question, I couldn't really answer around compensation, but our focus is on the fact that the government is authorising these licences with very little evidence, and just echoing what other people have said, there's very little support for landholders to look at implementing non-lethal alternatives. So in terms of a compensation, I can't comment on, but definitely would support any measures that the government could use to help landholders and support them with non-lethal alternatives, and a much, much greater investment by the government into researching effective models and scaling those models, which Defend the Wild mentioned that there's some great examples of where these things are working, but then very little support from the government.
So are you suggesting there's little evidence to say that native animals are having an impact on productivity, land values, damaged infrastructure?
I'm not saying that. What I was saying that I couldn't comment on what kind of an economic package or what kind of compensation would be given, and we don't really cover that in our submission, and I can't speak to that.
Can I spend a little bit more time on that with Defend the Wild, because you, Ms. Livingston, gave one good example of the dogs, but I just wonder if we can talk more about some of the support that might be available for landholders, and also if any thought had been given also to, our inability as a jurisdiction to produce the food and fibre that we need to feed and clothe the state and the world.
Yeah, so I think it's important to find alternatives, and I wouldn't totally rule out the idea of compensation. In a similar boat to Louise, I think we need to be prioritising looking at alternatives that sort of stop the damage before it happens in the first place, that are non-lethal, and then have discussions around whether compensation, if there's a bucket of money there that allows compensation for landholders that are having issues. But I certainly think we need to have money invested into further trials and also scaling non-lethal alternatives. As you mentioned, livestock guardian dogs are a tried and tested method, and certainly there are others out there that are more niche to specific animals. With wombats, there's specific fencing that can be used to aid damage in fencing and things like that. But I think really support that needs to happen, and again, we have a specific expertise in apex predators, but things that we call for, like in relation to dingoes, and is certainly transferable to other native species, is basically just having boots on the ground there to assist landholders to change management strategies to ensure that their interests are looked after. Because I think often these things are framed as sort of one or the other, but we want to have both. We want to see that landholders' interests are protected, and we want to see our wildlife protected. So that's our sort of position on it.
Ms. Wilson, I wondered if you had anything to add to that. You made some points around this in your opening statement, and also around the impact that this might also have on our ability to produce food and fibre.
More to what Alex said as well, I think it should be largely tried and tested on non-lethal measures. We see in Victoria at the moment, there's non-lethal trials taking place in the northwest for dingo management in the region, and there's going to be more investment in that. So I think we can take to see what Victoria is doing at the moment and do the same thing here in New South Wales. I think there's, again, a range of different methods that we can be looking at that hasn't been trialled near enough. So a more investment into that initially is where I would be looking at, and exhausting those methods, as you know, it is a priority for our organisation and for wildlife in general.
Okay, look, I can keep going, Chair, but I understand there's others that have questions.
Thank you.
Happy to come back if there's more time.
Okay, I might throw to the Honourable Bob Namver. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I suppose I'm coming at this from the perspective that if there are still sound reasons why licences to harm should exist for landowners, how do we best make the framework as robust and transparent and accountable as possible? With that in mind, what does best practice regulation of native animal control look like to you in terms of a framework, in terms of the transparency and accountability and monitoring and compliance? What are the priorities that you'd like to see in a regime?
I can start. I think that one of the number one priorities is to focus on the use of non-lethal alternatives in the first instance, that there should be some mechanism whereby people need to demonstrate that they have tried a range of non-lethal options beforehand. Currently that's not in the system. If I look at the current non-commercial licenses to harm for kangaroos, you can simply fill in a form on the website. If you've had a license in the past couple of years, you can just ring up and get a license. You do not have to prove any. You don't have to provide any evidence of the damage that's being done. I think evidence of damage is another key thing. I also think that dependent young and how dependent young are managed through the system isn't addressed at all, and definitely that should be. Also, the kind of transparent reporting. Currently, there's no reporting on the actual number of animals killed. There's no reporting on dependent young that are killed. I don't believe there's any independent auditing. I think the lack of enforcement and compliance is a significant issue. In the 2021 kangaroo inquiry, it was demonstrated that there wasn't a single compliance officer dedicated to looking at licenses to harm kangaroos or the commercial kangaroo industry. So I think a significant investment needs to happen there. I don't think the government could have any confidence that the animals being killed under current licenses are being killed in the most humane way possible. So I think they're just a few starting points.
Does anyone online share those views?
Yeah, without wanting to just repeat what Louisa said, because I do agree with everything that has been mentioned so far, I think I can add to that by saying another example is more public information on why permits have been approved. There's no ability for the public to even contest or be informed of why permits are being granted to individuals. I can speak to just last week in Victoria, hearing about a local emu that was very well known to the community being lethally controlled, and the individuals who are quite upset about this happening have no idea if this happened legally, whether it was under a control permit. They have no ability to contest it, and then the community's left in mourning about this emu that has affected people personally. So without having that information, I think it's an issue for people, and if we had more transparency around why they're granted, we can understand if it was at all necessary.
Could I just add one thing to my answer? I mean, under the current system, a landholder could have a licence for a period of 3 months and choose to get a shooter in at any point during that 3 months. And then there's no requirement in the current system to notify adjacent landholders that you might be shooting on your property that evening. Police won't know if there's licences granted to various properties. There's also the issue of, you could have a conservation property next to a property where they have a licence to harm kangaroos. Those kangaroos can move between those properties. So they might be on the one landholder's property in the afternoon and move back to the other property if they happen to be on a property where there's a commercial licence, a non-commercial licence to harm. Those kangaroos that may not permanently live on that property can be killed. And that is a situation that we see in the Central West, and I'm sure many other areas across the state. So I think that landholders, if they do have a licence, that adjacent landholders should be notified. They should be notified the night that the killing will take place. Perhaps even the local police should be notified as well.
And that presumably would assist with the sort of compliance and the monitoring of what might be going on with the exercise of that licence, which is another problem. Just in terms of, I suppose, the sheer volume of these licences and authorisations, it's been a consistent criticism that there are simply too many of them. And then what happens when they are provided downstream, there's not as much visibility as there perhaps should be. I suppose the thing I'm interested in is what we might be able to do to limit licences to where they are absolutely necessary, instead of just having a tick and flick process that's pretty shallow, having something that's a little bit more substantive. Would you be supportive of, I suppose, a more risk-based approach by regulators, where they might look at the species involved, the methods that are being proposed for the licence, the location, the scale, the history of the operator, having all of those things form part of an assessment process than, I suppose, what we have now?
I mean, we advocate for increased rigour, I guess, across the entire framework, but in terms of 4PAWS as an organisation, supporting a process, I guess, whereby a quota is going to be allocated or animals are going to be managed lethally, that would be an issue for us. But in certainly increased rigour and perhaps going through those processes, that there could be non-lethal alternatives identified throughout that process.
In terms of your research and advocacy, are there, I understand, sorry, was it Miss Wilson who's in Victoria? Are there other jurisdictions that you are aware of in your research and advocacy that have a more rigorous application process and then greater monitoring and oversight and compliance once a licence is granted?
In terms of the world in Australia in general, no, I feel like Australia as a blanket has quite a standard approach to killing for convenience being what's usually done. But as I did mention before, the Victorian government is currently reviewing its Wildlife Act and is considering recommendations that were in the expert panel review. And under that is a more rigorous approach to applying permits. And I did mention before a motion that was passed last year to do more rigorous individual population counts rather than extrapolated ones to be undertaken to determine whether lethal control is at all going to be approved. I think we need to be looking at the situation individual species are in, whether certain weather events have occurred, such as bushfires that are impacting species populations, and all those things do need to be considered before lethal control is considered at all.
Did that expert report go into the methodology around population counts? There's probably an entire inquiry into that, but I'm just interested as to...
Yeah. So it largely spoke to having regulation to develop and publish mandatory criteria and guidelines before applying or granting a permit. So that is left quite broadly intentionally, I imagine, which can speak to what you're asking, and also incentives in education and technology to improve outcomes on private land, which, again, as we have been, would go back to trialling all non-lethal methods before considering lethal control.
If I could just add as well, whilst we are supportive of making the process more rigorous, it's certainly something that we advocate for happening side by side with the investment into non-lethal alternatives. And we'll keep coming back to that, because at the moment, non-lethal alternatives are just not funded. And that is something that needs to be funded. If we understand that wildlife and ecosystem health is a priority to the public and also a priority to our governments. That is something that we definitely need to see an investment in to not only support our wildlife, but to also support our landholders as well, both at the same time.
Thank you.
The
I've
Honourable
got a
Robert
couple of
Borsak.
questions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Maybe to you, Ms Ward. You talk about overall populations of various species of animals, and for example, in this particular case, let's say the eastern grey kangaroos. Have you any understanding of the current total population of eastern greys in New South Wales?
There is, New South Wales government publishes population data about, all the species of commercially harvested kangaroos.
Yeah, no, I know that, but do you know what that is?
I believe it's around 11 million is the number that the government states.
Right, thank you. The large numbers that, you're talking 500,000 or something like that, that roll off the submission papers very easily. When you put those numbers in context, and we certainly heard that from an earlier witness this morning, it's something like 20 or 25%, at least nationally, certainly in Queensland, is the only level of offtake of the surplus macropod that could be actually harvested annually. Is there really any real biodiversity problem going on here in reality?
I'll refer back to the 2021 kangaroo inquiry where there was many independent biostatisticians, conservationist ecologists that challenged the current counting methodologies used in New South Wales to estimate numbers. So whether the number is inflated or not is debatable, and I think the evidence around only a small percentage of quotas being taken can support the fact that maybe those numbers are inflated figures.
So if you think the numbers are inflated, like 11 million's too many, how many should there be?
I don't know how many kangaroos there are, or
so
I'm just stating that the current methods of counting kangaroos and the modelling used and the statistical methods used has been challenged by experts over many years.
So New South Wales on their own numbers are harvesting less than 5%. If you take all numbers of the potential surplus of population, I don't know how, if you have doubt in relation to what the research process is and the publication process is in New South Wales, how you can criticise it if you don't really know what the situation is.
What do you,
I'm talking about the effects of biodiversity. You say there are effects on biodiversity, but now you're saying you can't back it up.
I don't think that's what I was saying.
But I think that could be logically drawn from what you just said.
Challenging the figures and then...
Yes, because you say biodiversity is potentially a problem, but then you say the figures that are being presented are no good anyway, and you've got no way of basing your statements therefore on.
I mean, the contribution that native animals and kangaroos make to biodiversity and supporting the ecosystem is, I don't think that that's challenged at all, and I don't think what I've said in regards to population counting has any impact on the statement that kangaroos and other native animals do contribute positively to biodiversity.
I'll go at it another way. Is your definition of ecosystem also include all private land in New South Wales?
Yes, I guess that's part of the broader ecosystem of New South Wales.
So private land is part of the ecosystem, even though it's not a native part of the ecosystem. In other words, it's altered land.
It's altered land.
So how can you then therefore draw conclusions in relation to that say that land should not be managed differently?
I'm not really sure what you're asking me to comment on, sorry.
Okay. Do you think, and I'm reading your submission, you're requiring all sorts of regulation to be introduced, and this is obviously going to aim almost entirely at private land regulation, certainly farms. Do you think that if you over-regulate overabundant animals, that you'll see more non-compliance?
If you overregulate it, then you get less compliance. No, I don't see that.
You don't see that. So you don't think a farmer would, rather than go through the process of spending a small fortune on being authorised, being certified to shoot animals in the head on his own property, would simply bypass that and just go out and shoot them anyway?
There also might be landowners that would really value and appreciate the government supporting them in non-lethal methods, because as we've seen many people give evidence today, then they're in this cycle of constantly killing and it's not actually dealing with the issue. So landholders might very much welcome support in other areas.
I'm sure you're right, there will be some, but in the end of the day, who would pay for that?
Well, the government would, I imagine, support that with landholders.
Right, so you think that the government payment of support for implementing non-lethal methods would replace the illegal shooting of animals by farmers? Is that your submission?
It may well do, and another thing that the government supporting non-lethal measures would be something that would be very much supported, I would imagine, by the majority of New South Wales community, which would be a positive as well.
Well, do you think it would be supported if they knew the actual cost of what that would be, and would rather see that money spent on hospitals and fire stations and police?
Well,
because the sort of numbers you're talking about are going to add up into billions.
That not investing in non-lethal research and development, you're saying that the research or the implementation?
Both.
I mean, I don't know that we could say that with any sense of authority, given that there is such a limited investment so far. I'm not even sure if the government could say how much they're currently investing in those methodologies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that brings us to time. So thank you so much to our further witnesses today and for all the amazing work that you do. I believe there might have been a couple of questions taken on notice, or if there wasn't, then certainly there'll probably be some further questions the committee members will send on notice as well. So thank you again for your time today. We really appreciate it. And the committee will now break for lunch until 2 p.m. Thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into licence to harm native animals in New South Wales. And I welcome our next witnesses. Thank you so much for your attendance today. I'd like to begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Jessica Kraus, board member, wildlife rehabilitator and chair with Sydney Wildlife Rescue. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And I'm Margaret McDonald. I am board secretary of Sydney Wildlife Rescue. I am also a wildlife rehabilitator and carer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Murphy Godwin, Emergency Response Manager for WIRES. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Colin Salter, the Policy Lead with WIRES. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. Is there an opening statement from Sydney Wildlife?
Yes, there is. Okay. I'll be happy to read that on behalf of both of us.
Thank you.
Operating in a predominantly urban environment, Sydney Wildlife Rescue volunteers work at the intersection between people and native animals throughout the Sydney Basin. We trust that you've read our submission, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide statements to assist you in further understanding the current situation from our viewpoint. Finally, we hope that our input about our experiences will lead to improved outcomes for our native wildlife. While we recognize the necessity of increased development for housing, transport, and other supporting infrastructure in Greater Sydney, our collective experience leads us to believe deeply that we can find better ways to foster and enhance coexistence. The current License to Harm Native Animals program, under the auspices of the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, is not fit for purpose and requires significant changes. It is unreasonable to rely solely on volunteer wildlife organizations to rescue, provide care for, and ameliorate outcomes for wildlife impacted by licenses, especially in support of commercial enterprise operating for profit. The current license framework falls far short of the expectation of members of the public. Licenses are mainly issued for commercial gain, typically involving land clearing and/or tree felling. Shockingly, even killing wildlife to increase peaceful patronage of venues may be allowed. There appears to be a total lack of integration between National Parks and Wildlife Services, councils, license holders, wildlife organization, and interested members of the public. Further, we hear of situations where conflicting information about the process and requirements under the existing law has been communicated due to confusion and lack of education. The current license framework does not adequately safeguard animal welfare, especially as lethal management is usually presented by the applicant as the only possible option. There appears to be a total lack of attempted non-lethal mitigation without specialist advice sought regarding nesting periods, the ecological role of the species, or other information that could lead to non-lethal mitigation strategies. This is compounded because the application of research findings is limited and wildlife organizations are rarely engaged in meaningful dialogue regarding possible alternatives. We have strong concerns about the tracking and reporting of animals harmed, as well as the high incidence of animals that are effectively invisible within the licensing framework. The lack of transparency on the number of animals impacted by licenses to harm is alarming. Greater transparency and timely access to data is urgently required. Inadequate and incorrect species identification is extremely common. Numbers to be harmed are estimated and undercounted. Numbers and species of animals actually harmed may not be updated from the original estimates. There does not appear to be any auditing or oversight. There are significant numbers of displaced animals that are displaced into inappropriate locations or are forced into territory already occupied by the same species. These animals simply may not survive or may end up coming into care. There is no way to link any of these to a license to harm. Although significant numbers of young animals are orphaned, they are effectively invisible within the regulatory framework. Unhatched eggs in the nest and tiny joeys in pouches are not considered at all. When orphaned young come into care, again, there is no ability to link any of them with activities taken under a license. Also invisible are animals that are harmed or die through the use of poison meant for non-natives. This includes native animals that directly ingest the poison and the secondary effects of poisoning, especially on birds of prey. Finally, turning to our experience as wildlife rehabilitators. Licenses are being issued for the species we rescue, rehabilitate, and release. The lack of safe release spaces for urban wildlife means that an animal we rescued, rehabilitated, and released may well be immediately killed under a different or even the original license. We are completely unable to plan ahead, and in those rare instances where we are contacted to assist, it is after the harm has occurred and becomes an emergency rescue. Significant financial resources are utilized in supporting wildlife in the Sydney Basin across wildlife organizations, veterinary practices, and members of the community. There is no valuation of the thousands of hours spent by wildlife volunteers. Vicarious trauma of people engaged with wildlife rehabilitation should not be underplayed in this inquiry. The need to care for injured or orphaned animals, the lack of safe release locations, ongoing issues of licenses with zero transparency on numbers, a seeming absence of non-lethal management options, and a mismatch of community expectations all lead to a significantly unsafe psychological environment for wildlife rehabilitators. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from Wires?
Yes, and I'll read that out. Thank you. Wise submission to the inquiry into licences to harm native animals provided a brief outline of some specific implications of the licensing program overseen by the National Parks and Wildlife Service. The program itself is based on fundamental assumptions which are incompatible with societal expectations. The program does not reflect what the broader community expects from a department established for conservation. There must be a shift in focus to the delivery of government programs which promote and foster coexistence with wildlife in shared and multi-use landscapes. The licensing program makes possible and even encourages inexcusable harm to wildlife. Selected animals are rendered killable with the violence permissible for simple convenience. The root causes of human-wildlife conflict are anthropogenic in nature. The structure of the licensing program leads to avoidable anthropogenic causes of conflict being largely non-considered, with the killing of wildlife effectively rendered as an inevitable, even appropriate outcome. Reporting requirements obscure the harm to wildlife and the broader impacts are hidden. The lack of transparency is matched by limited oversight. Whereas the impacts of the licensing program are effectively obscured, the implications for the volunteer wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector are well known amongst carers. One implication was noted recently in the recently released Wildlife Rehabilitation Review Report and recommendations prepared by DQ, following the review led by Trish Doyle, Parliamentary Secretary for Climate Change, Parliamentary Secretary for Energy, Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment and Parliamentary Secretary for Heritage. The report identified that a critical shortage of release sites was a notable theme raised by volunteers at roundtables across New South Wales. Volunteer wildlife carers can be required to release wildlife whose care required significant time, cost and emotional investment into areas where they face a significant risk of being killed, displaced and otherwise harmed under a National Parks and Wildlife Service granted licence. As noted in Wired's submission to this inquiry, such devastating outcomes place an additional burden on the volunteer wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector, directly impacting the social and emotional wellbeing of carers. The Wildlife Rehabilitation Review Report and Recommendations Report also discussed mental health impacts faced by the sector. WISE members have repeatedly expressed serious concern for the animals that they have rehabilitated and released, including joeys orphaned and otherwise impacted by National Parks and Wildlife Service granted licences to harm, only to later find that they were killed or otherwise harmed. Killing and other impacts made permissible via the managed licence program. These inexcusable outcomes are examples of the impacts of the licensing program on wildlife. on carers, and on the volunteer wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector. Many other species, including birds, are impacted by the licensing program. A focus on self-reporting obscures the program's impacts and does not reflect public expectations of transparency. The licensing program impacts on the efficacy of the volunteer wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector and reduces public confidence in National Parks and Wildlife Service, DQ and the New South Wales Government. The program is not fit for purpose. A replacement program or suite of programs which correctly recognises wildlife as animals living in their home, not as an impediment to landholders, will provide for more effective outcomes. Facilitating coexistence through supporting landholders to live with wildlife in and across the landscape must be the focus.
Thank you, and thank you to both of your organisations for all the amazing work that you do, and thank you for coming to give evidence at the inquiry today. I'll just start with a few questions myself. You've both highlighted in your opening statements, but also in your submissions, the significant burden on organisations and on volunteers. I'm just wondering if you can give any examples to help the community really understand where situations where volunteers were routinely called to assist with or as a result of a licence to harm that's been given that potentially has gone wrong.
You want me to? Yep. I can give a number of examples. I'll just highlight a couple. So we often get called, it's a bit of a twofold thing. We get called with very limited notice period for things like Ausgrid removing trees or cutting back foliage, and it has to happen at 7 a.m. tomorrow. It's now 5 p.m. the day before, and we've not been able to do site checks, for example. So there's that part of it, and we've got a significant number of examples of those impacting birds, possums and other species that are in the Sydney Basin. We have significant numbers of examples of when things have gone wrong. Licences being provided to remove possums from roof cavities. We have examples of 7 brush-tailed possums left in an abandoned backyard where they could not actually get out, and we had to then take all 7 into care. We have no idea where they've come from. Possums are kept in traps by pest removalists for weeks. They don't come back for them. They also trap animals that are not their target. So they trap brush turkeys, for example, that then boil to death in the sun. They're not coming to remove their traps. Trees felled or lopped under licence with active nests, live birds thrown into tree chippers, tens and tens and tens taken into care. Multiple died on the scene, multiple thrown into a chipper by arborists, witnessed by children, significant drain on resources, time and significant issues finding safe release sites. Birds left on the verge dying after trees have been removed, getting hit by cars, chainsawed in half, over 22 birds euthanased in one site. Nests removed, over 50 chicks and eggs dropped off in a 4-week period, all species in hollows, so that is up to 50 hollows impacted under an intentional to harm licence, including threatened species such as gangangs and raptors and parrots. Nothing done about eggs and birds when the ecologist was not actually on site. The ecologist has started dropping those birds off to vets, where we then have to pick them up, incubate eggs and raise birds. The burden is now, because there were so many dropped off in one thing under an intention to harm licence, they now drop them directly to carers. So we have no way of measuring how many animals are actually impacted under those licences. And the number of nests, birds and joeys dropped to vets following harm. I guess there's a few other examples around time and resources. Here in Sydney CBD, peregrine falcons issued a licence to be aerial shot because they were noted to be swooping workers rappelling down the side of the building, of which they've been nesting in for decades. I have spent over 100 hours, 16 site visits and significant financial resources in coming to a better solution for animals like that, and we have managed to avoid that. Ospreys at Garden Island, which are a threatened species nesting on cranes, dealing with defence and trying to actually make sure that those nests remained where they were. Significant time burden. So we've got a number of examples across all species groups, I guess, in urban Sydney. And yeah, lots and lots of different examples, but time and financial resources and specialty knowledge of how to deal with certain species.
And I guess just sort of digging into that whole idea, you sort of started on an example there of finding an alternative to lethal control, and we've been talking a lot this morning about it. And we've been talking about it sort of much more broadly, that people are saying we need more research into alternatives, we need to better understand what those alternatives are. Is there already potentially an amount of information that your organisations and volunteers have as wildlife rescue, where you can sort of say, okay, for this particular bird, this is an alternative. For this particular animal, relocation's definitely off the cards. You can't relocate this species. Like, is there? Because obviously, I think that's the complexity that the government doesn't have and hasn't really sort of used. But we don't have that information.
There's an enormous body of knowledge across wildlife rehabilitators, because remember, they raise them, they rescue them, and they release them. So they have a significant amount of knowledge about their ecological impact, but also something as simple as nesting periods. When I speak to ecologists and arborists about a very polarising species, the Australian white ibis, for example, they are often shocked to hear that if they just waited an additional 2 weeks for those birds to leave the nest, then they could do that work without any death on their hands at all. And it would actually stop them coming back because of the growth rate of the trees that they're lopping. And they don't necessarily need to remove the entire tree. So absolutely, I think there's an enormous amount of knowledge that we could provide, and it is up to the wildlife rehabilitator to do the work. For the peregrine falcon example, that has been a labour of love where the building owners actually don't want to shoot the peregrines because they've got a really important ecological function in keeping this city free of pigeons and other birds. And they're also phenomenal creatures to have so close to an urban environment. Where I have managed to actually teach the building owners who own multiple buildings in the city that have multiple different species on it, how to train peregrines to not swoop someone in high-vis that are going down their building. And it's been a really simple but effective solution where we've managed to now fledge 6 to 10 chicks since we've gotten involved to do that, with not one of them being killed. So there is absolutely a lot of knowledge within the wildlife sector where we can say, do this, wait this amount of time, because my experience when you talk to the person who's gotten the licence to harm licence is there's such an easier way here. 2 weeks, great, easy. I'll wait the 2 weeks. Or if you give me another week, we can help do a drone, see if there's actually possums in that dray or if it's a fake dray, for example. So there's a lot of knowledge that we do hold across the organisations to work with.
I would also point out that there are different branches of government, excuse me, and as wildlife rehabilitators, we teach and follow the code of practice as promulgated by New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service and DQ, and so this is part of our frustration, is different arms of government not, from what we can tell, speaking with each other. So things like relocation of possums, we follow the code of practice. We're not making it up. We certainly have on the ground knowledge that I think can enhance those codes of practice. But many of the codes are well researched and well thought out.
Should there be, I'm just trying to work out how we get the information from wildlife groups to help kind of, if we were going to sort of change the system in some way to say, okay, you need to have considered non-lethal first and show that non-lethal isn't available or isn't suitable. I mean, I'm just trying to work out how we sort of set that system up. Does there need to be a separate government consultation, separate government, standard operating procedures for each species that is drafted up kind of as part of this system? How do you think it would best work?
Where we are engaged, it works really well. If, for example, Ausgrid contact us ahead of time and they say this is when the works are planned, it actually works seamlessly, but it does rely on the person who has got the licence to engage a wildlife organisation. And that, in my experience, is hit and miss where the National Parks and Wildlife Service actually tell them to engage someone. They can either throw money to an ecologist, and there are certainly cowboy ecologists out there and there are cowboy arborists out there. I recently dealt with an ecologist who was based up near Grafton, but making a recommendation in urban middle of Sydney about a species that does not exist in Grafton. And when I had a conversation with the ecologist to say, this species is in their peak nesting period and this is the period that you can expect that they won't be there anymore, they were actually shocked that that knowledge was held locally. If we are made aware of it with enough time, it is something that can work. But even National Parks and Wildlife, when you call them to say, Ausgrid have now reached out, there's possums impacted, there's also now ravens impacted, and there's other species impacted, they are like, oh, it's nice that they reached out to you. So it seems to be an optional extra. However, it's not to denote that it would be an enormous amount of burden if we were to try and be involved in every part. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I'm looking at over
system,
600,000 licences. I'm imagining that's beyond capacity.
Exactly, but to maybe answer your question a different way, you know, we're both on the board and have management positions, even though we're all volunteers, with Sydney Wildlife Rescue. One of the challenges, I think, of working with rescuers is getting us organized. We don't organize very well, but the power that comes out of organized discussions should not be minimized. So I think, this is me from a personal basis, but I think if there was a group in the government that was holding round tables or something, and I do think face-to-face probably works better with certainly most of our volunteers, you would be delighted at the information that would come forth. What we need, partially because, again, we're all volunteers, what we need is somebody to take the reins of that and organize the process of getting that information. I think that carers in rural areas, it's even harder because they're often, you know, off by themselves, kilometers away from, you know, they're organizing whoever owns their license. So I do think that the government could be really helpful in this process.
Great. And is part of the solution also more funding for wildlife rescue organisations to be able to step in for this?
Absolutely. So I do have a little bit of information. So in the last full year, which was 24-25, we had 9,268 individual incidents. From a central standpoint, so this is money that Sydney Wildlife gets in donations, we spent about $100,000 on food and equipment, and about 16,000 on veterinary bills. Now, this does not include the money that each of us as carers puts in. The food is somewhat subsidized, the equipment is somewhat subsidized, but most of us are paying for it out of our pockets. We also have 16 volunteer vets who volunteer. Most of them will volunteer a day a week. We have generally 2 vets per day, 3 times a week. So that's, you know, I mean, I can't really do the math in my head, but that is significant money that they are volunteering out of the goodness of their heart and their own interest. And the piece that's totally missed in here are the local vet practices or the 24-hour emergency vets, where these animals are being dropped off and they're caring for them overnight. I picked up a possum a couple days ago. It had 2 kinds of medication, was kept with them for 4 days while it went through the medication. I've also at home given a possum vitamin K. It had been poisoned, vitamin K, for a month. So that possum was in care much longer than it should have been. So, you know, there were vet expenses to that as well, and those are totally invisible to anybody. We have no idea what that dollar amount is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I've got some questions for Wise too, but I might put them on notice if I don't get a chance at the end of the session. But I'll throw to the Honourable Bob Nanva.
Thank you, Chair. Just with reference to the number of incidents that you've responded to and the burden that it's placed on your organisations in terms of responding, do you quantify which of those incidents are linked or you assume are linked to licences to
This is
harm?
difficult
It's
because
very
so
difficult.
with our licensing, we code every animal that comes through. Okay, so we code the species and we code why they've come in, what their condition is, and what the outcome is. Even though National Parks and Wildlife license both this and license us, are our licensees essentially, and we report all of that data through the system, we do not have a code associated with these licenses. We cannot pick it. So unless we keep that data separately to say this is the number of birds that we picked up after this, or this is what would happen, there is no way for us to quantify it. The other problem, of course, is that there's no way to quantify it because we turn up 2 days later to 15, say, birds on the verge, and you can see that there has been work done within the area, and we, of course, we're too late and it becomes an emergency rescue. So we don't have a way to quantify it, and the orphaning perspective of it, so the babies that come out of this, whether it's eggs, chicks or possums or baby reptiles, whatever the case may be, we have no way to quantify it to where the adult went, because we pick up a lot of babies that there's work being done in the immediate vicinity. Welcome swallow nests have been knocked down. There are babies on the floor. We can't quantify at all.
No.
It's really tough. We don't have a way to legally do it in our coding, and we also just don't have a way to measure it because we're never told this is what's happening at this address and we may expect X.
Right. It makes the issue of putting to one side, the ease with which licences are given at the moment.
Yes.
It makes the downstream problem hard to act on as well. The
That's
sort of
correct.
monitoring
Very
and
hard.
compliance and
That's correct.
enforcement action.
Yes.
Are there some simple suggestions that you have in terms of systems issues, regulatory changes to help with the coding problem, I guess? And then there are some scenarios where you could probably use your best judgment as to why an incident has occurred if you can transparently link it back to a licence that's been given for a particular location at a particular point in time.
Yeah.
Are there some simple suggestions that you've got for the committee to try and help with the compliance and enforcement
Well,
perspective?
one of the things is access to data in real time. So when a license is granted, to get that information immediately, then the question is, what do we do with it? And I certainly don't want to go out on a limb and say, oh yeah, send us the data and we'll be able to act on it. I mean, that's a whole nother data mining, a whole nother administrative process that, quite frankly, could very well be beyond us. I mean, I guess that would be maybe the best answer, but it is not the most practical answer. Again, we're volunteers, and I do quite a bit of the data crunching with a couple other people in our spare time, as it were. So that is a major stumbling block to linking these things together.
But we definitely need a mechanism in real time of what licences are being issued and better transparency about non-lethal possibilities. So if we start it back here, it's an easy e-form that you submit and it's all just taken on face value, and I said, oh yeah, no, I promise I actually tried to put bird spikes up first, but then it just hasn't worked, so now I'm just going to carte blanche knock the entire wall down. We have no insight into what licences are being even on the table, what have been accepted and what's in our area, sometimes improved with threatened species, but that's still rare. That relies on the local National Parks and Wildlife Office, which is away from the granting people, to pick up the phone and say, hey Jess, I know that you do raptors, this has come across our desk, can you maybe stick your head in over there and see if there's something we can do that is not shooting the bird dead in the sky. So it is a it's all the way downstream, as you said, that we don't even know what licenses are there, so therefore we can't manage it. But in a very easy sense, yes, we need to add a code onto how we code animals, that this is linked to a licence to harm, and National Parks and Wildlife need a better system on how they communicate it with us, because I'm sure Wires can tell you that they receive emails too from ecologists and Ausgrid and other places, but no time given, and it's really hit and miss whether they'll even let you come on site, but they expect you there at 7 a.m. to take any of the animals into care, but it's never spoken about again. And if we can't get that information ahead of time, it's almost impossible. It's a lose-lose.
Yeah, okay. I mean, noting that, you know, you don't code these incidents to a licence to harm, instinctively you might be able to make a fairly sound judgment that it would be related to a licence to harm, given the nature of the work that's taken place.
Yep.
In those scenarios where an incident has occurred and you've attended a scene, what's the sort of main driver for animals that come into your care when in those sorts of scenarios, in that sort of context? Is it indifference? Is it carelessness? Is it a lack of education? You know what?
Yes.
All of
the above. All of those.
All of the above. Orphaned is your main thing. There is no adult. It is something that is dependent on the adult. The adult is no longer there. Then there are ones where there has been clear cowboys undertaking the work under the licence, and they have caused significant damage to what remains. So you're talking about birds that have been chainsawed in half. You're talking about animals that are literally being thrown live into chippers, etc. So there's those. And then there is just an absence of any information whatsoever, but you are at a development site, and all of a sudden you've got 5 nests of welcome swallows that are no longer on that wall, that now they've opened that parking garage. So it's a whole range of things, and it's certainly sometimes postcode dependent. I end up in the same suburbs over and over and over because the licences are being reissued over and over and over, and the cruelty is significant. It is visible. And
can I touch on that? I mean,
Sure.
what sort of locations and species and activities do you generally...
In my experience, the locations are places Bankstown, Auburn, Chullora, Yagoona, all around that realm, where lethal management seems to be the first step, and there's no room, in my experience, for educating the member of the public for non-lethal control. You then get a lot around Sutherland Shire, where it is carte blanche, we're poisoning this, but now we've got 65 to 70 sulphur-crested cockatoos and corellas who are the secondary poisoned animal as a result of, lethal legal poisoning of another species. So you definitely do that, and in high development areas, and that is of course Sydney wide. So very, very high development areas we see it as well. But yeah, that's my experience. It's tough. They can certainly, and developers know they can go straight to a licence to harm.
And I primarily work on the North Shore, and I'll give you an example. This was not a license to hire, or to harm, but this is how things are valued on the North Shore. A woman I know reported to me that her neighbor had 3 trees right on the foreshore, and that there was something like 200 galahs that nested in there. Well, suddenly the 3 trees died, and she was very upset because the galahs were no longer nesting there, and she wondered where they had gone and what could she do. I said, well, you first of all should tell the council that the trees appear to have been poisoned, and say something about the galahs. Well, the council cared about the trees being poisoned, but really had no opinion about the galahs. Now, the galahs weren't all laying dead on the ground, but their habitat was gone. And my friend has lived there for decades, and so had the galahs.
But I think it raises an important point at the deterioration between agencies such as DQ and National Parks and Wildlife and Council. So in the areas that I am in, when I have to call the ranger and say, I've now got 30-something animals that I need to take into care, where were you guys, what has actually happened? They don't know about the licences to harm. They don't know that's a process. They don't know that links to the Biodiversity Act. They don't know that it links to the Protection of Cruelty to Animals Act. They're working under a different level of legislation, and their understanding of these licences is very, very hit and miss, depending on the council area.
Just one more question, because I can see other members, but just on that point, how do you find the interagency experience in relation to licence to harm in terms of reporting suspected breaches or behaviours?
I've got first-hand experience with this a number of times, and between the EPA, National Parks and Wildlife Council, RSPCA and other bodies and police, it is impossible. They do not speak the same language. They are not integrated. Even between DQ and National Parks and Wildlife, they are not integrated. You cannot work out the system for love nor money on how to actually properly report. And when police attend, and I've had this experience, when police attend, they do not know that they are someone that can use Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. That is under review at the moment, that entire piece of legislation, and they've just removed something around safe netting, wildlife-friendly netting. We're really missing huge opportunities here, and the agencies do not, in my experience, talk at all. And of course, National Parks and Wildlife is our licensing agency, and the fact that we can't have a real-time transparent system and understand what it is that they are actually issuing these for, and non-lethal mechanisms, and the left hand talking to the right hand before you even add in council and everybody else, it is extremely complex in a lot of ways, and I think that ultimately the animals pay the price for that.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Barrett.
Thank you. My question is to anyone, but maybe Wires go first to get their stats up. And it's about bats in particular. And I just wonder, are there some more humane methods that we can be looking at to move bats on? Or do you think it's okay that we need to give up our backyards and parks to their stink and their risk of disease?
Well, so I don't necessarily agree with the framing that you've given us just then, but there have been significant approaches with landholders to minimise the conflict with wildlife, in particular flying foxes, where there has been government programs rolling out netting, for example, to protect crops, and we know that they're effective as non-lethal methods. One of the challenges, and this is big picture challenges we face, is that many of the species that we're coexisting with are with us because of habitat destruction and fragmentation, so anthropogenic causes. But we continue to focus on the wildlife themselves and not the root causes of the problems. So with flying foxes, that's something we need to specifically address, and they're an important part of the ecological community, and we just can't continue to move them on. We need to work out and work on different ways to coexist with them. And I think an overarching theme of today so far has been the focus on wildlife management, not on coexisting with wildlife and how to work on managing the conflict with wildlife, which is quite a different question. So I think we need to shift our emphasis to think about managing that conflict as opposed to managing wildlife in itself. And that requires all of us coming together to work on these issues and not just thinking about what's the easiest way out, which unfortunately at the moment is a licence to harm and the killing of animals.
Sorry, back to the objection to the framing of the question though, where there certainly are parks and backyards that people cannot use because of flying foxes. Do we think that's okay?
Well, the underlying thing is, why are they there in the first place? Why they've lost their colony. So there's no short-term fix. We need to ensure that flying foxes have somewhere they can go, somewhere that is causing less impact on people in their backyards. And I know this is a debate that's been going on for many, many years, and there are local governments that are looking at options around this that are non-lethal. So we need to put some time and effort into looking at these non-lethal methods rather than just going to the simple fix of shooting them or forcing them out.
I wonder then, Sydney Wildlife Rescue, have you got any suggestions on how we can humanely move these animals on so we can use our parks?
I'm a flying fox rehabilitator, and it's a really difficult thing. I tend to work with really polarising species, so I take your point that, you know, they're either loved or hated, and for every detractor there's a supporter. And some of the methods that have been trialled simply don't work, and that's a really tough pill to swallow in a lot of ways, and we really need to look at where they can go, where they're not going to impact us. Do I think it's okay that people can't use their parks and backyards? That's not my, you know, it's not up to me to answer that question, because it's, you know, but I understand the problem. But as Colin says, we need to find a better way to move them on, because what we're doing currently is not working and it's not meeting community expectations. So dispersing them or shooting them or doing that, they will just be replaced by the next lot. So what is the next piece in order to move them on? Or is it that certain land becomes identified for some species that we can't actually move on? Because flying foxes, as one example, being a keystone species and a long-range pollinator, the very thing we're trying to stop by moving them on means that we actually won't have novel crops and novel eucalypt trees in the future for farmers to actually utilise. So it's a really hard, tricky piece. Do I have an answer? I don't have an answer. It's tough. It's a really tough one.
Yeah, I'll leave it there, Chair, but I was deliberately leaving the impact on crops out of that urban impact as well. But
Yeah.
Move on, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Does the Honourable Robert Borzak have questions for this panel?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, thanks. Just to Wise, for example, I just read with interest your recommendations, and recommendation 3 talks about inexcusable harm is implicit in licensing programs. What sort of harm is then excusable?
I don't think that's the intent of the recommendation. At the moment, there is inexcusable harm. That's undoubtable.
So the question is, I'm not saying that what your recommendation is anything wrong with it. I'm saying you're saying it's inexcusable. So I'm saying what's the opposite? What is excusable harm in the management processes that are being utilised?
WISE doesn't support lethal management as it currently exists. As our submission has outlined, the program does not have any transparency. Killing is the first option almost always. There is non-lethal approaches are not in any way an effective part of the process.
So you're saying that basically
the current approach is inexcusable. The data shows that it doesn't work. The welfare outcomes for wildlife are not there. It doesn't support landholders. It doesn't lead to effective outcomes for landholders. Therefore, it's inexcusable.
I'd quibble with you about that, but anyway, in relation to landholders, can you provide specific evidence on how WISE ensures its rescue operations are both cost-effective and scalable, rather than just relying solely on volunteer goodwill?
Well, I think that's more a government question. We rely solely on public funding. And if you go back to a government report from 2017-2018, it found that this is a low estimate, there was a $27 million avoided cost to governments. So I think if we're going to ask questions about funding in a reliable and a viable sector, we need to ask questions about government funding.
Right, so you're saying...
So if you want a professional sector where wildlife carers are paid, that burden should be on government, it shouldn't be on volunteer organisations.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything, I'm simply asking questions. But what you're saying is then, to not rely on the goodwill of volunteers, the government should be putting more money into the system.
Yes, well, the government does rely on the goodwill of volunteers, and as we've heard already today, that it's volunteers that do the vast majority of the rescue and care across the state and in most towns and cities. And unfortunately, the way we've been talking about licence to care involving the wildlife rescue and rehabilitation sector as part of the process will actually potentially increase the burden on the sector. So we're talking about for-profit enterprises, whether it's landholders, you might call them small businesses or whatever, expecting volunteers to come in and assist them in managing wildlife for free. And we have, well, it's a little bit tangential, we have projects going through environmental impact assessment. As part of their requirements, they're saying they'll have volunteer wildlife carers on site. So their multi-million, hundreds of $1 million projects can go ahead on the expectation that the volunteers will provide this service at no cost. So this is an endemic issue, and it's just another issue that potentially an extra burden that might come through the necessary changes to the licensing program here.
How does WISE prioritise interventions to ensure that the greatest positive impact on native wildlife populations rather than focusing on individual animals or for media or fundraising purposes?
Well, I don't think media or fundraising purposes come into it. We have a wildlife rescue office that specifically triages cases based on urgent care, and Matt might, as emergency response manager, might want to answer that.
So how does that relate to the overall population, best interest of the overall population of the animals concerned?
We're a wildlife rescue organisation. We're not focused on biodiversity, so individual animals do matter, and that is the focus. We have people calling us every day, thousands of calls a day, people at sometimes their worst experiences of seeing wildlife suffering, and that individual animal matters to them, and that's the context and that's the space within which we operate.
Well, I was hearing Ms Krause answering questions along those lines in relation to the overall population of flying foxes, for example. Are you interested in answering that question?
Sorry, repeat the question. I was
The
listening
question
to
was, how does, in this case WIRES, but in your case your organisation, prioritise and ensure that greatest positive impact on native wildlife populations rather than just focusing on individual animals?
Yeah, look, I think we focus in rescue and rehabilitation and release on individuals. However, it's a group effort over however many months that we do that. I personally, and we provide a huge amount of community education. We provide a lot of advice on the phone about species groups, possums.
And that's all highly commendable, but don't you agree that it's the government's duty to think about the overall ecosystem and the overall health of all of the animals that they're concerned with?
Well, given that they are owned by the Crown, absolutely, they need to be looking at it as an entire group of animals, and we are doing the work of the single animal, which conglomerates into lots and lots of numbers. We're working under codes of practice that, we are hamstrung by, that are written by our licensing body, so by National Parks and Wildlife. So yes, we would love to be doing more with the entire groups involved, but that needs to come from the licensing agency. We can't be responsible for that as well.
But don't you think that the overall licensing is focused not just on the individual, but also on the health and welfare of not just the ecosystems, but the whole of the integrated populations of various native animals in the state?
Yes, I think for some, absolutely. And you see it in better areas than others.
Well,
so for threatened species, for example, a lot of work has gone into making sure the health of that population is actually looked at appropriately. I think some fall through the gaps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have come to time, so thank you so much for your time today, and again, thank you for all the amazing work that you do. I think, I know I've got some questions that I'll be handing in on notice, and other members may have questions as well, which the Secretariat will be in contact with you about, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Welcome our next witness, and thank you for giving your time here today. Could I begin by asking you to please give your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name's Gary Dunnett. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Parks Association of New South Wales.
Do you need a script?
Thank you. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Did you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
Yes, please.
Great.
I just want to make a short opening statement to both add to but also to emphasise the points that were made in our written submission. And I might start by just noting that the National Parks Association is not a wildlife organisation. Our principal areas of expertise and interest are in the management of protected areas, which is to say national parks and nature reserves and marine parks, but also in the broader protection of biodiversity, which encompasses wildlife but isn't focused on these animal welfare issues. And I guess from that sort of broad biodiversity and protected area perspective, the thing that we expect out of any regulatory regime for native species is that it's credible and it's based on the best possible information about the species subject to control measures. And when I say the best possible information, you know, in the absolute basics of resource management, that means understanding the status of the populations that you're talking about and understanding what impacts are being permitted within the regulatory framework. And in our view, there are some serious concerns about the current regulatory framework. They range from the present register, which only records the maximum number of individuals which are permitted to be taken under any licence and doesn't actually provide us with any information about what's actually happening on the ground. And in some cases, that information is generalised so that it's dealing with a clade, a group of species rather than individual species. But more generally, I think we need to recognise that there are some really significant gaps in the system where activities are undertaken that impact on wildlife that in fact aren't regulated under this system at all. And they range from the fact that what licences aren't permitted for impacts associated with development approved under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. So while there may be some spin-off issues there, I mean, the reality is that the removal of habitat and all of the impacts that happen with that removal of habitat isn't part of that system. So we're losing vast numbers of individuals and potentially species as a result of development. Moreover, within the New South Wales system, there's some, we have situations where native birds are not protected, you know, such as your cockatoos in the western bioregions, crows and ravens are only protected around Sydney, in fact, and species such as the purple swamp hen is not protected in the irrigation districts. So we've got whole species which in fact aren't coming within the regulatory framework. The one that concerns us most is the fact that dingoes are in fact not considered under the Biodiversity Conservation Act at all. They're regulated as a pest species and there are positive drivers requiring their control even in protected areas. So there are obligations for the killing of dingoes in all habitats. This is against a backdrop of overwhelming international evidence, research that really demonstrates the critical importance of peak predators in any healthy ecosystem. And we're setting up a situation in New South Wales where we are systematically removing those predators. There are circumstances where this is abundantly clear, the adverse environmental impacts. If we go to the northwest corner of the state, we can see that on the Queensland side, where they've still got healthy dingo populations, you've got relatively small macropod populations come across the side of the dingo fence, and we're into barren landscapes that are seriously overgrazed because we've removed those critical predators. So we think that there's significant gaps within the current regime that really need consideration if what we're going to have is a credible framework for managing wildlife in New South Wales. The other thing that we'd like to touch upon is the potential for perverse or unexpected impacts on our day-to-day management of protected areas if we were to significantly constrain the techniques that are available for feral species as a byproduct of controls that came in place to protect wildlife. And obviously, What I'm alluding to in that case is the use of 1080 as part of feral dog and feral cat control programs. So we are concerned that we don't see unintended consequences that have reverberations for effective land management across the state. I think we only have to think to the recent example of the now repealed Kosciuszko Wild Horse Heritage Act about what the cascading environmental impacts can be of allowing specific feral species to reach superabundance within our national parks. And that will do me for introductory remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple of quick questions myself before I pass it on. My understanding is that the current licensing framework doesn't adequately consider those cumulative impacts of multiple license to harm being issued over time for the same species or within the same geographical areas. So it doesn't actually consider whether species may be declining in a particular area if they've just been impacted by fires or floods, for example. Can I get your thoughts around that and how we could potentially make sure that that is part of the system so that there's not licences approved to kill animals that have just experienced a major bushfire and may have a sudden decline in species, for example?
Yeah, look, certainly I think context is everything in this circumstance. So there are a number of the bioregions across New South Wales in which, for instance, wallaroos are one of the permissible species within the commercial cull, and yet their numbers are in fact tottering on the edge of viable populations. When you look through those, the licence records, you see some really unusual species in there, things like dusky antechinus, which is clearly licence have been issued for some particular nuisance issue, but nonetheless they're of a class of species that actually aren't doing well across the landscape at all. And what we have in New South Wales at the moment is an incredibly blunt instrument in that we assume that species are either common and therefore robust, and so they're able to sustain control measures, or they're threatened species. And the reality has to be more nuanced of that. At a minimum, we'd like to see survey within the context of bioregions that actually understands, what is the status of individual species within that region as critical context for whether or not a licence is issued for those species in that context.
Thank you. And your submission raises concern about the lack of transparency in data reporting and the failure to report on the actual numbers of animals renders the entire system unacceptable from a resource management and risk perspective. Can you sort of expand a little bit on this, just for the benefit of the committee to understand, that real-world impact of the lack of data reporting and transparency and what that will kind of mean going forward if we don't fix that?
I think the lack of confident metrics really undermines the credibility of the entire system. And just as, clearly the logic at the moment is that the regulator, in this case National Parks and Wildlife Service, is setting a maximum amount of animals that it can be taken from any particular site. The fact that there's no reporting back assumes that they must have stayed below or up to that limit. But I think we can quite reasonably ask ourselves, okay, well, what audit processes do we have in place? What confidence do we have that that's the case? And how do we avoid situations where, in fact, you don't get repeated applications for the same site, which is having a really deleterious impact on that species? So in the absence of really good quality information reporting back by the applicant, there needs to be some serious consideration of what audit and other mechanisms are required to allow that sort of confidence that we're not taking species beyond the potential for recovery.
Thank you. Are there further questions? The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Sorry.
sorry, just gathering, because I had a question that was similar to Ms. Hurst, so I'll move to my next question. In terms of the licences that are approved or permitted, would you say they're consistent with conservation objectives?
I think in general they're clearly looking for, they're clearly targeted to situations where individual animals are causing what's perceived to be nuisance or impacting on agricultural operations. And for the most part, we're not seeing impacts on areas of high conservation significance. But as I've said previously, in the absence of full confidence in that the system is actually working as designed and that's providing the information that's required to make sensible resource management situations, it's hard to express more than a general sense that we're not seeing huge alarm bells, certainly from a biodiversity point of view, but that doesn't mean that they're not there from other perspectives.
So on that, so you would say that there are gaps then in the information. So what would you what other data gaps then that are undermining, say, good environmental outcomes based on the answer that you've just provided for the previous question that I asked?
I think ultimately it's about what's the population status of each region within, of each species within whatever comparable framework you're looking for, whether that's bioregion. The Act currently sort of works through the local land service regions. They're fine because they're smaller than a bioregion for the most part. But we need to have some assurance that we're not taking species, particularly once we start to consider those cumulative impacts, to the point where they can't recover.
Oh dear, touche.
Sorry.
I've got questions.
Yep, good.
Sure. Chair's gone.
Well, I'll throw to you.
Okay, thank you. I see in your submission there you say that culling should be applied to protected areas. Why should it be applied? And in that, do you mean national parks and reserves?
At the moment, there is very limited capacity for MPWS to respond to situations where, for a variety of reasons, you have overabundance, particularly in terms of macropods, and you're getting those issues of overgrazing manifesting themselves. So it's not permissible at the moment. We're not suggesting that it's something that parks agencies should be out there doing in any sort of casual sense, but it should be part of the range of tools that they have available. Yes. And just in the same way that we know that, for instance, reducing the density of goats in some reserves has seen extraordinary response from the vegetation, there are situations where really high macropod populations can have the same adverse impacts.
So how would you see that happening? On the ground shooting or non-lethal methods, or how would that work?
Whatever's the most appropriate and effective technique in a particular circumstance.
Appropriate meaning what? The most cost-effective or the most humane as far as you're concerned, or humaneness being the theme of this inquiry today? Yeah.
As I said, our focus is on the conservation issues rather than the humaneness of the particular control measures. I know from more than a quarter of a century working in parks agencies that the techniques that are most effective and, from my perspective, offer the quickest and most humane response aren't necessarily the ones that look as though they're providing those sort of outcomes.
You talk about in your submission significant threats to game bird populations, I guess in Australia and New South Wales in particular. On what do you base that assertion?
Look, it's really that old thorny chestnut of the unintended shooting of the rarer game bird species, by which I mean the waterbird species. So we work on the assumption that every hunter has the same level of skill in identifying threatened species in particular, and the reality is not borne out when you actually look at the results of so many of these events. So it's quite clear that we are still having a really adverse impact on things like blue-billed ducks and freckled ducks even though the numbers are small, their numbers are very small as well. So it's a risk that we don't
where
think
is the
appropriate.
statistical analysis that supports this in New South Wales? You're making assertions in relation to numbers and significance, but where's the studies that support that?
Happy to take that one on notice and get back to
Take that
the
on
committee.
notice. I mean, do you consider the survey work, the long-term survey work for game birds conducted by Dr. Kingsford, not significant?
I'm not sure that Dr. Kingsford would see it as a survey of game birds, but certainly...
Well, he surveys all birds, and game bird quotas are derived from those surveys every year.
I suspect we're interpreting the same data in different ways, but as I say, I'm happy to come back to the inquiry on that issue.
Where is the evidence in Australia that lead pollution is a problem anywhere in Australia?
So what we were referring to was in fact international data. The toxicity of lead doesn't vary across national boundaries, and certainly if we look
So lead fired in Europe ends up on our wetlands, is that what you're saying? I mean, where is the evidence in Australia for this?
again, happy to take that on notice.
I mean, the most regular duck shooting seasons are conducted still in Victoria,
yeah.
And even though they've conducted studies, they've never ever had a problem indicated. They certainly never got to a stage, I don't think, where they've gone straight to steel. Do you want to take that on notice too?
Sure.
Thank you. Aren't your recommendations in relation to game bird shooting purely just based on your prejudice against real conservation?
No.
That you should not be allowed to utilise it if you shoot it?
No, what they reflect is the risk that the current activities associated with waterfowl in particular are having an unwarranted...
But Mr Dunn, we've already just discussed that. That risk is unsubstantiatedly... You haven't substantiated that as a major risk.
No, but I've undertaken to come back to the inquiry
Yeah,
with
well
the
then,
data
but you
upon which
can't
we're
rely
relying.
now on something that you're going to come back on later on. I asked you the
I'm
question
not sure
about
how
why
I
are you
answered the
prejudiced
question then,
against conservationists who shoot, utilising the meat and the animals that they kill.
I think we're working from really different frameworks. I don't
No, I'm working
understand
from
your
a
use of the term
conservationist framework.
conservationist.
You're working from a protectionist framework. Is that right?
I don't really understand the terms you're using.
No, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I might throw to the Honourable Scott Barrett online.
Thank you very much. Can I just go back to a topic you raised earlier around the 1080?
Yep.
And just ask you to clarify what you were saying about your concerns about 1080 in that statement.
Look, there's certainly a debate which we're aware of the welfare issues associated with the use of 1080. And in our view, 1080 remains one of the most effective tools that are within the toolbox of land management in New South Wales, and we would be incredibly concerned about any steps that came out of this inquiry which saw constraints placed on the use of 1080 in large-scale landscape management, protected area management.
And sorry for putting words in your mouth, but I'd imagine the threat from invasive species to our native animals is far greater than that of these licence to harm licences.
Unquestionably, invasive species are probably the greatest threat to certainly established protected areas in New South Wales. Yeah.
Okay. So okay, I'm just trying to understand where that opposition to the use of 1080 is coming from in your eyes then?
Well, as I indicated, we're aware that there is concern within some elements of the community about the animal welfare issues revolving around the use of 1080. and we are signalling that we regard it as an absolutely critical tool in the management of protected areas across New South Wales and Australia.
Thank you very much. I vehemently agree, for what it's worth.
Thank you. I might just ask a quick question. Just coming back to the lack of data and reporting in the licence to harm framework. I mean, is it correct to, I suppose, is a fair summary to say that you see that as ground zero behind a range of issues within the regime at the moment? Because without data, it makes it hard to target compliance and enforcement efforts. Without data, it's hard to know what cumulative ecological impacts there are on targeted populations. Is it really the core at the fix of the regulatory regime?
Absolutely. So we're not trying to suggest that any licensing framework like this could possibly be used to map the adverse impacts that are happening to wildlife from the whole multiplicity of different issues we have across New South Wales, whether that's sort of land clearing or the whole development of various sorts. But what it goes to is the heart of, we've got a system which is trying to find that responsible point between saying no one shall ever harm a native species and ensuring that where it does happen, it's only in the most extraordinary circumstances with the best possible evidence that it can be done without long-term adverse impacts to those populations. So we really need to have a scheme that is entirely transparent about what's actually going on the ground. If we say that someone's been licensed to remove 150 short-billed corellas, did they remove 5 or did they remove 500? We actually need to know what the numbers are to be able to make sensible decisions about those cumulative impacts and the population level impacts.
I mean, you may not have an answer to this, or there may not be an answer to this, but what has been the impediment over all these years to not have a stronger reporting mechanism, for example? Is it lack of will? Is it complexity in systems?
Look, my suggestion would be that there's a significant administrative burden simply administering the front end of the system to get to the point where someone is licensed to go out and undertake action, that government agencies are inevitably going to be reluctant to then invest in the back end of the system, which is to determine whether it's meeting its objectives.
Right. I mean, would you support a system, at the very least, it may not be the gold standard, but a system at the very least which mandates a report back by licence holders as opposed to, self-disclosure?
Absolutely. And I mean, to go beyond that, some level of randomised audit process would also provide a level of assurance that's simply not there at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, did you have a chance to ask questions?
Yeah.
You're all done?
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. If there's any questions taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact with you. Members may also have further follow-up questions after the hearing that we'll send through the Secretariat as well, but thank you.
Thank you.
Today. I might start by swearing in the witness that we have in the room, and then I'll go to our witnesses that are joining us online. So, Ms. Jarrett, could you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Christy Jarrett. I'm a wildlife carer from Bathurst, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Going to our witnesses online, could I ask Ms. Cox to state her name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, my name is Amanda Cox. I'm the chairperson of the Wombat Protection Society of Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Day?
Yes, my name is Peter Day. I'm president of Badger Ridge Creek Wildlife Sanctuary Inc. The sanctuary was established in 2015. It's surrounded by state forest and national park and is outside the commercial killing zone for kangaroos. Sanctuary members are actively involved in rescuing and rehabilitating wildlife. Although the sanctuary's facilities are primarily set up for macropods, the sanctuary also operates as a release site for macropods.
Apologies. I'm not sure if you're reading an opening statement, which I'll give you a moment to do soon. I just wanted to...
No, I'm not, no.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Continue then.
I'm not, no. I will go on to the affirmation. That was my next.
Thank you. Apologies.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I might start with Ms. Jarrett and see if she's got an opening statement she'd like to give to the committee.
Yes, I'm a wildlife carer from Bathurst, New South Wales. I've been a wildlife carer for about 15 years now. I deal mainly in macropods and we are a release site for our area. I also do raptors and we have come across issues with licences to harm on a number of occasions. Most recently, I had a situation personally where my neighbour decided to obtain a licence to harm, which resulted in some of the animals that I had previously released being killed. So I have a bit to say about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I'll go online first to Ms. Cox and see if she had an opening statement she'd like to give.
Yes, the Wombat Protection Society, obviously we specifically are most concerned about wombats. But we believe that there is a lack of transparency in the way that licences are issued, and we believe that there are a lot of mitigation strategies that should be first put in place before any consideration about a licence to harm is provided. In addition to that, we believe that wildlife rescuers undertaking necessary euthanasia are held to far higher standards with respect to training, gun control, ammunition, than farmers or people asking for licences to harm are, and we would wish that in future, that the minimal thing that happens with anyone being issued a licence to harm should be held to the same, if not higher standards.
Thank you. And Mr. Day, did you have an opening statement as well?
Yes, I do. I would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to appear at the inquiry. I'm appearing in my capacity as President of Badger Ridge Creek Wildlife Sanctuary Inc. The information provided to the inquiry includes experiences by members and volunteers of the sanctuary, including those who are wildlife rescuers and rehabilitators. Given the very short time I have to make a statement, with the Chair's permission, I would like to focus on expanding the sanctuary submission with further accounts of cruelty and lawlessness committed under the licences to harm native animals and kangaroos. There are many instances reported involving large male kangaroos. The sanctuary has received these instances. All of these kangaroos have been body shot, with many having their scrotums cut off. It appeared that many of these kangaroos were still alive when this occurred, and all were shot in the direction of and just metres from a public road. In another incident, when conducting a welfare check on a wombat, 12 kangaroos were seen dead in a paddock. All of them had been body shot. All of them had their legs cut off. It's likely that a number of the kangaroos were still alive when they were mutilated, given the amount of blood spray and marks left in the dirt. The residents of the property next door, a mother with her child, explained they were terrified as the kangaroos were shot less than 100 metres away. Spotlights were shining into her windows and the killing was executed from the roadside. They feared for their lives. In another incident, immediately after the Black Summer fires, a mob of surviving kangaroos had sought refuge on one of the few green patches of an unburned grass in a landholder's property. Permission was asked of a landholder to gain access and so we could assess the survivors and arrange treatment. The reply was that there was no need for an assessment as all the kangaroos had been shot, including uninjured ones. In another incident, a kangaroo joey came into care at the sanctuary after her mother was shot on the property. The joey was initially given to a friend of the shooter who thought they could raise the joey themselves. They were not authorised wildlife rehabilitators nor experienced at raising a kangaroo joey. The joey was not thriving and was at risk of dying, so thankfully they gave the joey to the sanctuary. The joey was also found to have suffered an injury, most likely when her mother fell on her after being shot. She was successfully rehabilitated and returned to the wild at the sanctuary. Many of these instances are reported to the police and national parks, who are clearly not interested. A common response we get is farmers have to protect their livelihoods. Australia, as a modern society, cannot continue to tolerate the barbaric treatment of wildlife enabled by these licences. Claims that the food and fibre industries are green, sustainable and ethical are indefensible, while the current licensing system allows for animal cruelty to occur. The system urgently needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for the amazing work that you do. Mr. Barrett, you've got your hand up. Are you ready to ask questions? Did you want to jump in first?
I will do. Sorry, I'm off mute already too, aren't I? So apologies for that. I will go then, I guess, and I'm happy to put this question to anyone, and there might be some passionate views on this, but actually, if native animals are causing a disruption to primary production, they're decreasing land value, they're damaging infrastructure, they're reducing productivity, for those landholders to, I guess, continue to host those animals, can we see a scenario where there should be a compensation for them to doing that? Is that something that would be supported or encouraged by anyone on the panel?
From the sanctuary's point of view, no, I don't believe so. There is little opportunity for a landholder who has applied for a licence to harm, a licence to kill kangaroos. There is little opportunity for them to provide information about what damage these kangaroos are doing. They basically have a checkbox on a form that says why they want a licence to harm. There's no explanation required. If a licence holder has had a licence before, they don't even need to fill the form out. They just have to phone up the local National Parks office and ask for a further licence to harm. So there is no evidence shown to national parks of any damage. I doubt very much whether, and I've not heard of national parks officers going out to a property to inspect the damage, to see if there is other ways of mitigating the damage. So when you want to talk about compensation, there needs to be something in place so that the government can be sure that there is damage being caused and it's just not a quick grab for some cash.
Okay, just while we're on it and talking about evidence, Mr. Day, the examples you gave before, have you got evidence that they happened under a licence to harm?
Well, because the government doesn't make public the actual location of a property where a licence is granted, we make a determination as rescuers based on where and how the animal was found, the injuries or cause of death, and who reported it. It was much easier prior to 2018 when it was a requirement of a licensing condition to tag and leave animals in place where they were shot. But now they don't need to tag them, so we don't know whether it was under a licence to shoot kangaroos. They can now move the animal and they can now use the dead animal as they see fit, as long as it's not for commercial purposes.
Ms. Cox, with the wombats in particular, I am aware, as you would be aware, of the damage that they can do on properties to, not just to infrastructure, but also riverbanks and that sort of stuff. would you support the idea, if a wombat is to stay in that residence, do you feel that a farmer should be compensated for the damage to their land or the work they have to do to, fix up roads or riverbanks?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. And where we've seen previous situations where riparian zones have been funded for fencing for various other reasons, we've actually, seen property owners recognising that the wombats are quite happy to sort of stay there, the riverbanks aren't as damaged. We would also sort of see that, if farmers are losing a small area of, land to a particular borough, they definitely, they should be able to be compensated for the loss of that small area of land. They already would be, of course, with some of the mitigation strategies that we recommend, like fencing to make sure, stock and vehicles don't fall into burrows. But yes, we would definitely see that as a positive, and would also see that would help farmers recognise that there are a whole lot of people around who really want them to look after wombats on their property. So, yeah, short answer, yes, we would.
You do point to a good issue that was raised before, and that's the shared benefit of having these animals in the environment, yet the burden is sitting on the one landowner. Mr. Day, you disagree with that? I inferred you would disagree with that from what you said earlier?
Under the current conditions, yes, I would disagree with that, because there is no requirement by the landholder to show that there has been damage. So if the landholder is asking for compensation from the state without providing any qualified information about any damage being done, I really just don't see it as anything but a means of grabbing some money.
Even after hearing what we just heard from Ms. Cox?
Yes, well, you're talking about compensation for damage to erosion. The landholder would need to prove that a wombat caused that erosion and not cattle.
All right.
So, to get compensation, I know I can see that you find that amusing, but at the end of the day, that is what it is. A farmer is a primary producer or a landholder, particularly a farmer, not necessarily a landholder, is running a business. And I know that sheep farmers build into their profit margin how many lambs they will lose during a drought or during predation from foxes or from frost, particularly around where I am. Frost is a problem. That is built in. There's a percentage of animals that they will lose. So running a business, you would need to build into your profit what it costs you to run that business. And if that means appropriate fencing, fine, they need to do that. But I don't see why the state should provide that. The state doesn't provide much compensation to other industries with regards to that. So, I've run businesses for 30 years, and those businesses, while they might not be primary production, they still had costs. And
but were those costs on behalf of the broader population?
I beg your pardon?
Were those costs carried for the benefit of the broader population?
What do you mean by the benefit of the population?
The idea of protecting wombat and kangaroo populations for others to enjoy those populations.
Yes, they should be protected, of course.
Okay.
But aren't you saying that the farmer should be compensated for the supposed damage that these animals do?
What I'm saying is the benefit of protecting those populations is for everyone, yet the burden of protecting those populations is on the landholder.
It's on the landholder. If they're a primary producer and if they're making money from that land, it's a business expense, tax deductible one.
I'm happy to move on, Chair. Thank you.
You're done?
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can come back to you, Mr. Barrett, if you've got some further questions. I might start with some questions to Ms. Jarrett, and thank you for your submission. It described a really awful situation in your submission about your neighbour who actually got a licence to harm, to kill kangaroos, that you had personally rehabilitated yourself just prior to them being killed. And I'm sorry to ask you to relive that, but can you tell us as a committee the psychological impact for a wildlife carer to take in an animal, rehabilitate that animal, release that animal, and see that animal be killed under one of these licences?
It's horrific, yeah. So to raise an orphaned kangaroo, for example, is a full-time job for a lot of people. They can require round-the-clock care. They come in very small and defenceless. Kangaroos are tiny when they are born. So for them to survive, they are quite a highly stressed animal, so they take a lot of care. My whole family is involved in our rehabilitation process. So we would take a small number of kangaroos through a year. It would take probably around about 18 months to 2 years to rehabilitate them. They would require numerous feeds every day, laundry, cleaning, making milk, the whole works. And once we got them to a stage where they could be independent, so when they would have been naturally at a time when they might be weaned from their mother, 18 months to 2 years, we would release them into our, what we had previously thought was a safe environment. We had already we live in a quiet cul-de-sac, on acres in the bush, and up until the point where my neighbour moved in, we had the support of our neighbours, so we were not worried about their safety in particular. When we did have this new neighbour move in, within a 6-month period, they had obtained a licence to harm. It was a small licence, so only 10 animals were allowed to be taken. It wasn't a high-density population area for kangaroos. He did not consult with any of the neighbours to do this. He did advise the immediate neighbour between us that that was happening. And when she told us, because she was quite rightly outraged, we approached him and we said, is there something we can do to assist you with this situation? Are you having a problem with a particular animal? We would come and take it away or relocate it if we needed to. We were under licence, we could do that. And he did not want to do that. And since that time, he has on occasion gotten more licences to harm. We were particularly offended because national parks, who we'd worked quite closely with in the region, had advised him not to tell us that this was happening. And I think it was because they still wanted to be able to call on us to do the volunteer work that they required us to do, but did not want us to be upset by that. We basically had to pull the pin and say, we can't take animals from you that are likely to be put at risk down the track. So it was heartbreaking, and it was a very serious mental health issue for all of us. We are still concerned about that, and I've branched into other areas of wildlife care. I'm one of the only macropod carers in our Bathurst region. I'm certainly one of the only release sites. This puts a lot of pressure on our wildlife group. We can do a lot of rescues at any given time. Macropods are one of our highest animals that require rescue. My husband also is authorised to do roadside euthanasias, and to do that is a very stringent process. He has to be licensed, he has to do the safety courses, he has to do a course on humane euthanasia of animals every 3 years, and all of that is at our own expense. So for then that to happen on top of that was really confronting for us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the suggestions we've heard from other groups is that there should be kind of like a consultation process with neighbours, or just like a notice put up like the way we would if there was a development application, for example, where the community could potentially object to a particular licence and give reasons for that objection. Would you see that as working, and how would it work in the current system?
I would love to see something like that. We had no recourse or appeal for this particular situation. There was nothing that we could do to take that up with anybody. We just had to hear the gunshots and feel terrible about it. So yes, I would absolutely like to see an appeal process put in place, or a consultation process before it even got to that point. That would be much more, I think, effective, economical, humane, everything.
And I guess the other thing is, these licences are supposed to be handed out when people claim that there is a human safety risk, or
all avenues have been exhausted.
So in your situation, do you believe that
Definitely
that
not.
that was ever found?
No. There was no increase in fencing. The fencing on my neighbour's property is appalling. He overpopulates his property. We are very rugged bush land. We are not really made for... we're not commercial farmers. It's hobby farm size. It's not, primary production in any way. And I think it was just convenience and fun for this person.
And do you think that National Parks and Wildlife did a site visit before granting this licence?
I think they might have done it on the first instance,
Okay.
but I don't think so for the subsequent ones.
Okay, thank you. I've also got some questions for Ms. Cox as well. In 2023, the New South Wales government actually issued licences to harm over 3,500 wombats. As someone within an organisation that spends every day fighting to rescue and rehabilitate wombats, how do you respond to a figure like over 3,500 just in 1 year?
Oh, totally ridiculous. And I also, concur with Christy that there should be consultation with people who actually have the skills and ability to help mitigation strategies before licences are issued. Wombat Protection also holds a BCL licence in New South Wales to treat wombats for mange, and it's incumbent on us to make sure there are notices up everywhere saying, this is happening, this is occurring. That should also happen on any property that's been given a licence. They should have to put a notice up. It should have to say what the licence was, where it came from, how many animals are covered under that licence. But even more than that, before the issuing of such licences, there should be an educated, informed committee that looks at alternative strategies. That does not happen. We have never, ever been contacted by the licensing authorities to say, would you like to put your 2 cents in about how best to deal with this problem before we issue a licence? And that's absolutely appalling. We also have endless numbers of absolutely wonderful farmers who contact us when they have a problem, and they work with us on mitigation strategies before applying for a licence. They don't even get heard about. And that's a shame, because I think we have a tendency to say all farmers are bad because, they don't tolerate native animals. That's not the case. There's endless numbers of farmers out there who are really happy to coexist with native animals and to work where there are issues that they're facing. And they should also be given a huge pat on the back and be recognised for the fact that they are doing that, and they don't just resort to the rifle when they decide something's, a bit of a problem.
Thank you. And that's a good other point to make as well. And I think the other thing we heard this morning as well was that, a lot of these licences to harm are granted in urban areas as well. And so, it's not just a rural thing that's happening. It was suggested as well this morning by Humane World, who gave evidence. I asked them a broad question about whether any animal should be removed altogether from the applications to grant a licence to harm, and they indicated that they thought that there was a way out of using alternatives in this early stage to sort of phase wombats out of this system. Is that something that you would like to see as well, that we sort of review which species are actually on these licences to harm systems, so that we find alternatives for animals like wombats, so that we're not doing lethal control methods but rather moving to other methods where there is a conflict?
Well, I think we need to deal with what the conflict is to begin with, and you only have a conflict when you can't resolve it. Now, with farmers that we work with, we find if we give them sensible strategies, workable strategies, and that's another issue that often very well-meaning wildlife groups say, spread some blood and bone around or put camphor out or something like that. Those strategies are not workable. You really need to have workable solutions. We had a farmer the other day say, oh, no, I can't put wombat gates in because I would have to put in like 100 in, a stretch of a kilometre of fencing. That's not true. And all it took was us to explain, no, you just need a bit of a deterrent electric fencing standoff until you train them to use the gates where it suits you. It just needs that education. And if you don't have that, or you're telling people to try strategies that we already know don't work, then of course they're going to be frustrated and they're going to, return to the option of a lethal method. The other thing that we also need to explain to people is, particularly with wombats, although they're relatively solitary, they're very social, and dominant males really control the population. Shooting them out means you get recruitment, and some of the issues, like more burrows that, tend to be the problem that most landowners are concerned about, you'll actually get far more burrows. Similarly, if we were to assist everybody to fence the riparian zone, not only will they have cleaner water for their stock, but also that's the wombat's preferred area. And of course, if you fence it and allow planting to grow up, erosion obviously isn't going to happen, even with wombat burrows there, because you're not having heavy stock or vehicles moving through it. So there's a lot of education that can be done to, allow people to live in harmony with their native animals. We should also be giving a big Guernsey to all of those landholders who actually are looking after native animals. Their produce and their product should have some, symbol to indicate that they're living in partnership, because there are so many people who would appreciate knowing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I wonder as well, I spoke to some witnesses earlier today from the wildlife sector, and it sort of sounds like so many wildlife groups kind of have already a bank of potential solutions to actually help landholders. Do you think that the next solution here is that the government should really be sitting down with all the wildlife rescue groups with lived experience like yourselves and try to actually accumulate all these alternatives? Because obviously, some people are suggesting we need some research for some other methods of alternatives, but obviously there's this whole bank of information that wildlife groups already have and that they're working one-on-one with farmers. But do we kind of need some sort of standard operating procedure or some kind of code of practice that the government can give to landowners so that we can find another way to share that information with landholders that are looking for these alternative solutions?
I think that would be very useful, and one of the things that we see in wombat protection, it's very often very property specific or problem specific. So it's not like you can say, just do this or just do that. We constantly, when property owners contact us about an issue, the first thing we do is say, look, please send us videos and photographs, because there's no point us shooting out. We've got lots and lots of pamphlets and things like that, but there's no point shooting those out without really understanding the issue. So, of course, after the terrible bushfires in New South Wales, there were a lot of issues with wombats, and for some people, they just needed reassurance that, look, these animals had been displaced because of the catastrophic environmental impact that the fires had. Similarly, the same thing we see with flooding. And if we can actually explain to people, look, you haven't suddenly got, a massive recruitment of wombats. They're just looking for some place. They'll eventually disperse once environmental conditions go back. So you can't just have, one solution. You really need to understand the particular issue. You certainly don't want to put well-meaning people out of sorts because you've suggested something that just doesn't work. You really need to understand the particular issue and come up with a solution that's very specific for them, and keep working with them to make sure they're happy and it's solved the problem.
Thank you. I'm wondering too, just hearing your evidence now, it's almost like, because I was talking to, the major sort of wires and Sydney wildlife organisations before, and we were talking about the many hundreds of thousands of licences that are handed out. So it's very difficult to then sort of make a recommendation that everyone needs to consult with these wildlife groups because, mostly made up of volunteers, and obviously you're already sort of overstretched. Does there need to be some kind of wildlife expert that is hired by to work within the department, to work within this whole sort of licences to harm application system to actually help landowners identify some of these other options when they're actually going through that process? Is that sort of potentially one solution going forward?
I think a committee that was including landholders, that's the issue. You can't just go, we'll talk to one wildlife group. Like New South Wales is very fractured because the groups are geographically based. So you may get one volunteer on the phone from one group who says something completely silly that isn't going to work. They're doing their best, they're trying to answer calls and do a whole lot of things, but they might say to someone, whack out some blood and bone, that'll, deter the wombat from going under a fence. Now, that's just not true. You may get someone from another group who's actually prepared to go out and physically assist the landowner in putting in, or property owner, because there's lots of complaints about wombats under houses and things like that as well. It's not just farmers. And you may get, someone from that group ready and willing to go and do that, but there's no consistency across New South Wales, and it's a bit of a toin toss about, which group you ring as to what advice you're going to get. Yeah. So rather than one person, which was sort of where I thought you were going, I actually think a working group that could assist and actually takes into account everybody's concerns and issues.
Mr. Day, do you have any sort of further thoughts around that, around, either a wildlife expert working within the government as part of this licensing system, or a potential committee that was able to sort of advise people when they're actually applying for these licences?
I think that's essential, to have somebody in national parks with experience and knowledge. And it wouldn't be one person, it would need to be a group of people, because you would need to have knowledge and experience across all wildlife, from mammals to birds to reptiles. So you would need to have a group of people that are able to provide advice to landholders, and they would also need to be able to communicate with wildlife groups and sanctuaries that are nearby or in an area where one of these national parks people would be advising a landowner. So you really need to work together with the landowner, wildlife groups, sanctuaries and release sites, under the banner of led by national parks, so that much better outcomes can be obtained for our wildlife, because the system at the moment is not working. It's cruel, and there's no accountability, there's no checking, and I see it all of the time. Our wildlife are suffering, as other wildlife rescuers. They see horrible things, and the suffering that is occurring, every day, every night. National parks need to lead the way, and if the government needs to put funding into it, then that's something that they need to do, so that Australian farmers, primary producers, can hold their head high and say, well, we are a green, clean, sustainable industry, and we have all of these, and the government has put in place and implemented these strategies and these controls, and it should be something that the landholders can be proud of, and Australia can be proud of.
And Mr. Day, talking to about some of the very disturbing situations that have been witnessed. I know that in your submission you talked about some landholders inviting city shooters, international tourists to kill wildlife. Do you think that sometimes we're actually seeing this licenses to harm system being sort of abused as almost like a hobby or activity? It sounded like that's what that suggestion was in your submission.
But well, in some instances, it clearly is a hobby. In 2018, the conditions for these licenses were changed so that the landholder, under his licence, can invite people from anywhere, regardless of their experience, as long as they're licensed shooters, regardless of their experience and expertise and marksmanship, onto their properties to undertake the shooting of, mostly kangaroos. They're the most shot thing in the state. There is no oversight in that, none whatsoever. So yes, there are people who enjoy doing this, and you can just need to go online to some of the and see some of the posts that these organisations, these shooting organisations, have to see exactly what is going on. There's also a culture. There's a culture thing as well. You know, I live in a very, very rural area, a part of New South Wales, and the culture is not great with attitudes towards native wildlife. You know, just last night, on the way home from doing a search and rescue for a large kangaroo, a fellow rescuer and I came across a young wombat that had been hit on the road, just been hit, probably only a few hours prior. You can see that the wombat was at the side of the road. You can see where the tyre tracks had run over the wombat's head. There are instances where there are actually, it's horrible to think of, but there are forms of entertainment where young blokes get in their cars and go onto paddocks and see how many wombats they can run over. It's a regular occurrence. The mindset is disturbing, and I don't know how you change it. I don't think you're going to change it with legislation. So the community needs to be educated about our wildlife.
Do you think
there's an incident?
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Day. Do you think that there is, one thing that has come up today, and I understand what you're saying about, you can't really change mindsets with legislation, but, one suggestion that's come up throughout the day is a requirement to show the risk of harm that's being caused by the animals during the actual application for these licenses. Do you think that that provides at least some safeguard? Like if there is just people being yahoos, will this at least provide some safeguard where, the person applying for this licence has to actually prove that that there is a risk of harm or there is some kind of major reason for them to apply for this licence?
They should be made to show the national parks why they require a permit to harm. But that's not going to stop them inviting people onto their properties who enjoy shooting and who want to do it. That's not going to stop that.
Yeah.
It's not going to guarantee that the animals are killed humanely and quickly without suffering, and that that the pouch young are humanely killed. I can't see how you can humanely kill a 2.5 kilo joey that is running around madly looking for its shot mother. Blasting it with a shotgun at 20 metres isn't going to do it, because that's what the code, that's what the practice, the conditions call for. In an instance like that, that's not going to stop that. But but it needs to be done. The landholder needs to show national parks why they require a licence to kill something, and show that they have tried other methods, that they've spoken to local wildlife groups or wildlife sanctuaries or national parks to try and find a solution to the problem. But even then, as a last resort, it's still not an option for a landholder to undertake that process because there's no oversight.
One other sort of aspect before I throw to Mr. Borzak is that people talked about a minimum training requirement for people who were going to get these licences to harm. Do you think that would be another beneficial change in this space?
Oh, well, they should have that anyway. If they're going to go out and shoot something, they should be trained, and they should show that they are able to hit an object at a particular distance. That's not the case at the moment. It would help, but it's still not going to solve the problem of misshot animals. Most of the animals that we see are gut shot. They're not shot in the head.
When you say most of the animals you see, can you give me sort of a rough percentage of animals?
I would say that all of the kangaroos that I see and that the sanctuary sees and that we've reported on in the last few years, none of them have been shot in the head. And sanctuary members are authorised euthanasia people that are highly trained and highly skilled at shooting. They're registered with national parks, and they provide me with the same information that, we saw a kangaroo the other day. It was shot in the stomach, not in the head. I can't remember seeing an animal or being told that an animal has been shot in the head.
Thank you. Donald Robert Borzak.
Yeah, thank you. My question's to you, Mr. Day. I've heard a fair bit of sensationalism from you this afternoon. Your recommendations, number one, the killing of native wildlife should not be allowed by landholders. Well, who should do it then?
Well, I've said who should do it a few lines down. National Parks officers should do it.
So national parks should do it on private property. Should they do it in national parks as well?
National parks, if on certain conditions, if certain conditions are met, then perhaps they should. If there is a welfare issue for an animal, I'll give you an example. I was invited to by National Parks to rescue a kangaroo in a national park that had an injured foot. Now it was a large kangaroo, so the alternative is I go and rescue the animal, or the animal gets shot. However, you're not allowed to discharge a firearm in a national park. So national parks officers were in a dilemma. They weren't able to shoot the animal. They weren't able to organise someone to come and shoot the animal. But in this instance, I was able to capture the animal and sedate it and bring it home for recovery. But an alternative is to tranquilise the animal and take it to another location.
You say
it is common to relocate. It is common, very, very common, to relocate kangaroos from one area to another area, with success.
With success. So the fact that kangaroos don't respond well to that traumatisation, which is also well documented, do you actually have a different experience?
Sorry,
to that?
sir, I disagree. No, I disagree with that completely. My experience with kangaroos over the last decade, and the experience of my fellow kangaroo rescuers, dispute that completely.
So what's your doctorate in? Experience in kangaroo rescue, or the science?
Yeah, so there is no doctorate, as you know, right? There is no doctorate in kangaroo rescue. It is something that experience is obtained through years of rescuing and rehabilitating macropods.
Without any regard to the overall population?
I'm sorry?
Without any regard to the management of the overall population?
Wildlife rescuers don't manage overall populations. We manage one-on-one population, individuals, or sometimes two or three.
You say in your recommendation number 2, the commercial killing of kangaroos and wallabies should be banned. Why do you say that?
Because it's cruel, It's unethical and it's not sustainable.
So you're an animal rights advocate, really? Is that what you are? You're not a wildlife manager?
No, I'm not an animal rights advocate. I just care deeply about our native wildlife and our kangaroos in particular. And I believe they should be treated with more respect for the unique and wonderful animal that they are. It's not about being an activist, although if you want to call me an activist, I'm very, very happy to.
I don't think anyone is
badge
arguing
with
with the fact that they're unique and beautiful animals. That's not the point. You're saying commercial killing of kangaroos and wallabies, your recommendation is that they should be banned. And on what basis are you making that recommendation?
That's right, yes. There is, once again, as with the licences to harm kangaroos, there is no oversight when a harvester, if you want to call them that, fills his ute full of kangaroo bodies. There is no oversight whatsoever. There are no vets there. There is no filming of it like there is in abattoirs where cattle, sheep and goats are slaughtered. There is oversight. There is no oversight whatsoever in the commercial killing of kangaroos. It's done in the dark, on private property mostly, because you're not allowed to shoot them in state forests or national parks, obviously. So it's on private property. There is no oversight. You don't know how many animals were wounded, how many animals that rushed off into the forest and tried to escape. You don't know how many were left to suffer. You don't know how the joeys were treated. There is no oversight. Perhaps, if you want to continue with the killing of kangaroos commercially, perhaps a vet should be present when it's done.
So who should pay for those extra overheads in relation to doing that?
Well, the harvester should, because he's making a business out of it.
So he's making a business out of it, and to employ a vet at God knows $100, $200, $300 an hour would guarantee that he would make a loss. It's a marginal business at best. You must acknowledge.
Well, perhaps if you can't make a profit out of that business, perhaps you should try something else.
Well, yes.
It's not up to the state to subsidise.
Perhaps the taxpayer should pick it up. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I said the opposite. I said the taxpayer shouldn't be picking it up. He's operating a business, and like any business, it's a business expense that is tax deductible. If he can't make a profit out of it without causing great harm and suffering to an animal, then maybe he needs to find another business to earn an income in.
So do you, in your business as being an animal carer, do you make a profit?
I've stated earlier that I don't, that I am a volunteer, a full-time volunteer. The Sanctuary is a registered charity with the ACNC. Our finances are up there for everybody to see, and as you will see, that the vast majority of the expenses are met by me. So it actually costs me thousands of dollars every year to rescue and rehabilitate kangaroos for the state. I don't own them, the Crown owns them, but I do it because I cannot stand to see them suffer.
Look, your work's very commendable, Mr. Day. Where do you get your funding from?
From my own pocket. My wife works as a part-time chef, so from that. We occasionally get donations from kind people. We get donations, particularly after the fires. We had a lot of assistance from Humane World for Animals. They have been to the sanctuary and have provided us with enormous help to allow us to continue to do our work. So I thank Evan and the guys for the continued help we get with that.
Do you get any government funding at all for what you do?
Self-funded. Not a cent. No, we've never received a single cent from the government. And as far as wildlife groups, I've been a member of many wildlife groups, and I have not received any financial assistance from any wildlife group. In fact, there was an incident where wildlife groups were providing joey formula to us. However, there was an incident where some of the joey formula had been contaminated with pindone, which is rat poison, and a number of the joeys died. So I now will not. I make sure I source all of my feed for the kangaroos myself and pay for it myself.
What forms of control of kangaroo numbers and population would you support then?
There's plenty of scientific evidence out there that show that kangaroos control their own numbers. There's a lot of talk about, the dingo controls, the numbers of kangaroos. Well, that's not true. The dingo's been around for 4,000, 5,000 years. It was introduced to Australia. Kangaroos, the modern kangaroo's been around for 2 to 3 million years. what controlled their populations prior to that? Not the thylacine. The thylacine build is not able to, because of their frame, they are not able to take down a kangaroo. They eat small mammals, not large kangaroos or even joeys, so it will be very difficult for them to do that. Predation by kangaroos throughout Australia's history has been through environmental change. And I know that people say, oh, well, you don't want to see them starving. We need to shoot them for their own good. We need to shoot them for their own survival. Well, that's not how kangaroos have evolved. They haven't evolved that way. If you go out and shoot kangaroos
evolved to live on pasture improved country that farmers have?
There's a lot of disinformation about kangaroos living on improved pasture.
You say that's not true.
The fact is that most of the farmland that is used for cattle and sheep is usually was because it's been modified country, was either woodland or native grassland. So the kangaroos were there anyway. That's where they live. They don't live where I am up in the mountains. I'm in wallaby country.
What
So
about,
they were there-
what
they were
about
there
permanent?
anyway.
What about permanent water now being available with improved pasture? You're saying that's not
Yeah, so-
conducive to overpopulation on private land?
No, it's not. Kangaroos have evolved over millions of years to not rely upon water sources. They get their moisture from the grasses and from the plants. A kangaroo drinks about 20% less than a sheep does. They eat, the DSE of a kangaroo was 0.4, so less than half of what a sheep would eat. They've evolved over the years to live in drought. And if you're going to start shooting kangaroos because they're in drought, well, which ones are you going to shoot? Are you going to shoot the sick ones, or are you going to shoot the healthy ones, or are you going to shoot?
I'm asking the questions, Mr. Day, and you're answering them. Last weekend I shot a deer and it was standing right next to a kangaroo, and they were both drinking from a dam on an improved pasture on a farm. I don't think that actually demonstrates what you were saying, that they were getting adequate water from the dew on the grass in the morning.
Yeah, so, if you provide an animal water, it will drink it. What I'm saying to you
Well, that was my point.
is the kangaroos have evolved. Yeah, well, kangaroos have evolved to live without large quantities of water. They're not cows and they're not sheep. They can survive without the water that you would need for a cow or a sheep.
You say in...
Also, kangaroo populations.
Well, it's estimated there are over 11 million kangaroos in New South Wales, but if your recommendation 6 says that if a licence is to be issued, no more than 10% of macropods in any mob.
Sorry, sir.
You say in recommendation 6.
So first of all,
if a licence is to be issued, no more than 10% of macropods in any mob on a property can be killed in any 1 year. On what basis do you come up with 10%? And what's the mix in 10%? Is it all female? Is it males? What is it?
Well, I state in my recommendation that no female should be shot. So that answers
No,
that
I'll get to that one in a minute. But
sure.
How
Now, the
do you get
10%
to
figure,
10%?
The 10% figure comes from scientific research that was revealed in the inquiry into the health and well-being of kangaroos. I think that was back in 2021, 2022. There's plenty of information to show that kangaroos...
Can you take that on notice and give me a reference, please?
No, I can take that on notice.
Yeah, and give me a reference to that, please. Why should those female macropods or marsupials be killed?
For the risk of killing joeys. How are you going to dispose of the joey?
Well, you tell me.
Well, we know how the joeys are disposed of. The code of practice for the killing of joeys is if it's small and if it's a little pinky, you squeeze the head between your fingers and the head is removed. If it's a fur joey that's still in the pouch, you can swing it and hit it on something hard. You bludgeon it. If it's a at-foot joey that can't be caught, you can shoot it in the head with a shotgun, no further away than 20 metres. If a joey is running around because its mother's been shot, and I know because I have to catch joeys, they are very flighty, and it's illegal to shoot an animal that is moving. The animal has to be still. So you have to wait for the joey to be still, and you're going to be waiting a very long time for a scared joey to be still, and it will run off into the bush and not be found, and it most likely will be predated upon by foxes, or it will starve to death.
But Mr. Day, isn't your evidence really about providing no regard at all for the overall population management and the landscape, especially as it relates to private property owners and farmers? That you are simply
not
giving
not
evidence on the
not at
basis
all.
that you want nothing to be killed, full stop, regardless of what happens?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that. No, I've not stated that in my submission at all, which is why I've got submission number 6, recommendation number 6. So there's so much evidence available, and I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not here today to talk about the evidence because I'm not prepared for it, which is why I'm taking it on notice. I was here to talk about animal cruelty, but there is plenty of scientific evidence going back to the 60s that from the CSIRO that show that kangaroos maintain their own populations, that they grow to a certain density and they maintain that density.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the Honourable Aileen McDonald now, who's just got a couple of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed there were some consolidated themes or from frontline carers across New South Wales, and they came wounded animals rather than humane kills, pouch young left to die, licences issued with minimal scrutiny, and little to no enforcement. So I'm wondering, based on, and anyone can answer this question, so based on your different experiences, do you believe that these problems are isolated or as a result of the current licensing system? I'll go to you first because you're in the room.
I personally believe that the perception of pest animals is a really negative perception for native wildlife. And I find that it's very hard as a wildlife carer to be able to assess if a rescue has come in because of a licence to harm. So we would often get a call for an animal that's been injured. We would go out to that site. We would see, for example, one that happened a couple of years ago was a large male kangaroo with half its face blown off. It's quite horrendous. It was infected. And we came to the conclusion afterwards that this was resulting from a licence to harm or an illegal shoot. We couldn't tell. So this perception of native wildlife being a throwaway animal, that we should be able to kill them, is very damaging, I think. That they do have intrinsic value and that the majority of the population want to see them protected. So from my point of view, that's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And any of the others?
I agree with what Christy's saying, but you've actually sort of come up with 3 different areas. It's very difficult because this is a hearing into licences to harm. It's incredibly difficult to work out exactly whether a licence to harm has resulted in, a joey coming into care. Often you'll find it running around or, out on the road. Clearly, we've seen wombats that have been gut shot, and they've obviously had a joey in the pouch, which we've been able to rescue and raise. I personally am also a wildlife carer. So the difficulty is, because there is no transparency in licences to harm, you cannot necessarily go back to national parks and the licensing division and say, hey, listen, there was a licence to harm here. Clearly it hasn't been, activated the way it should be, and animals have been damaged. I would also agree on the broader level, we do see some horrendous things. People, driving around at Bendila killing 10 wombats. We find people are very, very reticent to give evidence against their neighbours, even when they know their neighbours are doing things that they shouldn't do. There's all of those things. But because this inquiry is into what the Licensing to Harm Division is doing, I'm trying to restrict my comments about the, terrible things that happen to our native animals, specifically to the outcome that we see from the licences to harm that we have seen issued.
So on that, what evidence do you think should be required before a licence is granted? Or have we already covered that?
You're fine.
Yeah, look, I'll just reiterate what I suggested, that we have some form of an expert committee that includes landholders, doesn't exclude them, and we work on the problem that is being proposed or, being dealt with, and then work on the solutions prior to issuing a licence to harm. And we incentivise. I think we also need to incentivise landholders to, mark their produce and products with whatever it is, a stamp that sort of says we coexist with native animals, because the general population will appreciate that, and consumers should also be allowed to make decisions about whether they're, consuming ethically sourced and looked after, whatever it is, whether it's, your beef or your sheep or your vegetables. So there's a whole lot of things we're not even thinking about, that we should be able to assist commercial producers to actually see the benefit and be rewarded with it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for your time today, and particularly those that have travelled far to be here. We really appreciate your time and your submissions, as well as the work that you're all doing. So thank you very much. Sorry, if there was questions taken on notice, I believe there was, and there may be further questions from committee members. The Secretariat will be in contact in regards to those questions. Thank you again.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Our next witnesses, and thank you so much for joining us today to give evidence. Could I start by asking the witness to my left to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Adam Gilligan. I'm Chief Regulatory Officer with the Biodiversity and Heritage Regulator within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Crust?
My name's David Crust. I'm the Director of Blue Mountains branch of the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And is there an opening statement that you'd like to give?
There is, thank you. So thank you very much to the committee for inviting us to give evidence this afternoon. The department is committed to protecting Australian native species and ecosystems, and we have a statutory responsibility to do so under the Biodiversity Conservation Act. To ensure that activities that may harm biodiversity are carried out in a way that minimises and mitigates that harm, the Act sets out strong protections and powers to condition those activities through licensing. This is why it's important to have a strong regulatory framework in place to provide oversight and ensure conditions are complied with. This ensures that we can deliver positive impacts for the relevant species, impacted communities and the environment. Thank you. We recognise the importance of effectively managing interactions between people and native species and ecosystems, but acknowledge that some of these interactions can pose a threat to life or property or cause economic hardship. We aim to resolve conflict between people and biodiversity using non-destructive methods wherever possible, and we continually assess our approach and processes to identify ways to improve as we manage this important issue. To this end, the Department has recently established the Biodiversity and Heritage Regulator, a new entity designed to strengthen compliance, transparency and stakeholder confidence in the management of impacts to biodiversity and heritage in New South Wales. Led by me as Chief Regulatory Officer, the BHR consolidates biodiversity conservation, heritage, wildlife licensing and animal research ethics into a single risk-based and outcome-focused regulator. With the establishment of the BHR, some functions for licensing harm to animals, such as the commercial kangaroo program, have already moved across to the regulator. Other functions for licensing harm to native animals currently remain the responsibility of the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but will transition to the BHR over the next 6 months. I can speak broadly to the policy framework and the government's approach to licensing under the Act, and my colleague, Mr Crust from National Parks, will speak to current operational processes for issuing and enforcing licences to harm. As we've outlined in our submission, the Department is authorised to grant licences for harm to protected animals, which include licences to harm threatened species, ecological communities and their habitats, licences for non-commercial harm to protected animals that pose a legitimate threat to life, property or cause economic hardship, and both the professional kangaroo harvester licence and the landholder kangaroo harvester licence. The transfer of these licensing functions to the regulator presents an opportunity to review and improve the way these important decisions are made. We see it as a positive step towards greater consistency, stronger community confidence and better long-term outcomes for biodiversity in New South Wales. We've heard some of the discussions today on the need to provide more support for landholders in managing conflicts with native biodiversity. We recognise that many landholders have considerable capability in a number of areas, including wildlife management, but we firmly believe that we should be making things easier for those seeking to do the right thing and make it harder for those seeking to do the wrong thing and subvert the system. To that end, we support the development of partnerships with landholders, industry and our government partners in other agencies to ensure we're able to achieve the most effective and humane outcomes possible. This may include pathways to help landholders access professional wild animal control services and providing them with up-to-date information on the latest research. We also want to acknowledge that enforcement of licence conditions in this space can be difficult and dangerous. Often those engaged in wildlife control will be shooting in remote areas late at night, and as such it's not possible or reasonable to undertake live inspections of those activities occurring. For this reason, we place a regulatory emphasis on reporting obligations on licensees, coupled with reporting of breaches by the community, to ensure we can have a detailed understanding of impacts. We'll be exploring new methods and systems to improve our understanding of impacts and to improve our ability to enforce compliance with the rules. We look forward to reviewing the committee's findings as we embed the new regulator and contribute to a future system that is transparent, fair, grounded in good science and First Nations cultural learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I begin by asking currently, and I understand you're saying that it's moving over to the whole system's moving over to a new regulator. At the moment, how many full-time equivalent National Parks and Wildlife staff are responsible for administering the licence to harm system? Happy for you to take that on notice as well if...
Yeah, I apologise. I'll have to take that on notice, but we'll get those figures for you.
Thank you. And again, I've got a couple more questions around that might need to be taken on notice as well, but I'm just wondering if there's a separate team for licensing versus compliance and enforcement, and if I could get the breakdown of staff in those teams if they are separate.
Sure, and we can provide more detail on notice, but just to give you an idea of the current arrangements, we do currently have a central wildlife licensing unit that is transitioning across from National Parks to the regulator that handles many of the licences for things like keeping of native wildlife and breeder licences, etc. We also have a small team within the regulator that deals with the commercial kangaroo management program, and then a larger cohort of staff across national parks who deal with a lot of the non-commercial harm. And so given those three teams and the dispersed nature of the workforce, we'll need to come back to you on notice with the precise figures.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate there'd be different teams for different parts. And also in regards to the staff members, that particularly work in this system for the landholders licences to harm system that's currently under national parks. I'm just wondering if there's any staff members that have training in animal welfare and what kind of training that might be. Again, that's probably something to take on notice if you don't mind. We heard today, I was quite concerned to hear from the RSPCA this morning that, that there's codes of practice and standard operating procedures for different species that are associated with these licenses to harm that they couldn't even get access to as an enforcement agency for animal welfare. Other than the couple that have been found, where are these codes of practice or standards operating procedures and how are people accessing them?
So a number of the codes of practice and standard operating procedures are on our website. So certainly the code of practice for the humane management of kangaroos and bird species are currently on the website. There are some other codes of practices and standard operating procedures that are provided directly to the applicants at the time of licensing. So there's certainly documents that support those processes, and those documents are reflected in the conditions for those licenses.
And so why are some not put up on the website? Why are some only given once someone sort of applies or receives a licence?
Look, I probably need to take that on notice, but my understanding is some of the codes of practice need to be updated to reflect the legislative changes with the transition from the National Parks and Wildlife Act to the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and that could be part of the reason for that.
Are we possibly able to have those documents tabled to the committee just so we can see the different codes and standard operating procedures that someone might receive at present time if they were getting a licence?
We can do that.
Thank you. And I understand, I think people talked earlier today as well that they are in need of review and they're a little bit old. So we do appreciate that, but it would be good to sort of see what's in there at the moment, particularly if we were going to recommend that they are reviewed as well. Your submission talks about site inspections, and you said that the site inspections are commonly done, but we also heard evidence this morning that actually less than 5% of all applications, I think the example was given of 112 site inspections of over 2,254 licences granted in 2024. I think that's the most recent public statistics. 5% seems quite low. Is that a resourcing issue? Why are we only able to do site inspections for 5%?
Obviously, we take a risk-based approach to assessing applications. So all applications are assessed. That can be done at a desktop level when the applications come in. Quite often rangers and staff that are processing application will contact applicants to tease out details around the application and clarify details. So, there is a much higher level of interaction when those licences are considered. Obviously the decision to move to a site inspection depends on the circumstances and the species in particular. So for non-kangaroo licence to harm applications, the proportion, or in my experience, the proportion of site inspections would be significantly higher. For kangaroos, we also obviously rely on staff experience and their local knowledge of conditions. And like I said, quite often there'll be a conversation with an applicant to tease out the details of the application.
In regards to you sort of mentioned that there was kind of a process where when an application's made that someone within national parks will look into each of those applications. We heard concerns today that was somewhat sort of discretionary. Is there internal policies within national parks or procedures or decision-making guidelines that are actually used or followed when actually determining these applications?
Generally, the applications are assessed by a ranger in an area office. They will check that application against the criteria that we used, the potential for risk to property, risk to safety, and economic hardship. If a ranger needs some clarification around that approach, they'll escalate the application to an area manager who are experienced staff.
Okay, so there's no specific policies or procedures or decision-making guidelines around that. There's just those 3 criterias, and they may just kind of grant it based on the online application.
Aside from that criteria that's within the legislation, no.
Thank you. Is there any specific documented criteria a landholder must meet to actually receive that licence to harm? Like you mentioned the criteria, of economic hardship, for example. How does the ranger or whoever it is that's assessing that application determine that there is a genuine risk to human safety or a genuine concern to economic hardship? How do they make that determination?
That can be based on an indication of actual damage. So it could be, damage to fences, it could be damage to infrastructure, it could be grazing pressure associated with kangaroos. In the case of human safety, it could be a particularly aggressive animal that's interacting with people. So I guess all of those factors are considered as part of that process. We also have some guides in terms of flow charts which support decision making for some species. Mm-hmm. So for example, for licences to harm for wombats, there's a really detailed flow chart that
Could we get a copy of that as well for the committee?
Yeah, that's part of the code of practice and the standard operating procedure. So it basically walks the assessing officer through that process of considering whether to issue a licence or not.
Mm. We also heard a lot of evidence today that a lot of these applicants aren't actually required to provide evidence. Is that something that has come to you, or do you have a response to the concerns that are coming forward from various organisations that, somebody that's applying for one of these licences to harm don't actually have to provide evidence of economic hardship, or don't have to provide evidence of risk to human safety?
Look, again, this kind of comes back to the individual species and the circumstances of the application, and certainly for non-kangaroo licences to harm, there would be a process to establish the reasons for that application, to support that application. For kangaroos, obviously demonstrating economic hardship is more challenging. So we do have upper limits that apply to licences that are based on property size. Those limits are reviewed every year based on the annual population surveys and the quotas that are issued. And those upper limits also consider seasonal conditions and conditions in particular areas. So they also help to guide rangers when they're assessing those applications.
Can you, because obviously we're hearing quite conflicting information here around the evidence that needs to be provided, you're saying that, evidence kind of does need to be provided and that the rangers will be going through some kind of process. Can you break down the process for me that they would be going through, say for wombats, say that there is an application to kill a wombat that has come through? What process would that ranger go through before granting a licence to harm that wombat?
Well, certainly in the case of wombats, our first principle is to avoid harm. So, the fundamental approach here in our position is to look to explore non-lethal approaches to manage the issue, and a licence to harm would be a last resort. In terms of wombats in particular, there would have to be a clear demonstration of some kind of harm, whether it was significant damage to property, that would have to be clearly established, but also there would have to be a clear demonstration that other approaches, other non-lethal approaches, have been pursued before we would consider issuing a licence.
We heard a lot today that there isn't a requirement to provide any evidence that non-lethal options have been considered. How do you currently assess that non-lethal options have been considered before a licence is actually granted? Like, what is the actual process which someone has to go through that's applying for one of these licences, and can we sort of see evidence of that process, given all day we've been hearing that people don't need to provide any evidence that they've considered all the non-lethal alternatives first?
Well, again, it comes back to the species and the circumstances, and I mean, I'll go back to the wombat example. I would say that we're generally reluctant to issue licences to harm for wombats. We would typically talk to the applicant and have a conversation with them about what non-lethal approaches they'd tried to mitigate the impact. And then in a lot of cases, we'd actually do a physical inspection with the applicant to, I guess, assess the damage, to look at alternative control and mitigation measures before we would consider issuing a licence.
I might just add to that, if I may, that the legislation not only sets some of those heads of consideration for us to consider, but it also requires us to keep a statement of reasons for a decision to either issue or not issue a licence. So there is some record keeping that supports the decision of the officer. And it's also important to note that we receive these applications in a range of different ways. Some are provided online, some are provided with phone contact to an area office, or in fact a person attending an area office. And it's through those interactions in those various forms that people will provide information to satisfy the officer or not as to whether it's appropriate to move to lethal harm.
You sort of told us that, despite the evidence we've heard this morning, that there is a requirement for people to consider non-lethal alternatives, and there is a requirement to provide evidence of the reason why they're applying for one of these licences. I'm wondering if you can give us a few examples of de-identified case studies. I guess I'm assuming that there would be a documented process from whoever has approved these licences of particular examples where somebody has applied for a licence, they've provided that evidence that they were not able to try any or they've looked at avenues of non-lethal, and that they've provided the evidence of human safety risk or economic harm. Could we get a few of the documents around those cases de-identified, just so we can see that process, to better understand the criticisms that we've received today, that process isn't happening?
Certainly.
Thank you. Does the National Parks and Wildlife Service monitor the cumulative impact of harm licences over time? Like, are you looking at local, regional and statewide assessments to actually understand the combined effect on biodiversity or specific species? Is anything done to make sure that licences aren't being handed out, directly after a bushfire, for example, and native animals in that particular area are specifically impacted during that time?
Well, I guess in the case of licences to harm for kangaroos, we're obviously guided by the annual population count and those upper limits that are set. And like I said, the consideration of seasonal conditions that are associated with that. So I guess that's the primary guidance for licences to harm for kangaroos. For other species, obviously our primary concern is about sustainability of wildlife populations. And again, this kind of goes back to the individual species and the circumstances around it. And, the number of licence to harm applications for non-kangaroo species is significantly lower than kangaroo species, obviously. In terms of cumulative impact, I have to say there's probably not a systematic process to work through that.
yeah, I think it's fair to say that's an area where we're open to improvement.
Thank you. Is that an area that's currently being reviewed or as part of the switch over to a different regulator?
Well, certainly we'll be looking at the licensing framework as it moves across and identifying areas to improve that in a whole range of different ways.
We heard today too, we actually had somebody come in from the commercial kangaroo killing industry and he raised, this clear discrepancy in regards to the fact that they do much more training and reporting in their industry, but at the moment when you apply for one of these licences to harm from a landowner's perspective, they don't have any of those requirements. Is anything being done in regards to this discrepancy where we've got one licensing system that almost sort of has almost no requirements in regards to some of those really basic aspects like competency and transparency and reporting?
I think that's something that we can certainly look at, but it is equally important to note that where you are dealing with commercial operators who are professionals who do something, arguably all year, that you expect a certain standard of professionalism and training to support that. There are a whole range of things that a landholder might do on their property where they don't necessarily engage a professional to do that. Of course, we shouldn't make assumptions that they don't hold the requisite competencies either. If they've been, operating their property for an extended period of time and have, considerable experience in that. So I think it's worth considering, but it's also worth noting that we're conscious of putting unreasonable burdens in terms of training and competency on landholders where they might be able to demonstrate their capability in other ways. And of course they are subject to clear obligations through the licence conditions and the codes of practice that those licences refer to. So there's certainly an expectation that they will deliver on those, and if they can't do that themselves, if they lack the skills or competency to do so, then they should look at engaging a third party to assist with that who does hold those requisite skills.
How do we how do we find that line then? We heard today from wildlife carers that they've heard of people who have managed to get one of these licences to harm that have cut animals in half with chainsaws, that they've put them alive into grinding machines, for example. If we don't have any kind of training and competency requirements or a requirement for them to get somebody that is trained and competent, and we've got this extreme cruelty that's happening to wildlife, and we heard a lot from carers that are directly on the field having to come in and deal with these situations as volunteers. How do we actually make sure that the system is set up to avoid those really awful situations, and also putting these wildlife volunteers in these extremely stressful situations and having to find the funding to be able to care for orphaned young and things like that?
Well, certainly, let me say at the outset, we deplore those sorts of reports of cruelty that is clearly not only not consistent with any licence that's been issued, but it's a breach of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and simply wrong. And so I think we have to be careful about our expectations upon the likelihood that persons who are engaged in that sort of extreme cruelty are likely to follow a licence condition that requires them to hold a particular competency either. They've got a very clear obligation. If they, in fact, people engaged in that have obtained a licence, they're very clearly operating outside the conditions that it's subject to already. The likelihood of compliance with a further condition to undertake training for those types of individuals is going to be problematic. What I think is important to note is that both our department and those who regulate the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, if faced with that sort of information, would investigate and would take appropriate strong regulatory action to deal with it.
And I'm sure that, yes, it definitely breaches the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, but it sounded from the evidence that I had heard that a lot of this was coming from a lack of competency or even understanding. If somebody was going out of their way to harm an animal in one of these ways intentionally, then a wildlife carer probably wouldn't have been called out to that situation either. Usually, if a wildlife carer has been called out to step in and help in some situation that has become that disastrous, it's not actually an intentional act of animal cruelty. It's a lack of understanding, a lack of training, a lack of competency, and particularly if they've had one of these licences to harm. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's this clear area in between when you're saying we don't want to sort of overburden landholders, but at the same time, if we're not providing any kind of safeguards in regards to the animals that are being granted under these licences, then we have situations where wildlife carers are being rushed in and saying that this could have all been avoided. I'm just saying, where do we bridge that gap, or is that something that the department's looking into?
Well, I think one of the great benefits of us bringing these functions together is to consolidate the staff who perform the functions and get a clearer, more consistent oversight of these activities, and that will allow us to identify those areas where not only acute regulatory tools like enforcement are available to us, but where outreach and education and enabling people to comply can assist as well. As my colleague said earlier, there is a lot of information on our website, but that alone won't provide people necessarily with the tools that they need to comply. So we're open to a whole range of ways to support that better.
Thank you. Venerable Bob Namber.
Thank you, Chair. You referred in your opening statement to obviously the structure and in general terms that the outcomes you're hoping to achieve out of them. You went into a little bit more detail about other opportunities with the new restructure. Can you go into a little bit more detail about what sorts of outcomes you're hoping to achieve through the new structure and what the catalyst was for the restructure process to begin with?
Sure. So a review was conducted into regulation across the department last year, and what that identified is that we had quite dispersed regulatory functions, both in terms of compliance and enforcement and licensing across the department. So we had a central compliance and licensing team that, amongst other things, did the commercial kangaroo management program. We had compliance and enforcement staff who were dispersed in 6 regional branches across the state under different management reporting lines. We had a special investigations unit located within legal. We had wildlife licensing as a unit located within national parks, and then dispersed across national parks some of these non-commercial harm licences across park operations and the ranger workforce. We've also got heritage compliance officers sitting within Heritage New South Wales. So what we've sought to do is consolidate all of those functions within to the regulator and structure them so that we have a branch focused on licensing and approvals as well as animal research ethics, and that's all of those licences we talked about. Another branch focused on investigation and enforcement that includes routine investigation and enforcement, but also the special investigations unit. It looks to consolidate and focus our attention on the highest risk breaches and make sure that we're focusing our resources on those. We then have a team that is established to provide regulatory practice support, but also education and engagement with communities, both regulated community and more broadly across those range of functions, and also to provide data and intelligence support for the work of the regulator. And then importantly, a governance and strategy branch to make sure that the strategy and policy framework to support the work that we're doing is in place as well, all of which is supported by an advisory board which provides further guidance to the work of the regulator. So that's the sort of framework that we've established. Specifically around licensing and approvals, by bringing those functions together, we're able to identify the pockets of excellence and the best practice in terms of good regulatory practice that exists within the department already, and apply it more broadly, but also make sure that by bringing those resources under a single line of management, that we can take a more consistent approach as well. So we want to build regulatory capability and maturity in the staff, make sure that we're making appropriate risk-based and outcome-focused decisions, provide clear guidance to community on how to comply, and ultimately do all that to achieve better outcomes for biodiversity and heritage in New South Wales.
Okay. One of the main criticisms in evidence today has just been the lack of reporting that comes back once a licence has been granted. So, the authorisations versus actual mortality, the species involved, the locations. I suppose I'm interested, just at the moment, without, I suppose, tightening the screws on the reports that you do get back, how do you target your compliance efforts in terms of identifying the highest risk areas to I suppose, monitor and apply more enforcement on?
So we've been developing, based on some work already in place, but we've been developing a triage system to inform the way that we deal with reports of breaches and make sure that those that come in from a range of sources, whether it's from our own staff in areas like the Commercial Kangaroo Program, whether it's from members of the community or self-reports, come through a risk-based triage approach to make sure that we focus our regulatory effort on the most significant issues and where we can get the best biodiversity outcomes. And that allows us to take a more administrative regulatory approach on or a lighter touch regulatory approach to low risk matters and focus our efforts. But that's sort of only one part of the puzzle, because that's sort of transactional with work coming in the door. What's really important as well is that we use our data and intelligence capabilities across the department to also look at trends in the data and use that to inform our work in the policy and strategy space to identify regulatory priorities for the next year. Now, one of our first priorities in standing up the regulator just last month is to get a strategy in place and have that inform decisions about regulatory priorities for the next 12 months and make sure we've got some clear performance measures in place to track how we're performing against those. So there's sort of those two key pieces of a transactional triage process to assess risk, and then a broader strategic approach to make sure we focus on the areas where there's most risk of harm and make sure we get results.
Okay. Accepting matters of legislation and policy are for government and not for you. I am just interested as to whether or not it would assist with your monitoring and compliance efforts and enforcement efforts if reports back on wildlife control were mandatory as opposed to just a self-reporting mechanism.
One of the tools we use now is if you haven't completed your returns on your last licence, you won't be issued with a new one. And that is an incentive to comply to some degree. I think there is scope to require additional information and better reporting. We've heard evidence today about reporting of orphaned young, for example, and that currently aren't required, and that's something we're open to reviewing. And I think it's also about we want to, as I said in my opening statement, we want to make it easy for those who are trying to do the right thing, make it easy to comply. And so we want to look at our systems and processes to make it easy for people to self-report as well. So that's the sorts of things we'll consider, and then make it harder for those who want to subvert the system and do the right thing.
So I mean to do it online or yeah.
Yep, we're open to those ideas, yep.
Okay. In your opening statement, you referred to the risk-based approach that you take to assessing applications. Can you just step out what is involved in a risk-based approach to your assessment before issuing a licence? I'm just interested as to what that involves and fleshing it out a little bit.
I guess I can speak generally to that, and then I might see if my colleague wants to add to that. I mean, when we talk about risk, we're talking about risk of harm not only to the biodiversity that's the subject of the application, but the risk to human health, the environment more broadly, and that those property and economic impacts that are set out. And we want to test those to understand whether they're significant or not, and whether the risks associated with carrying out the activity are proportionate to those risks, or whether granting the licence is proportionate to the risks that are involved. So, for example, if we're dealing with a wombat licence where it is suggested that it's damaging the piers of someone's home, then that's a far more significant potential harm than if it is an amenity impact on someone's garden, for example. Those will factor in, and obviously the potential impacts on the species and the local population will be factored in against that.
Look, again, obviously that approach depends on the species and the circumstances. I mean, if it's a kangaroo licensed to harm, we would obviously look at the size of the property. We would look at the numbers of kangaroos that were requested in the licence. We'd consider seasonal conditions. How dry is it? What sort of competition for feed is there? We'd look at the location of the property. If it's close to other properties, we would encourage people to report that they're undertaking control to their neighbour. If it's a rural residential block that's on the edge of town, we would strongly encourage people to talk to the New South Wales Police about complying with firearms regulations. All of those things would be part of that process. I mean, I guess for the more kind of bespoke species, and I'll use magpie as an example, we again issue very few licences for magpies, but there are some situations where it's just unavoidable. I remember going to a small school in central west New South Wales, a single teacher school. There were 11 kids and 2 teachers. They had a box of safety helmets at the door of the classroom, and every time the kids went out, they put on a helmet. So they absolutely tried everything that they possibly could to minimise the impact of that particular magpie on those kids. But it reached a point where the kids were quite traumatised, and they were staying in the classroom and reluctant to go out in the playground. So again, in that sort of circumstance, we reluctantly provided a licence. So there's a full spectrum of issues here that we consider.
You refer to licences in your submission as highly bespoke. So that's a flow-on effect of, I suppose, the risk-based approach and looking at each individual case on its merits.
Totally.
And the conditions attached to those licences presumably are quite specific to the, I suppose, the application and the location, the species, the range of factors that you've just gone through. Okay. Just in terms of the criticism of, I suppose, enforcement action, do you have details of the number of licences that have been varied, suspended, cancelled, prosecutions that might have been that might have taken place for breaches of conditions?
We'd like to take that on notice, if that's okay.
Yep. Okay.
Great. The Honourable Scott Barrett.
Thank you. I just wonder if you can tell me what work is being done to research and develop new non-lethal methods for control. I guess kangaroos is probably an easy spot to start, but just across bats, across the spectrum, who has a responsibility for researching and developing new non-lethal methods of control? And I guess there's a word for it that's left my mind. Tools to move animals on to.
Look, I think that's a shared responsibility for us and our colleagues across government, but working with communities and industry to find those solutions. So there's a good example of where we've done that around flying fox licences, which haven't been issued for the last few years because work with orchardists in particular has identified and implemented alternative methods to keep flying fox out of orchards and causing that economic impact. But of course, we're within the department, experts in biodiversity and heritage. We're not experts in orchards or appropriate agricultural techniques that might be best practice. So we need to work with our colleagues within local land services and primary industries, as well as with industry, to stay in front of best practice and identify those things, and then work with those to engage with communities and implement them so that we are providing those viable alternatives to landholders ahead of resorting to lethal means.
Outside the landholder, the farming side of things, and I'm thinking specifically things like bats, ibises were raised today, which is something I hadn't thought of, but they're having impacts on community gardens, parks, people's backyards. Who owns the research in that space?
Well, I don't think there's a simple answer to that question. So, between, like Mr. Gilligan said, across government, there's work that's being done. There's work that's being done in other jurisdictions in other states that we access and look at. I'd have to say moving towards a regulator model is probably a great opportunity to help to consolidate that approach and have a more consistent approach to research to support the issue.
What about support for landholders that are willing to coexist with these animals where it does have an impact on, the profitability of their land, their infrastructure? Where do they go for support?
I don't know that we have a clear answer on that. I suspect it's the sort of thing that people might engage with both us and with local land services to get that sort of support. We would certainly, if they were seeking a licence, encourage them to pursue non-lethal means, but I guess someone in the circumstance you've described is likely to be looking at other measures before even coming to us that would involve engaging perhaps with our colleagues in DPIRD or LLS.
The example that I'd probably use is that example and impacts on orchards. So, we obviously haven't issued licences for bats since 2021, I think. And that process involved grants and subsidies and support for orchardists to install netting on their orchards, which is obviously a significant investment. And that's seen a successful transition away from the issue of bat licence, which is an excellent outcome for wildlife and animal welfare.
So who are seen then as the beneficiaries of these programs where we are protecting habitats of wombats, protecting populations of kangaroos? Who are the beneficiaries of those programs?
Well, look, I think we would argue that biodiversity benefits the whole community and broader community, regulated community, the landholders. And one of the key things for us in the department and the regulator specifically is to encourage voluntary compliance in a whole range of areas, whether it be wildlife licensing or land clearing or the spectrum with which we operate, such that people recognise the value of keeping biodiversity in place, not only in a sort of broader philosophical sense, but specifically on their property. And that's the sort of message that our engagement teams want to deliver so that we get that voluntary compliance and don't need to resort to either a licence to harm or investigation and enforcement action.
Because I think that's my point, where it is the broader community that is benefiting from these populations, yet it is the individual landholder that is wearing the burden. I'm trying to work out how we bring those two things closer together.
I think that's an excellent question, and that's something we need to work through. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
I just want to follow up on a question that the Honourable Scott Barrett asked in terms of coexisting strategies, and you mentioned like with the bat colonies. So could you, are there other funding that exists for non-lethal trials?
Not within our respective programs that we're aware of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then you wouldn't be able to say how are these, how are they audited? But I'll move on to my next question then. So with regard to, say, when an application is made, what evidence needs to be provided to demonstrate necessity?
Well, again, we go back to those three fundamental principles of harm in terms of public safety, damage to property, and economic impact. Again, depends on the species, and the example I've used for wombats, there would have to be absolutely a demonstrated impact to property that couldn't be dealt with in a non-lethal way. So we would need a high level of evidence to support that. the example I use for magpies where, there might be a magpie in a playground impacting on a school like I talked about before, which is, a clear demonstration of human safety. For impacts of other species, on agricultural pursuits in particular, it could be, demonstrated damage to fencing. So, we could ask for photographs or videos or evidence of that. I guess where this becomes more complex and challenging is that whole discussion around economic impact of kangaroo grazing and livestock production, and that's a challenge.
And in the applications, do they have to put in there that they've tried other options before, tried non-lethal, non-lethal options before the licence to harm? Do they have to provide evidence of that, or do you just take it on face value?
Well, that's a specific question in the application for all species. Again, depending on the circumstances, if it was a species that we were concerned about, the impact of action, we may request, physical evidence. But in most occasions, to be frank, it's taken in good faith.
And then sometimes you said you might actually contact the person and say, have you tried?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And you record that when you have contacted landholders or when an application has been made? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
We do.
And in terms of, say, once the licences have been granted, do you conduct audits or inspections? And if so, how often would you do these?
Not routinely. I mean, if an issue was raised or a complaint was made, we would consider a follow-up or an investigation. We really rely on the returns, which are a condition of the licence, for people to tell us exactly, what has been harmed.
And so with the returns, you have this on a public register, I understand?
The licences, the actual issued licences are on a public register. The returns not.
And how is it a live public register, or how often is it updated? Like if I went to go on it today, how up to date would it be?
I think the commitment is to update it every 3 months.
Every 3 months. And why would there be a delay, in that timing of 3 months?
I think it probably reflects on the maturity of the record-keeping system that we've got currently, and it is something that is on our agenda for the new regulator. We've secured some funding to uplift our wildlife licensing system, and we'll be looking to do a program over the next 3 years that will significantly enhance our capability to receive applications, process them, and do follow-up around record-keeping.
And if I can just ask one more this one will be on notice. Are you able to provide, say, consolidated annual data on the licences issued, species, numbers authorised, and then the numbers actually killed?
Yeah, we can certainly provide that data. The numbers of species actually harmed is based on the returns. So typically it's expressed as a maximum number harmed, which is the numbers that have reported through the return system. And then where there hasn't been a return, it's assumed that the maximum number of that licence has been harmed.
And that won't include impacts on dependent young...
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, so is there... You said before that you're looking into that. Is it something that's going to happen soon, or have you got a time frame on when that would be available?
Not at this stage, but I think we've heard evidence about that issue today and acknowledge that, and we're interested in the findings of the committee in that regard and happy to consider them.
I think that's Yep, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just jump in with two more. We've just got a couple of minutes left. We heard a lot today around the number of licences increasing over time. I'm just wondering what the department's done, if anything, to attempt to actually reduce the number of licences that are being granted. Has there been any active efforts to sort of monitor how many are being granted and trying to find ways to mitigate to reduce that number?
I'm certainly not aware of any, but I think we have to be cautious here that we've got a statutory process under the Act that allows people to apply and requires us to use heads of consideration under the Act to determine each licence on its merits. And it would concern me a little bit if we were constrained or our discretion was fettered by a target to reduce. I think each licence has to be considered
I'm not
on
talking
its...
about targets. I'm just asking if the department has made any efforts. You know, we've talked a lot about alternatives. We've talked a lot about finding other ways of non-lethal harm. I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of active efforts from the department to say, okay, these licences are really getting out of hand. We're getting far too many coming through. We need to look a little bit deeper into the system to try to find out why there are so many licences coming through, why there are so many conflicts, and how else we can potentially deal with these situations.
I'm not aware of any work in that regard, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that focus for us on non-lethal options first is certainly a priority, and I think we're keen to ensure that we engage with communities more actively to encourage that as a priority rather than lethal methods.
And that work so far hasn't seen a reduction though in licences. When did that work start? And has there been any sort of assessment as to if you're now sort of really working actively a lot with landholders to encourage them to use alternatives and non-lethal alternatives, why that hasn't actually led to a reduction?
I wouldn't want to mislead you to suggest that there's active engagement happening now in that space beyond the fact that, as we said, those officers who receive and consider applications do a level of interaction and engagement with applicants now, but we have stood up in the last month this engagement team within the new regulator that will have a focus on areas where we can do more outreach and engagement with communities. So it's an aspirational goal to do more in that space.
You also mentioned, the Honourable Aileen McDonald was asking some questions, and you said that you do record when contact has been made with a landholder to suggest alternatives. I'm wondering if you could take on notice the number of calls that have been made by the department, say in the last 12 months, to contact a landholder to talk about alternatives?
I'm not sure we keep data to that level of detail.
Mm-hmm. What was when Ms. McDonald was asking a question? She said, "Do you keep a record of that?" And you said yes. What is that record?
Typically, it would be associated with the actual licence, so it would be a note with the licence. And you know, I'm talking about my experience in a particular part of the National Parks and Wildlife Service.
So did you say it would be a note with the licence that a call has been made to suggest alternatives?
Yeah.
And so we can't get a detailed sort of description of how many calls and how many notes there have been made on licences. Where that
perhaps on notice we can explore what's capable within the system, but as I say, some of the systems, lack significant maturity, and so a note might be in there, but drawing it out across the number of licences issued might be a challenge. But we'll take it on notice and respond as best we can.
On notice, can you just sort of describe what the details of what the problem is being able to gather that data so that we can kind of better understand why there's sort of no transparency around the data of this? Yep. That would be useful too. Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions.
I don't know if Scott's got his...
I think he might have just left his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you for your time today, and thank you for coming to give evidence at this inquiry. We appreciate you coming on a Monday afternoon. That is the end of our inquiry for today. I think there was a few questions that were taken on notice, so the Secretariat will be in contact in regards to those, and there's possibly going to be some follow-up questions sent as well on those from committee members. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.